Chapter 28. Tobias's Escape from Mr. Fogg's Establishment. The rage into which Mr. Fogg was thrown by the attack which the desperate Tobias had made upon his representative, Mr. Watson, was so great that, had it not been for the presence of stupid old Dr. Popplejoy in the house, no doubt he would have taken some most exemplary vengeance upon him. As it was, however, Tobias was thrown into his cell with a promise of vengeance as soon as the coast was clear. These were a kind of promises which Mr. Fogg was pretty sure to keep. And when the first impulse of his passion had passed away, poor Tobias, as well indeed he might, gave himself up to despair. "Now all is over," he said. "I shall be half murdered. Oh, why do they not kill me at once? There would be some mercy in that. Come and murder me at once, you wretches, you villains, murder me at once." In his new excitement, he rushed to the door of the cell and banged at it with his fists, when to his surprise it opened, and he found himself nearly falling into the stone corridor from which the various cell doors opened. It was evident that Mr. Watson thought he had locked him in, for the bolt of the lock was shot back, but had missed its hold a circumstance probably arising from the state of rage and confusion Mr. Watson was in, as a consequence of Tobias's daring attack upon him. It almost seemed to the boy as if he had already made some advance towards his freedom, when he found himself in the narrow passage beyond his cell door. But his heart, for some minutes, beat so tumultuously with the throng of blissful associations connected with freedom, that it was quite impossible for him to proceed. A slight noise, however, in another part of the building roused him again, and he felt that it was only now by a great coolness and self-possession, as well as great courage, that he could at all hope to turn to account the fortunate incident which had enabled him, at all events, to make that first step towards liberty. "Oh, if I could but get out of this dreadful place," he thought. "If I could but once again breathe the pure fresh air of heaven and see the deep blue sky, I think I should ask for no other blessings." Never do the charms of nature present themselves to the imagination in more lovely guise than when someone with an imagination full of such beauties, and a mind to appreciate the glories of the world, is shut up from real, actual contemplation. To Tobias now the thought of green fields, sunshine and flowers, was at once rapture and agony. "I must," he said, "I will be free." A thorough determination to do anything, we are well convinced, always goes a long way towards its accomplishment. And certainly Tobias now would cheerfully have faced death in any shape, rather than he would again have been condemned to the solitary horrors of the cell, from which he had by such a chance got free. He conjectured the stupid old Dr. Popplejoy had not left the house, by the unusual quiet that reigned in it, and he began to wonder if, while that quiet subsisted, there was the remotest chance of his getting into the garden, and then scaling the wall, and so reaching the open common. While this thought was establishing itself in his mind, and he was thinking that he would pursue the passage in which he was until he saw where it led to, he heard the sound of footsteps, and he shrank back. For a few seconds they appeared as if they were approaching where he was, and he began to dread that the cell would be searched, and his absence discovered, in which case there would be no chance for him but death. Suddenly, however, the approaching footsteps paused, and then he heard a door banged shut. It was still, even now, some minutes before Tobias could bring himself to traverse the passage again, and when he did, it was with a slow and stealthy step. He had not, however, gone above 30 paces, before he heard the indistinct murmur of voices, and being guided by the sound, he paused at a door on his right hand, which he thought must be the one he had heard closed but a few minutes previously. It was from the interior of the room which that was the door of that the sound of voices came, and as it was a matter of the very first importance to Tobias to ascertain in what part of the house his enemies were, he placed his ear against the panel and listened attentively. He recognized both the voices. They were those of Watson and Fogg. It was a very doubtful and ticklish situation that poor Tobias was now in, but it was wonderful how, by dint of strong resolution, he had stilled the beating of his heart and the general nervousness of his disposition. There was but a frail door between him and his enemies, and yet he stood profoundly still and listened. Mr. Fogg was speaking. "You quite understand me, Watson, I think," he said. "As concerns that little viper, Tobias Ragg, he is too cunning and much too dangerous to live long. He almost staggered old superannuated Popplejoy." "Oh, confound him," replied Watson, "and he's quite staggered me." Why, certainly your face is rather scratched. Yes, the little devil. But it's all in the way of business, that, Mr. Fogg, and you never heard me grumble at such little matters yet, and I'll be bound never will, that's more. I give you credit for that, Watson. But between you and I think the disease of that boy is of a nature that will carry him off very suddenly. I think so too, said Watson with a chuckle. It strikes me forcibly that he will be found dead in his bed some morning, and I should not in the least wonder if that were tomorrow morning. What's your opinion, Watson? Oh, damn it, what's the use of all this roundabout nonsense between us? The boy is to die, and there's an end of it, and die he shall during the night. I owe him a personal grudge, of course now. Of course you do, he has disfigured you. Has he? Well, I can return the compliment. And I say, Mr. Fogg, my opinion is that it's very dangerous having these medical inspections you have such a fancy for. My dear fellow, it is dangerous, that I know as well as you can tell me, but it is from that danger we gather safety. If anything in the shape of a disturbance should arise about any patient, you don't know of what vast importance a report from such a man as old Dr. Popplejoy might be. Well, well, have it your own way. I shall not go near Master Tobias for the whole day, and shall see what starvation and solitude does towards taming him down a bit. As you please, but it is time you went your regular rounds. Yes, of course. Tobias heard Watson rise. The crisis was a serious one. His eye fell upon a bolt that was outside the door, and, with the quickness of thought, he shot it into its socket, and then made his way down the passage towards his cell, the door of which he shut close. His next movement was to run to the end of the passage and descend some stairs. A door opposed him, but a push opened it, and he found himself in a small, dimly lighted room, in one corner of which, upon a heap of straw, lay a woman, apparently sleeping. The noise which Tobias made in entering the cell, for such it was, roused her up, and she said, "Oh, no, no, not the lash, not the lash, I am quiet. God, how quiet I am, although the heart within is breaking. Have mercy upon me." "Have mercy upon me," said Tobias, "and hide me if you can." Hide you, God of heaven, who are you?" "A poor victim, who has escaped from one of the cells, and I." "Hush," said the woman, and she made Tobias shrink down in the corner of the cell, cleverly covering him up with the straw, and then lying down herself in such a position that he was completely screened. The precaution was not taken a moment too soon, for, by the time it was completed, Watson had burst open the door of the room which Tobias had bolted, and stood in the narrow passage. "How the devil," he said, "came that door shut, I wonder?" "Oh, save me," whispered Tobias. "Hush, hush, he will only look in," was the answer. "You are safe. I have been only waiting for someone who could assist me in order to attempt an escape. You must remain here until night, and then I will show you how it may be done. Hush, he comes." Watson did come and looked into the cell, muttering an oath as he said, "Oh, you have enough bread and water till tomorrow morning, I should say, so you need not expect to see me again till then." "Oh, we are saved, we shall escape," said the poor creature, after Watson had been gone some minutes. "Do you think so?" "Yes, yes. Oh, boy, I do not know what brought you here, but if you have suffered 1/10 part of the cruelty and oppression that I have suffered, you are indeed to be pitied." "If we are to stay here," said Tobias, "till night before making any attempt to escape, it will, perhaps, ease your mind and beguile the time if you were to tell me how you came here." "God knows, it might." Tobias was very urgent upon the poor creature to tell her story, to beguile the tedium of the time of waiting, and after some amount of persuasion, she consented to do so. "You shall now hear," she said to Tobias. "If you will listen, such a catalogue of wrongs, unredressed and still enduring, that would indeed drive any human being mad. But I have been able to preserve so much of my mental faculties as will enable me to recollect and understand the many acts of cruelty and injustice that I have endured here for many a long and weary day. My persecutions began when I was very young, so young that I could not comprehend their cause, and used to wonder why I should be treated with greater rigor or with greater cruelty than people used to treat those who were really disobedient and wayward children. I was scarcely 7 years old when a maiden aunt died. She was the old person whom I remember as having been uniformly kind to me, though I can only remember her indistinctly, yet I know she was kind to me. I know also I used to visit her, and she used to look upon me as her favorite, for I used to sit at her feet upon a stool, watching her as she sat amusing herself by embroidering, silent and motionless sometimes, and then I asked her some questions which she answered. This is the chief feature of my recollection of my aunt. She soon after died, but while she lived, I had no unkindness from anybody. It was only after that I felt the cruelty and coolness of my family. It appeared that I was a favorite with my aunt above all others, either in our family or any other. She loved me and promised that when she died, she would leave me provided for, and that I should not be dependent upon anyone. Well, I was, from the day after the funeral, an altered being. I was neglected, and no one paid any attention to me whatsoever. I was thrust about, and nobody appeared to care even if I had the necessaries of life. Such a change I could not understand. I could not believe the evidence of my own senses. I thought it must be something that I did not understand. Perhaps my poor aunt's death had caused this distress and alteration in people's demeanor to me. However, I was a child, and though I was quick enough at noting all this, yet I was too young to feel acutely the conduct of my friends. My father and mother were careless of me and let me run where I would. They cared not when I was hurt, they cared not when I was in danger. Come what would, I was left to take my chance. I recollect one day when I had fallen from the top to the bottom of some stairs and hurt myself very much, but no one comforted me. I was thrust out of the drawing room because I cried. I then went to the top of the stairs, where I sat weeping bitterly for some time. At length, an old servant came out of one of the attics and said, "Oh, Miss Mary, what has happened to you that you sit crying so bitterly on the stairhead? Come in here." I arose and went into the attic with her, when she set me on a chair, and busied herself with my bruises, and said to me, "Now, tell me, what are you crying about, and why did they turn you out of the drawing room? Tell me now." Said I, "They turned me out because I cried when I was hurt. I fell all the way downstairs, but they don't mind." "No, they do not, and yet in many families they would have taken more care of you than they do here." "And why do you think they would have done so?" I inquired. "Don't you know what good fortune has lately fallen into your lap? I thought you knew all about it." "I don't know anything, save they are very unkind to me lately." "They have been very unkind to you, child, and I am sure I don't know why, nor can I tell you why they have not told you of your fortune." "My fortune," said I, "what fortune?" "Why, don't you know that when your poor aunt died you were her favorite?" "I know my aunt loved me," I said. "She loved me and was kind to me, but since she has been dead, nobody cares for me." "Well, my child, she has left a will behind her which says that all her fortune shall be yours. When you are old enough, you shall have all her fine things, you shall have all her money and her house." "Indeed," said I, "who told you so?" "Oh, I have heard it from those who were present at the reading of the will, that you are, when you are old enough, to have all. Think what a great lady you will be then. You will have servants of your own." "I don't think I shall live till then." "Oh yes, you will, or at least I hope so." "And if I should not, what will become of all those fine things that you have told me of? Who will have them?" "Why, if you do not live till you are of age, your fortune will go to your father and mother, who take all." "Then they would sooner I should die than live." "What makes you think so?" she inquired. "Why," said I, "they don't care anything for me now, and they will have my fortune if I were dead, so they don't want me." "Ah, my child," said the old woman, "I have thought of that more than once, and now you can see it. I believe that it will be so. There has many a word been spoken truly enough by a child before now, and I am sure you are right, but do you be a good child, and be careful of yourself, and you will always find that Providence will keep you out of any trouble." "I hope so," I said. "And be sure you don't say who told you about this." "Why not?" I inquired. "Why may I not tell who told me about it?" "Because," she replied, "if it were known that I told you anything about it, as you have not been told by them, they might discharge me, and I should be turned out." "I will not do that," I replied. "They shall not learn who told me, though I should like to hear them say the same thing." "You may hear them do so one of these days," she replied. "If you are not impatient, it will come out one of these days too may know of it." "More than my father and mother?" "Yes, more several." No more was said then about the matter, but I treasured it up in my mind. I resolved that I would act differently, and not have anything to do with them, that is, I would not be more in their sight than I could help. I would not be in their sight at all, save at meal times, and, when there was any company there, I always appeared. I cannot tell why, but I think it was because I sometimes attracted the attention of others, and I hoped to be able to hear something respecting my fortune. And in the end, I succeeded in doing so, and then I was satisfied, not that it made any alteration in my conduct, but I felt I was entitled to a fortune. How such an impression became imprinted upon a girl of 8 years of age, I know not. But it took hold of me, and I had some kind of notion that I was entitled to more consideration than I was treated to. "Mother," said I one day to her. "Well, Mary, what do you want to tease me about now?" "Didn't Mrs. Carter the other day say that my aunt left me a fortune?" "What is the child dreaming about?" said my mother. "Do you know what you are talking about, child? You can't comprehend." "I don't know, mother, but you said it was so to Mrs. Carter." "Well then, what if I did, child?" "Why, you must have told the truth or a falsehood." "Well, Miss Impudence, I told the truth, what then?" "Why, then I am to have a fortune when I grow up, that's all I mean, mother, and then people will take care of me. I shall not be forgotten, but everything will be done for me, and I shall be thought of first." My mother looked at me very hard for a moment or two, and then, as if she was actuated by remorse, she made an attempt to speak, but checked herself, and then anger came to her aid, and she said, "Upon my word, miss, what thoughts have you taken into your fancy now? I suppose we shall be compelled to be so many servants to you. I am sure you ought to be ashamed of yourself, you ought, indeed." "I didn't know I had done wrong," I said. "Hold your tongue, will you, or I shall be obliged to flog you," said my mother, giving me a sound box on the ears that threw me down. "Now, hold your tongue and go upstairs, and give me no more insolence." I arose and went upstairs, sobbing as if my heart would break. I cannot recollect how many bitter hours I spent there, crying by myself how many tears I shed upon this matter, and how I compared myself to other children, and how much my situation was worse than theirs by a great deal. They, I thought, had their companions, they had their hours of play. But what companions had I? And what had I in the way of relaxation? What had I to do save to pine over the past, the present, and the future? My infantile thoughts and hours were alike occupied by the sad reflections that belonged to a more mature age than mine, and yet I was so. Days, weeks, and months passed on, there was no change, and I grew apace, but I was always regarded by my family with dislike, and always neglected. I could not account for it in any other way than they wished me dead. It may appear very dreadful indeed, but what else was I to think? The old servant's words came upon my mind, full of their meaning. If I died before I was 21, they would have all my aunt's money. They wish me to die, I thought. They wish me to die, and I shall die. I am sure I shall die. But they will kill me. They have tried it by neglecting me and making me sad. What can I do? What can I do? These thoughts were the current matter of my mind, and how often do they recur to my recollection now I am in this dull, dreadful place. I can never forget the past. I am here because I have rights elsewhere, which others can enjoy and do enjoy. However, that is an old evil. I have thus suffered long. But to return. After a year had gone by, 2, I think, must have passed over my head before I met with anything that was at all calculated to injure me. I must have been near 10 years old, when one evening I had no sooner got into bed than I found I had been put into damp, I may say wet sheets. They were so damp that I could not doubt but this was done on purpose. I am sure no negligence ever came to anything so positive and so abominable in all my life. I got out of bed and took them off, and then wrapped myself up in the blankets and slept till morning without awaking anyone. When morning came, I inquired who put the sheets there. "What do you mean, minx?" said my mother. "Only that somebody was bad and wicked enough to put positively wet sheets in the bed. It could not have been done through carelessness, it must have been done through sheer willfulness. I'm quite convinced of that." "You will get yourself well thrashed if you talk like that," said my mother. "The sheets are not damp. There are none in the house that are damp. These are wet." This reply brought her hand down heavily upon my shoulder, and I was forced upon my knees. I could not help myself, so violent was the blow. "There," added my mother, "take that, and answer me if you dare." As she said this, she struck me to the ground, and my head came in violent contact with the table, and I was rendered insensible. How long I continued so I cannot tell. What I first saw when I awoke was the dreariness of one of the attics into which I had been thrust and thrown upon a small bed without any furniture. I looked around and saw nothing that indicated comfort, and upon looking at my clothes there were traces of blood. This, I had no doubt, came from myself. I was hurt, and upon putting my hand to my head, found that I was much hurt, as my head was bound up. At that moment the door was opened, and the old servant came in. "Well, Miss Mary," she said, "and so you have come round again? I really began to be afraid you were killed. What a fall you must have had." "Fall," said I. "Who said it was a fall?" "They told me so." "I was struck down." "Struck, Miss Mary? Who could strike you? And what did you do to deserve such a severe chastisement? Who did it?" "I spoke to my mother about the wet sheets." "Ah, what a mercy you were not killed. If you had slept in them, your life would not have been worth a farthing. You would have caught cold, and you would have died of inflammation, I am sure of it. If anybody wants to commit murder without being found out, they have only to put them into damp sheets." "So I thought, and I took them out." "You did quite right, quite right." "What have you heard about them?" said I. "Oh, I only went into the room in which you sleep, and I at once found how damp they were, and how dangerous it was. And I was going to tell your mamma when I met her, and she told me to hold my tongue, but to go down and take you away, as you had fallen down in a fit, and she could not bear to see you lying there." "And she didn't do anything for me?" "Oh no, not as I know of, because you were lying on the floor bleeding. I picked you up and brought you here." "And has she not inquired after me since?" "Not once." "And don't know whether I am yet sensible or not?" "She does not yet know that." "Well," I replied, "I think they don't care much for me, I think not at all, but the time may come when they will act differently." "No, miss, they think, or affect to think, that you have injured them. But that cannot be, because you could not be cunning enough to dispose your aunt to leave you all, and so deprive them of what they think they are entitled to. I never could have believed half so much. Such, however, is the case. What can I do?" "Nothing, my dear, but lie still till you get better and don't say any more. But sleep, if you can sleep, will do you more good than anything else now for an hour or so lie down and sleep." The old woman left the room, and I endeavored to compose myself to sleep, but could not do so for some time, my mind being too actively engaged in considering what I had better do, and I determined upon a course of conduct by which I thought to escape much of my present persecution. It was some days, however, before I could put it in practice, and one day I found my father and mother together, and I said to her, "Mother, why do you not send me to school?" "You send you to school? Did you mean you, miss?" "Yes, I meant myself, because other people go to school to learn something, but I have not been sent at all." "Are you not contented?" "I am not," I answered, "because other people learn something. But at the same time, I should be more out of your way, since I am more trouble to you, as you complain of me. It would not cost more than living at home." "What is the matter with the child?" asked my father. "I cannot tell," said my mother. "The better way will be to take care of her, and confine her to some part of the house, if she does not behave better. The little minx will be very troublesome." "Do you think so?" "Yes, decidedly." "Then we must adopt some more active measures, or we shall have to do what we do not wish. I am amused at her asking to be sent to school. Was ever there heard of such wickedness? Well, I could not have believed such ingratitude could have existed in human nature." "Go out of the rooms, you hussy," said my mother. "Go out of the room, and don't let me hear a word from you more." I left the room terrified at the storm I had raised up against me. I knew not that I had done wrong, and went up crying to my attic alone, and found the old servant, who asked what was the matter. I told her all I had said, and what had been the result, and how I had been abused. "Why, you should let things take their own course, my dear." "Yes, but I can learn nothing." "Never mind, you will have plenty of money when you grow older, and that will cure many defects. People who have money never want for friends." "But I have them not, and yet I have money." Most certainly, but you have it not in your power, and you are not old enough to make use of it if you had it." "Who has it?" I inquired. "Your father and mother." No more was said at that time, and the old woman left me to myself, and I recollect I long and deeply pondered over this matter, and yet could see no way out of it, and resolved that I would take things as easily as I could. But I feared that I was not likely to have a very quiet life. Indeed, active cruelty was exercised against me. They would lock me up in a room a whole day at a time, so that I was debarred the use of my limbs. I was even kept without food, and on every occasion I was knocked about, from one to the other, without remorse. Every one took a delight in tormenting me, and in showing me how much they dared do. Of course, servants and all would not treat me with neglect and harshness if they did not see it was agreeable to my parents. This was shocking cruelty, but yet I found that this was not all. Many were the little contrivances made and invented to cause me to fall down stairs, to slip, to trip, or do anything that might have ended in some fatal accident, which would have left them at liberty to enjoy my legacy, and no blame would be attached to them for the accident, and I should most likely get blamed for what was done, and from which I had been the sufferer. Indeed, I should have been deemed to have suffered justly. On one occasion, after I had been in bed some time, I found it was very damp, and upon examination I found the bed itself had been made quite wet, with the sheets put over it to hide it. This I did not discover until it was too late, for I caught a violent cold, and it took me some weeks to get over it, and yet I escaped eventually, though after some months' illness. I recovered, and it evidently made them angry because I did live. They must have believed me to be very obstinate. They thought me obdurate in the extreme. They called me all the names they could imagine, and treated me with every indignity they could heap upon me. Well, time ran on, and in my 12th year I obtained the notice of one or two of our friends, who made some inquiries about me. I always remarked that my parents disliked anyone to speak to or take any notice of me. They did not permit me to say much. They did not like my speaking, and on one occasion, when I made some remark respecting school, she replied, "Her health is so bad that I have not yet sent her, but shall do so by and by, when she grows stronger." There was a look bent upon me that told me at once what I must expect, if I persisted in my half-formed resolve of contradicting all that had been said. When the visitor went, I was well aware of what kind of a life I should have had if I did not absolutely receive some serious injury. I was terrified, and held my tongue. Soon after that, I was seized with violent pains and vomiting. I was very ill, and the servant being at home only, a doctor was sent for, who at once said I had been poisoned and ordered me to be taken care of. I know how it was done. I had some cake given me. It was left out for me, and that was the only thing I had eaten, and it astonished me, for I had not had such a thing given me for years, and that is why I believe the poison was put in the cake, and I think others thought so too. However, I got over that after a time, though I was a long while before I did so. But at the same time I was very weak, and the surgeon said that had I been a little longer without assistance, or had I not thrown it up, I must have sunk beneath the effects of a violent poison. He advised my parents to take some measures to ascertain who it was that had administered the poison to me. But though they promised compliance, they never troubled themselves about it. But I was for a long time very cautious of what I took, and was in great fear of the food that was given to me. However, nothing more of that character took place, and at length I quite recovered, and began to think in my own mind that I ought to take some active steps in the matter, and that I ought to seek an asylum elsewhere. I was now nearly 15 years of age, and could well see how inveterate was the dislike with which I was regarded by my family. I thought that they ought to use me better, for I could remember no cause for it. I had given no deadly offense, nor was there any motive why I should be treated thus with neglect and disdain. It was, then, a matter of serious consideration with me, as to whether I should not go and throw myself upon the protection of some friend, and beg their interference in my behalf. But then there was no one whom I felt that would do so much for me, no one from whom I expected so great an act of friendship. It was hardly to be expected from anyone that they should interfere between me and my parents. They would have had their first say, and I should have contradicted all they said, and should have appeared in a very bad light indeed. I could not say they had neglected my education. I could not say that, because there I had been careful myself, and I had assiduously striven when alone to remedy this defect, and had actually succeeded, so that, if I were examined, I should have denied my own assertions by contrary facts, which would injure me. Then again, if I were neglected, I could not prove any injury, because I had all the means of existence, and all I could say would either be attributed to some evil source, or it was entirely false, but at the same time, I felt that I had great cause of complaint, and none of gratitude. I could hold no communion with anyone, all alike deserted me, and I knew none who could say aught for me if I requested their goodwill. I had serious thoughts of possessing myself of some money, and then leaving home and staying away until I had arrived at age. But this I deferred doing, seeing that there were no means, and I could not do more than I then did, that is, to live on without any mischief happening, and wait for a few years more. I contracted an acquaintance with a young man who came to visit my father. He came several times, and paid me more civility and attention than anyone else ever did, and I felt that he was the only friend I possessed. It is no wonder I looked upon him as being my best and my only friend. I thought him the best and the handsomest man I ever beheld. This put other thoughts into my head. I did not dress as others did, much less had I the opportunity of becoming possessed of many of those little trinkets that most young women of my age had. But this made no alteration in the good opinion of the young gentleman, who took no notice of that, but made me several pretty presents. These were treasures to me, and I must say I gloated over them, and often, when alone, I have spent hours in admiring them. Trifling as they were, they made me happier. I knew now one person who cared for me, and a delightful feeling it was too. I shall never know it again. It is quite impossible. Here, among the dark walls and unwholesome cells, we have no cheering ray of life, or hope. All is dreary and cold. A long and horrible punishment takes place, to which there is no end save with life, and in which there is no one mitigating circumstance. All is bad and dark. God help me. However, my dream of happiness was soon disturbed. By some means my parents had got an idea of this, and the young man was dismissed the house, and forbidden to come to it again. This he determined to do, and more than once we met, and then in secret I told him all my woes. When he had heard all I said, he expressed the deepest commiseration, and declared I had been most unjustly and harshly treated, and thought that there was not a harder or harsher treatment than that which I had received. He then advised me to leave home. "Leave home," I said. "Where shall I fly? I have no friend. Come to me, I will protect you. I will stand between you and all the world. They shall not stir hand or foot to your injury." But I cannot, dare not to do that. If they found me out, they would force me back with all the ignominy and shame that could be felt from having done a bad act. Not any pity would they show me. "Nor need you. You would be my wife. I mean to make you my wife." "You?" "Yes, I dreamed not of anything else. You shall be my wife. We will hide ourselves, and remain unknown to all until the time shall have arrived when you are of age, when you can claim all your property, and run no risk of being poisoned or killed by any other means." "This is a matter," said I, "that ought to be considered well before adopting anything so violent and so sudden." "It does, and it is not one that I think will injure by being reflected upon by those who are the principal actors. For my own part, my mind is made up, and I am ready to perform my share of the engagement." I resolved to consider the matter well in my own mind, and felt every inclination to do what he proposed, because it took me away from home, and because it would give me one of my own. My parents had become utterly estranged from me. They did not act as parents, they did not act as friends, they had steeled my heart against them. They never could have borne any love to me, I am sure of it, who could have committed such great crimes against me. As the hour drew near, that in which I was likely to become an object of still greater hatred and dislike to them, I thought I was often the subject of their private thoughts, and often when I entered the room my mother and father, and the rest, would suddenly leave off speaking, and look at me, as if to ascertain if I had overheard them say anything. On one occasion I remember very well I heard them conversing in a low tone. The door happened to have opened of itself, the hasp not having been allowed to enter the mortice. I heard my name mentioned. I paused and listened. "We must soon get rid of her," said my mother. "Undoubtedly," he replied. "If we do not, we shall have her about our ears. She'll get married or some infernal thing, and then we shall have to refund." We could prevent that. Not if her husband were to insist upon it, we could not. But the only plan I can now form is what I told you of already. Putting her into a madhouse. Yes, there you see, she will be secured and cannot get away. Besides, those who go there die in a natural way before many years. But she can speak. So she may, but who attends to the ravings of a mad woman? No, no, depend upon it, that is the best plan. Send her to a lunatic asylum, private madhouse. I can obtain all that is requisite in a day or two. Then we will consider that settled. Certainly. In a few days, then. Before next Sunday, because we can enjoy ourselves on that day without any restraint, or without any uncomfortable feelings of uncertainty about us. I waited to hear no more. I had heard enough to tell me what I had to expect. I went back to my own room, and having put on my bonnet and shawl, I went out to see the individual to whom I have alluded, and saw him. I then informed him of all that had taken place, and heard him exclaim against them in terms of rising indignation. "Come to me," he said, "come to me at once." "Not at once. Don't stop a day." "Hush," said I, "there's no danger. I will come the day after tomorrow, and then I will bid adieu to all these unhappy moments, to all these persecutions, and in 3 years' time I shall be able to demand my fortune, which will be yours." We were to meet the next day but one, early in the morning. There was not, in fact, to be more than 30 hours elapse before I was to leave home, if home I could call it. However, there was no time to be lost. I made up a small bundle and had all in readiness before I went to bed, and placed in security, intending to rise early and let myself out and leave the house. That, however, was never to happen. While I slept, at a late hour of the night, I was awakened by 2 men standing by my bedside, who desired me to get up and follow them. I refused, and they pulled me rudely out of bed. I called out for aid, and exclaimed against the barbarity of their proceedings. "It is useless to listen to her," said my father. "You know what a mad woman will say." "Aye, we do," replied the men. "They are the cunningest devils we ever heard. We have seen enough of them to know that." To make the matter plain, I was seized, gagged, and thrust into a coach and brought here, where I have remained ever since. Chapter 29. Tobias's Rapid Journey to London. There was something extremely touching in the tone, and apparently in the manner in which the poor persecuted one detailed the story of her wrongs, and she had a tribute of a willing tear from Tobias. "After the generous confidence you have had in me," he said, "I ought to tell you something of myself." "Do so," she replied. "We are companions in misfortune." "We are indeed." Tobias then related to her at large all about Sweeney Todd's villainies, and how at length he, Tobias, had been placed where he was for the purpose of silencing his testimony of the evil and desperate practices of the barber. After that, he related to her what he had overheard about the intention to murder him that very night, and he concluded by saying, "If you have any plan of escape from this horrible place, let me implore you to tell it to me, and let us put it into practice tonight, and if we fail, death is at any time preferable to continued existence here." "It is listen to me." "I will indeed," said Tobias. "You will say you never had such attention as I will now pay to you. You must know, then, that this cell is paved with flagstones, as you see, and that the wall here at the back forms likewise part of the wall of an old wood house in the garden, which is never visited." "Yes, I understand." "Well, as I have been here so long, I managed to get up one of the flagstones that forms the flooring here, and to work under the wall with my hands a slow labor, and one of pain, until I made a regular kind of excavation, one end of which is here, and the other in the wood house." "Glorious," said Tobias. I see, go on." "I should have made my escape if I could, but the height of the garden wall has always been the obstacle. I thought of tearing this miserable quilt into strips and making a sort of rope of it, but then how was I to get it on the wall? You, perhaps, will, with your activity and youth, be able to accomplish that." "Oh, yes, you're right enough there. It is not a wall shall stop me." They waited until, from a church clock in the vicinity, they heard 10 strike, and they began operations. Tobias assisted his new friend to raise the stone in the cell, and there, immediately beneath, appeared the excavation leading to the wood house, just sufficiently wide for one person to creep through. It did not take long to do that, and Tobias took with him a piece of work, upon which he had been occupied for the last 2 hours, namely the quilt torn up into long pieces, twisted and tied together, so that it formed a very tolerable rope, which Tobias thought would sustain the weight of his companion. The wood house was a miserable-looking hole enough, and Tobias at once thought that the door of it was fastened, but by a little pressure it came open. It had only stuck through the dampness of the woodwork at that low point of the garden. And now they were certainly both of them at liberty, with the exception of surmounting the wall, which rose frowningly before him in all its terrors. There was a fine, cool, fresh air in the garden, which was indeed most grateful to the senses of Tobias, and he seemed doubly nerved for anything that might be required of him after inhaling that delicious, cool, fresh breeze. There grew close to the wall one of those beautiful mountain ash trees, which bend over into such graceful foliage, and which are so useful in the formation of pretty summer houses. Tobias saw that if he ascended to the top of this tree, there would not be much trouble in getting from there to the wall. "We shall do it," he said. "We shall succeed." "Thank God, I hear you say so," replied his companion. Tobias tied one end of the long rope they had made of the quilt to his waist, so that he might carry it up with him, and yet leave him free use of his hands and feet, and then he commenced ascending the tree. In 3 minutes he was on the wall. The moon shone sweetly. There was not a tree or house in the vicinity that was not made beautiful now, in some portions of it, by the sweet, soft light that poured down upon them. Tobias could not resist pausing a moment to look around him on the glorious scene. But the voice of her, for whom he was bound to do all that was possible, aroused him. "Oh, Tobias," she said, "quick, quick, lower the rope, oh, quick." In a moment, he cried. The top of the wall was here and there armed with iron spikes, and some of these formed an excellent grappling place for the torn quilt. In the course of another minute Tobias had his end of it secure. "Now," he said, "can you climb up by it, do you think? Don't hurry about it. Remember, there is no alarm, and for all we know, we have hours to ourselves yet." "Yes, yes, oh, yes, thank God," he heard her say. Tobias was not where he could, by any exertion of strength, render her now the least assistance, and he watched the tightening of the frail support by which she was gradually climbing to the top of the wall with the most intense and painful interest that can be imagined. I come," she said. "I am saved. Come slowly for God's sake, do not hurry." "No, no." At this moment Tobias heard the frail rope giving way, there was a tearing sound it broke, and she fell. Lights, too, at that unlucky moment, flashed from the house, and it was now evident an alarm had been given. What could he do? If two could not be saved, he might himself be saved. He turned and flung his feet over the wall. He hung by his hands as low as he could, and then he dropped the remainder of the distance. He was hurt, but in a moment he sprang to his feet, for he felt that safety could only lie in instant and rapid flight. The terror of pursuit was so strong upon him that he forgot his bruises. "Thank Heaven," exclaimed Tobias, "I am at last free from that horrible place. Oh, if I can but reach London now, I shall be safe, and as for Sweeney Todd, let him beware, for a day of retribution for him cannot be far off." So saying, Tobias turned his steps towards the city, and at a hard trot, soon left Peckham Rye far behind him as he pursued his route. Chapter 30, Mrs. Lovett's cook makes a desperate attempt. There are folks who can and who will bow like reeds to the decrees of evil fortune, and with a patient, ass-like placidity, go on bearing the ruffles of a thankless world without complaining. But Mrs. Lovett's new cook was not one of those. The more destiny seemed to say to him, "Be quiet," the more he writhed and wriggled and fumed and could not be quiet. The more fate whispered in his ears, "You can do nothing," the more intent he was upon doing something, let it be what it might. And he had a little something in the shape of a respite too now, for had he not baked a batch of pies, and sent them up to the devouring fangs of the lawyer's clerks in all their gelatinous, beauty and gushing sweetness, to be devoured? To be sure he had, and therefore having, for a space, obeyed the behests of his task-mistress, he could sit with his head resting upon his hands and think. Thought, what a luxury! Where is the Indian satrap, where the arch inquisitor, where the grasping, dishonest, scheming employer who can stop a man from thinking, and, as Shakespeare says of sleep, "From that sleep what dreams may come." So might he have said of thought. From that thought what acts may come. Now we are afraid that, in the first place, the cook, in spite of himself, uttered some expression concerning Mrs. Lovett of neither an evangelical or a polite character, and with these we need not trouble the reader. They acted as a sort of safety valve to his feelings, and after consigning that fascinating female to a certain warm place, where we may fancy everybody's pie might be cooked on the very shortest notice, he got a little more calm. What shall I do? What shall I do? Such was the rather vague question he asked of himself. Alas, how often are those four simple words linked together, finding but a vain echo in the overcharged heart? What shall I do? What small power had he to do anything, except the quietest thing of all, that one thing which heaven in its mercy has left for every wretch to do if it so pleases him to die? But somehow or another, a man upon the uphill side of life is apt to think he may do something rather than that, and our cook, although he was about as desperate a cook as the world ever saw, did not like yet to say die. Now, in that curious combination of passions, impulses, and prejudices in the mind of this man, it would be a hard case if some scheme of action did not present itself, even in circumstances of the greatest possible seeming depression. And so, after a time, the cook did think of something to do. Many of these pies, he said to himself, are not eaten in the shop, ergo they are eaten out of the shop, and possibly at the respective houses of the purchasers. What more feasible mode of disclosing my position and the secrets of my prison house can there be than the enclosing a note in one of Mrs. Lovett's pies? After reviewing all the pros and cons of this scheme, there only appeared a few little difficulties in the way, but although they were rather serious, they were not insurmountable. In the first place, it was possible enough that the unfortunate pie in which the note might be enclosed might be eaten in the shop, in which event the note might go down the throat of some hungry lawyer's clerk, and it might be handed to Mrs. Lovett with a "God bless me, ma'am, what's this in the pie?" And then Mrs. Lovett might, by a not very remote possibility, say to herself, "This cook is a scheming, long-headed sort of a cook, and notwithstanding he does his duty by the pies, he shall be sent upon an errand to another and a better world." And in that case, the delectable scheme of the note could only end in the total destruction of the unfortunate who conceived it. Objection the second was that, although nothing is so easy as to say, "Oh, write a note all about it," nothing is so difficult as to write a note about anything without paper, ink, and a pen. The cook rubbed his forehead and cried, "D-n it." This seemed to have the desired effect, for he at once recollected that he was supplied with a thin piece of paper for the purpose of laying over the pies if the oven should by chance be overheated, and so subject them to an over-browning process. Surely, he thought, I shall be able to make a substitute for a pen, and as for ink, a little coal and water, I have it, black from my lights, of course. Ha ha, how difficulties vanish when a man has thoroughly made up his mind to overcome them. Ha ha, I write a note, I post it in a pie, some lawyer sends his clerk for a pie, and he gets that pie. He opens it and sees the note, he reads it, he flies to a police office, and gets a private interview with a magistrate. A couple of Bow Street runners walk down to Bell Yard, and sees Mrs. Lovett hear a row in the shop, and cry, "Here I am here, make haste here, I am here, I am." Ha 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 ha. Are you mad? The cook started to his feet. Who spoke, who spoke? I, said Mrs. Lovett, looking through the ingenious little wicket at the top of the door. What do you mean by that, laughing? If you have gone mad, as one cook once did, death will be a relief to you. Only convince me of that fact, and in 2 hours you sleep the long sleep. I beg your pardon, ma'am, I am not at all mad. Then why did you laugh in such a way that it reached even my ears above? Why, ma'am, are you not a widow? Well then, you could not have possibly looked at me as you ought to have done, or you would have seen that I am anything but a bad-looking fellow, and as I am decidedly single, what do you say to taking me for better or for worse? The pie business is a thriving one, and of course, if I had an interest in it, I should say nothing of affairs down below here. Fool! Thank you, madam, for the compliment, but I assure you, the idea of such an arrangement made me laugh, and at all events, provided I do my duty, you don't mind my laughing a little at it. Mrs. Lovett disdained any further conversation with the cook, and closed the little wicket. When she was gone, he took himself seriously to task for being so foolish as to utter his thoughts aloud, but yet he did not think he had gone so far as to speak loud enough about the plan of putting the letter in a pie for her to hear that. Oh no, I am safe enough. It was the laughing that made her come. I am safe as yet. Having satisfied himself fully upon this point, he at once set to work to manufacture his note. The paper, as he had said, was ready at hand. To be sure, it was of a thin and flimsy texture, and decidedly brown, but a man in his situation could be hardly supposed to stand upon punctilios. After some trouble, he succeeded in making an apology for a pen by the aid of a piece of stick, and he manufactured some very tolerable ink, at least, as good as the soot and water commonly sold in London for the best, Japan. And then he set about writing his note. As we have an opportunity of looking over his shoulder, we give the note verbatim. Sir or Madam, I am a prisoner beneath the shop of Mrs. Lovett, the pie female, in Bell Yard. I am threatened with death if I attempt to escape from my now enforced employment. Moreover, I am convinced that there is some dreadful secret connected with the pies, which I can hardly trust my imagination to dwell upon, much less here set it down. Pray instantly, upon receipt of this, go to the nearest police office and procure me immediate aid, or I shall soon be numbered with the dead. In the sacred names of justice and humanity, I charge you to do this. The cook did not, for fear of accidents, put his name to this epistle. It was sufficient, he thought, that he designated his condition and pointed out where he was. This note he folded into a close flat shape, and pressed it with his hands, so that it would take up a very small portion of room in a pie. And yet, from its size and nature, if the pie fell into the hands of some gourmand who commenced eating it violently, he could not fail to feel that there was a something in his mouth more indigestible than the delicate mutton or veal, and the flaky crust of which Mrs. Lovett's delicacies were composed. Having proceeded thus far, he concluded that the only real risk he ran was that the pie might be eaten in the shop, and the enclosure, without examination, handed over to Mrs. Lovett merely as a piece of paper which had insinuated itself where it had no right to be. But as no design whatever can be carried out without some risk or another, he was not disposed to give up his, because some contingency of that character was attached to it. The prospect of deliverance from the horrible condition to which he was reduced now spread over his mind a pleasing calm, and he set about the manufacture of a batch of pies, so as to have it ready for the oven when the bell should ring into one of them. He carefully introduced his note. Oh, what an eye he kept upon that individual pie! How often he carefully lifted the upper crust, to have a peep at the little missive which was about to go upon an errand of life or death. How he tried to picture to his mind's eye the sort of person into whose hands it might fall. And then how he thought he would listen for any sounds during the next few hours, which should be indicative of the arrest of Mrs. Lovett, and the presence of the police in the place. He thought then that if his laugh had been sufficiently loud when merely uttered to himself, to reach the ears of Mrs. Lovett, surely his shout to the police would be heard above all other sounds, and at once bring them to his aid. Tingle, 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 went a bell. It was the signal for him to get a batch of pies ready for the oven. Good, he said, it is done. He waited until the signal was given to him to put them in to be cooked. And then, after casting one more look at the pie that contained his note, in went the batch to the hot air of the oven, which came out upon his face like the breath of some giant in a highly febrile state. "'Tis done," he said, "'tis done, and I am saved." He sat down and covered his face with his hands, while delicious dreamy thoughts of freedom came across his brain. Green fields, trees, meadows, and uplands, and the sweet blue sky, all appeared before him in bright and beautiful array. "Yes," he said, "yes, I shall see them all once again I shall look, perchance, upon the bounding deep blue sea. Once again I shall feel the sun of a happier clime than this fanning my cheek. Oh, liberty, liberty, what a precious boon art thou!" Tingle, 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 he started from his dream of joy. The pies are wanted. Mrs. Lovett knew well enough how long they took in doing, and that by this time they should be ready to be placed upon the ascending trap. Down it came. Open went the oven door, and in another minute the note was in the shop. The cook placed his hand upon his heart to still its tumultuous beating as he listened intently. He could hear the sound of feet above only dimly, though, through that double roof. Once he thought he heard high words, but all died away again, and nothing came of it. All was profoundly still. The batch of pies surely were sold now, and in a paper bag he told himself his pie, par excellence, had gone perhaps to the chambers of some attorney, who would be rejoiced to have a finger in it, or to some briefless barrister, who would be rejoiced to get his name in the papers, even if it were only connected with a story of a pie. Yes, the dream of freedom still clung to the imagination of the cook, and he waited, with every nerve thrilling with expectation, the result of his plan. 1, 2, 3 hours had passed away, and nothing came of the pie or the letter. All was as quiet and as calm as though the malignant fates had determined that there he was to spend his days forever. And gradually, as in a frigid situation the narrow column of mercury in a thermometer will sank his spirits down, down, down. "No, no," he said. "No hope. Timidity or incredulity has consigned my letter to the flames, perhaps, or some wide-mouthed, stupid idiot has actually swallowed it. Oh, that it had choked him by the way. Oh, that it had actually stuck in his throat. It is over. I have lost hope again. This horrible place will be my charnel house, my family vault. Curses. No, no. What is the use of swearing? My despair is past that, far past that." "Cook," said a voice. He sprang up and looked to the wicket. There was Mrs. Lovett gazing in at him. "Cook." "Well, well, fiend in female shape, what would you with me? Did you not expect to find me dead?" "Certainly not. Here is a letter for you." "A letter?" "Yes, perhaps it is an answer to the one you sent in the pie, you know." The unfortunate grasped his head and gave a yell of despair. The letter, for indeed Mrs. Lovett had one, was dropped upon the ground floor from the opening through which she conversed with her prisoner, and then, without another word, she withdrew from the little orifice and left him to his meditation. "Lost, lost, lost," he cried. "All is lost. God, is this enchantment? Or am I mad, and the inmate of some cell in an abode of lunacy, and all this about pies and letters merely the delusion of my overwrought fancy? Is there really a pia Mrs. Lovetta Belliarda Letterea, damn it? Is there such a wretch as I myself, in this vast bustling world, or is all a wild and fathomless delusion?" He cast himself upon the ground, as though from that moment he gave up all hope and desire to save himself. It seemed as though he could have said, "Let death come in any shape he may, he will find me an unresisting victim. I have fought with fate, and am, like thousands who have preceded me in such a contest, beaten." A kind of stupor came over him, and there he lay for more than 2 hours. But youth will overcome much, and the mind, like some depressed spring, will, in the spring of life, soon recover its rebound. So it was with the unhappy cook. After a time he rose and looked about him. "No," he said, "it is no dream, it is no dream." He then saw the letter lying upon the ground, which Mrs. Lovett had with such irony cast unto him. "Surely," he said, "she might have been content to tell me she had discovered my plans, without adding this practical sneer to it." He lifted the letter from the floor, and found it was addressed to Mrs. Lovett's cook, Belliard, Temple Bar, and what made it all the more provoking was that it seemed to have come regularly through the post, for there were the official seal and blue stamp upon it. Curiosity tempted him to open it, and he read as follows: "Sir, having, in a most delicious pie, received the extraordinary communication which you inserted in it, I take the earliest opportunity of replying to you. The character of a highly respectable and pious woman is not, sir, to be whispered away in a pie by a cook." When the whole bench of bishops were proved, in black and white, to be the greatest thieves and speculators in the known world, it was their character that saved them. For, as people justly enough reasoned, bishops should be pious and just, therefore, a bishop cannot be a thief and a liar. Now, sir, apply this little mandate to Mrs. Lovett, and assure yourself. But no one will believe anything you can allege against a female with so fascinating a smile, and who attends to her religious duties so regularly. Reflect, young man, on the evil that you have tried to do, and for the future learn to be satisfied with the excellent situation you have. The pie was very good. I am, you bad young man, a parishioner of St. Dunstan's, Sweeney Todd. Now was there ever such a piece of cool rascality as this? Cried the cook. Sweeney Todd, Todd, Todd. Who the devil is he? This is some scheme of Mrs. Lovett's to drive me mad. He dashed the letter upon the floor. Not another pie will I make. No, no, number welcome, death welcome, that dissolution which may be my lot, rather than the continued endurance of this terrible imprisonment. Am I, at my time of life, to be made the slave of such a demon in human shape as this woman? Am I to grow old and gray here, a mere pie machine? No, no, death 1,000 times rather. Tears, yes, bitter scalding tears came to his relief, and he wept abundantly, but those tears were blessed. For as they flowed, the worst bitterness of his heart flowed with them, and he suddenly looked up, saying, "I am only 24. There was magic in the sound of those words. They seemed in themselves to contain a volume of philosophy, only 24. Should he, at that green and unripe age, get rid of hope? Should he, at 24, only lie down and say, "Let me die"? Just because things had gone a little adverse, and he was the enforced cook of Mrs. Lovett. "No, no," he said. "No, I will endure much, and I will hope much. Hitherto, it is true, I have been unsuccessful in what I have attempted for my release, but the diabolical cunning, even of this woman, may fail her at some moment, and I may have my time of revenge. No, no, I need not ask for revenge. Justice will do common justice. I will keep myself alive. Hope shall be my guiding star. They shall not subdue the proud spirit they have succeeded in caging, quite so easily. I will not give up. I live and have youthful blood in my veins. I will not despair. Despair? No hence, fiend. I am as yet only 24. Ha ha, only 24. Chapter 31 shows how Tobias got to London. We will now take a peep at Tobias. On, like the wind, went the poor belated boy from the vicinity of that frightful prison house at Peckham. Terror was behind him, terror with disheveled locks was upon his right hand, and terror shrieking in his ear was upon his left. On, he flew like a whirlwind. Alas, poor Tobias, will your young intellects yet stand these trials? We shall see. Through the deep mud of the Surrey roads past pedestrians, past horsemen, and past coaches flew poor Tobias on. He had but one thought, and that was to place miles and miles of space between him and Mr. Fogg's establishment. The perspiration poured down his face, his knees shook under him, his heart beat as though in some wild pulsation it would burst, but he passed on until he saw afar off the old Bridge of London. The route to Blackfriars he had by some chance avoided. Many, who for the last 2 miles of Tobias's progress had seen him, had tried to stop him. They had called after him, but he had heeded them not. Some fast runners had pursued him for a short distance, and then given up the chase in despair. He reached the bridge. "Stop that boy," cried a man, "he looks mad." "No, no," shrieked Tobias, "I am not mad, I am not mad." A man held out his arms to stop him, but Tobias dashed past him like a flash of lightning, and was off again. "Stop him," cried 20 voices. "Stop thief," shouted some who could not conceive that anybody was to be stopped on any other account. "No, no," gasped Tobias, as he flew onwards, "not mad, not mad." His feet failed him. He reeled a few more paces like a drunken man, and then fell heavily upon some stone steps where he lay bathed in perspiration. Blood, too, gushed from his mouth. A gentleman's horse was standing at the door, and the man came out to mount him at that moment, and he saw the rapidly collecting crowd. With the reins of his steed in his hand, he pushed his way through the mob, saying, "What is it, what is it?" "A mad boy, sir," said some. "Only look at him, did you ever see the like? He looks as if he had run 100 miles. "Good God," cried the gentleman, "it is he, it is he." "Who, sir, who, sir?" "A poor lad that I know, I will take charge of him. My name is Geoffrey, I am Colonel Geoffrey. A couple of guineas to any strong man who will carry him to the nearest surgeon's. Alas, poor boy, what a state is this to meet him in." It was quite astonishing the numbers of strong men that there were all of a sudden in the crowd, who were each anxious and willing to earn the colonel's 2 guineas. There was danger of a fight arising upon the subject, when one man, after knocking down 2 others and threatening the remainder, stepped up, and lifting Tobias as though he had been an infant, exclaimed, ale does it, come on, my little un." All gave way before the gigantic proportions of no other than our old friend Big Ben the beef-eater, who, as chance would have it, was upon the spot, and who, without a thought of the colonel's 2 guineas, only heard that a poor sick boy had to be carried to the nearest medical man. Tobias could not be in better hands than Ben's, for the latter carried him much more carefully than ever nursemaid carried a child out of sight of its mother. "Follow me," said Colonel Geoffrey, as he saw in the distance a party-colored lamp which hung over a door appertaining to a chemist. "Follow, and I will reward you." "Doesn't want it," said Ben. "It's ale as does it." "What?" "Ale does it, here you is, come on." Colonel Geoffrey was rather surprised at the droll customer he had picked up in the street, but provided he carried Tobias in safety, which by the by he, the colonel, would not have scrupled to do himself, had he not been encumbered by his horse, it was all one to him, and that he saw Ben was effectually doing. Tobias had shown some slight symptoms of vitality before being lifted from the step of the door close to which he had fallen, but by the time they all reached the chemist's shop, he was in a complete state of insensibility. Of course, the usual crowd that collects on such occasions followed them, and during the walk the colonel had time to think, and the result of those thoughts was that it would be a most desirable thing to keep the knowledge to himself that Tobias was Tobias. He had, in order to awe the mob from any interference with him, announced who he was, but had not announced Tobias. At least if he had uttered his name, he felt certain that it was in an interjectional sort of way, and not calculated to awaken any suspicion. I will keep it to myself, he thought. That Tobias is in my possession, otherwise if such a fact should travel round to Sweeney Todd, there's no saying to what extent it might put that scoundrel upon his guard. By the time the colonel had arrived at this conclusion, the whole party had reached the chemist's, and Big Ben walked in with Tobias and placed him at once upon the top of a plate-glass counter, which had upon it a large collection of trumpery, scent bottles and wonderful specifics for everything, through which Tobias went with a crash. "There he is," said Ben. "Ale does it." "Fire murder my glass case," cried the chemist. "Oh, you monster." "Ale does it, what do you mean, eh?" Big Ben backed a pace or two and went head and shoulders through a glass case of similar varieties that was against the wall. "Gracious bless the beastices," said Ben. "Is your house made of glass? What do you mean by it, eh? A fellow can't turn round here without going through something. You ought to be persecuted according to law, that you ought." Now this learned chemist had in the glass case against which Big Ben had tumbled a skeleton, which, from the stunning and terrible look it had in his shop, brought him many customers, and it was against this remnant of humanity that Big Ben's head met, after going through the glass as a preparatory step. By some means or another, Ben caught his head under the skeleton's ribs, and the consequence was that out he hooked him from the glass case, and the first intimation Ben had of anything unusual consisted of seeing a pair of bony legs dangling down on each side of him. So unexpected a phenomenon gave Ben what he called a blessed turn, and out he bounced from the shop, carrying the skeleton for all the world like what is called pick-a-back, for the wires that supplied the place of cartilages held it erect, and so awful a sight surely was never seen in the streets of London as Big Ben with a skeleton upon his back. People fled before some turned in at shop doors, and an old lady with a large umbrella and a pair of gigantic pattens went clean through a silversmith's window. But we must leave Ben and the skeleton to get on as well as they can en route to the tower, while we turn our attention to Tobias. "Are you a surgeon?" cried Colonel Jeffrey. "A surgeon? No, I'm only a druggist. But is that any reason why a second Goliath should come into my shop and destroy everything?" Colonel Jeffrey did not wait for anything more, but snatching Tobias from the remnants of the plate glass, he ran to the door with him, and handing him to the first person he saw there, he cried, "When I am mounted, give me the boy." "Yes, sir." He sprang upon his horse. Tobias was handed to him like a bale of goods, and laying him comfortably as he could upon the saddle before him, off set the colonel at a good round trot through Finsbury to his own house. Colonel Jeffrey had no sort of intention that the chemist should be a sufferer, but in his hurry to be off with Tobias and speedily get medical advice for him, he forgot to say so. And accordingly, there stood the man of physic, then fairly bewildered by the events of the last few moments, during which his stock in trade had been materially damaged and a valuable amount of glass broken, to say nothing of the singular and most unexpected abduction of his friend the skeleton. "Here's a pretty day's work," he said. "Here's a pretty day's work. More mischief done than enough, and the worst of it is my wife will hear of it, and then there will be a deal of peace in the house. Oh, dear was there ever such an unfort I knew it." A good rap upon his head from a pair of bellows wielded by a little meager-faced woman, that he was big enough to have swallowed, confined his words. While all this was going on, Colonel Jeffrey had ridden fast, and passing through Finsbury and up the city road, had reached his house in the fashionable but now quite the reverse, as the man says in the play district of Pentonville. "This is a prize," thought the colonel, "worth the taking. It will go hard with me, but I will extract from this boy all that he knows of Sweeney Todd, and we shall see how far that knowledge will go towards the confirmation of my suspicions regarding him." He carried Tobias himself to a comfortable bedroom, and immediately sent for a medical practitioner of good repute in the neighborhood, who happening fortunately to be at home, obeyed the summons immediately. He sent likewise for his friend the captain, whom he knew would be overjoyed to hear of what he would call the capture of Tobias Ragg. The medical man made his appearance first, as being much closer at hand, and the colonel led him to the apartment of the invalid boy, saying to him as he went, "I know nothing of what is the matter with this lad. I have been very anxious to see him on account of certain information that he possesses, and only found him this morning upon a doorstep in the street, in the state you see him. Is he very ill?" "I am afraid he is." The medical man followed the colonel to the room in which poor Tobias lay, and after gazing upon him for a few moments, and opening with his fingers the closed eyelids of Tobias, he shook his head. "I wish I knew," he said, "what has produced this state. Can you not inform me, sir?" "Indeed I cannot, but I suspect that the boy's imagination has been cruelly acted upon by a man, whom you will excuse me from naming just at present, but whom I sincerely hope to bring to justice shortly. The boy's brain, no doubt, is in a bad condition. I do not take upon myself to say that, as an organ, it is diseased, but fractionally it is damaged. However, we must do the best we can to recover him from this condition of collapse in which he is. Can you form any opinion as to his probable recovery?" "Indeed I cannot, but he is young, and youth is a great thing. The best that can be done shall be done." "I thank you. Spare nothing for the lad, and pay him every attention, as though he were a son or a brother of my own. I long to hear him speak, and to convince him that he is really among friends who are not only willing to protect him, but have likewise the power to do so." The medical man bowed, as he said, "May I ask his name, sir?" He had his tablets in his hand ready to book the name of Tobias, but the colonel was so very much afraid that Sweeney Todd might, by some means, learn that Tobias was in his house, and so take an alarm that he would not trust even the medical man, who, no doubt, had no other motive in asking the name than merely to place it in his list of calls. "Smith," said the colonel. The medical man gave a short, dry sort of cough as he wrote Master Smith upon his tablets, and then promising to return in half an hour, he took his leave. At the expiration of half an hour, Tobias was put under a course of treatment. His head was shaved, and a blister clapped upon the back of his neck. The room was darkened, and strict quiet was enjoined. "As soon as he betrays any signs of consciousness, pray send for me, sir," said the surgeon. "Certainly." In the course of the day the captain made his appearance, and Colonel Jeffrey detailed to him all that had taken place, only lamenting that, after so happily getting possession of Tobias, he should be in so sorry a condition. The captain expressed a wish to see him, and they both went to the chamber, where a woman had been hired to sit with Tobias in order to give the first intimation of his stirring. Of course, as it was her duty, and what she was specially hired for, to keep wide awake, she was fast asleep, and snoring loud enough to awaken anyone much worse than poor Tobias. But that was to be expected. "Oh," said the captain, "this is a professional nurse." "A professional devil," said the colonel. "How did you know that?" "By her dropping off so comfortably to sleep, and her utter neglect of her charge. I never knew one that did not do so, and, in good truth, I am inclined to think it is the very best thing they can do, for if they are not asleep they are obnoxiously awake." The colonel took a pin from his cravat and rather roughly inserted its point into the fat arm of the nurse. She started up, exclaiming, "Drat the fleas, can a mortal sleep in peace for them?" "Madam," said the colonel, "how much is owing to you for sleeping here a few hours?" "Lord bless me, sir, is this you? The poor soul has never so much as stirred. How my heart bleeds continually for him, to be sure. Ah, dear me, we are all born like sparks, and keep continually flying upward, as the psalm says. How much do I owe you? Here today and gone tomorrow. Bless his innocent face." The colonel rung the bell, and a strapping footman made his appearance. "You will see this woman to the door, John," he said, "and pay her for being here about 3 hours. "Why, you mangy skinflint," cried the woman, "what do you—" She was cut short in her vituperative eloquence by John, who handed her downstairs with such dispatch that a pint bottle of gin rolled out of her pocket and was smashed, filling the house with an odor that was quite unmistakable. "What do you propose to do?" said the captain. "Why, as we have dined, if you have no objection we will sit here and keep this poor benighted one company for a while. He is better with no one than such as she whom I have dislodged, but before night he shall have a more tender and less professional nurse. You know more of the world, after all, than I do, Captain. Chapter 33. Hannah walks abroad in disguise. But amid all the trials and perplexities and anxieties that beset the dramatis personae of our story, who suffered like Johanna, what heart bled as hers bled? What heart heaved with sad emotion as hers heaved? Alas! Poor Johanna, let the fate of Mark in Jestry be what it might, he could not feel the pangs that tore thy gentle heart. Truly might she have said. Man's love is of his life, a thing apart 'tis woman's whole existence. For she felt that her joy, her life itself, was bartered for the remembrance of how she had been loved by him, whose fate was involved in one of the most painful and most inscrutable of mysteries. Where could she seek for consolation? Where for hope? The horizon of her young life seemed ever darkening, and the more she gazed upon it with the fond hope of singing the first faint star of coming joy, the more confounded her gentle spirit became by the blackness of despair. It is sad indeed that the young, the good, and the gentle should be the grand sufferers in this world, but so it is. The exquisite capacity to feel acutely is certain to find ample food for agony. If human nature could wrap itself up in the chill mantle of selfishness and be perfectly insensible to all human feeling, it might escape, but such cannot be done by those who, like the fine and noble-minded Johanna Oakley, sympathize with all that is beautiful and great in creation. Already the pangs of hope deferred were feeding upon the damask of her cheeks. The lily had usurped the rose, and although still exquisitely beautiful, it was the pale beauty of a statue that she began to show to those who loved her. In the street, people would turn to gaze after her with admiration blended with pity. They already looked upon her as half an angel, for already it seemed as though she had shaken off much of her earthly allurements and was hastening to rejoin the stars. Let us look at her, as she lies weeping upon the breast of her friend Arabella Wilmot. The tears of the two young girls are mingling together, but the one is playing the part of comforter, while the other mourns overmuch. Now, Johanna, sobbed Arabella, you talk of doing something to save Mark in Jestry, if he be living, or to bring to justice the man whom you suspect to be his murderer. Let me ask you what you can hope to do if you give way to such an amount of distress as this. Nothing, nothing. And are you really to do nothing? Have you not agreed, Johanna, to make an attempt in the character of a boy to find out the secret of Jestry's disappearance, and have not I provided for you all that you require to support the character? Courage, courage, courage-o. I could tell you such stories of fine ladies dressing as pages, and following gallant knights to the field of battle, that you would feel as though you could go through anything. But the age of chivalry is gone. Yes, and why? Because folks will not be chivalric. To those who will, the age of chivalry comes back again in all its glory. Listen to me, Arabella. If I really thought that Mark was no more and lost to me forever, I could lie down and die, leaving to heaven the punishment of those who have taken his life. But in the midst of all my grief, in the moments of my deepest depression, the thought clings to me that he lives yet. I do not know how it is, but the thought of Mark in Jestry dead is but a vague one compared to the thought of Mark in Jestry suffering. Indeed. Yes, and at times it seems as if a voice whispered to me that he was yet to be saved, if there existed a heart fair enough and loving enough in its strength to undertake the task. It is for that reason, and not from any romantic love of adventure or hope of visiting with punishment a bad man, that my imagination clings to the idea of going in boy's apparel to Fleet Street, to watch, and perchance to enter that house to which he last went, and from which, according to all evidence, he never emerged. And you are really bold enough. I hope so. I think, if I am not, God will help me. A sob that followed these words sufficiently testified how much in need of God's help poor Johanna was, but after a few minutes she succeeded in recovering herself from her emotion, and she said more cheerfully, "Come, Arabella, we talked of a rehearsal of my part, but I shall be more at ease when I go to act it in reality and with danger. I shall be able to comport myself well, with only you for a companion, and such chance passengers as the streets of the city may afford for my audience." "I am glad," said Arabella, "that you keep in this mind. Now come and dress yourself, and we will go out together. You will be taken for my brother, you know." In the course of a quarter of an hour, Johanna presented the appearance of as good-looking a lad of about 14 as the world ever saw, and if she could but have imparted a little more confidence and boyish bustle to her gait and manner, she would have passed muster under the most vigilant scrutiny. But as it was, nothing could be more unlikely than that anyone should penetrate her disguise, for what is not suspected is seldom seen very readily. "You will do capitally," said Arabella. "I must take your arm, you know. We will not go far." "Only to Fleet Street." "Fleet Street? You surely will not go so far as that." "Yes, Arabella. Now that I have attired myself in these garments for a special purpose, let me do a something towards the carrying it out. By walking that distance, I shall accustom myself to the road, and moreover, a dreadful kind of fascination drags me to that man's shop." Arabella, if the truth must be told, shook a little as they, after watching an opportunity, emerged into the street. For although the spirit of romantic adventure had induced her to give the advice to Johanna that she had, her own natural feminine sensibilities shrunk from the carrying of it out. Ashamed, however, of being the first to condemn her own suggestion, she took the arm of Johanna, and those two young creatures were in the tide of human life that ebbs and flows in the great city. The modest walk and gentle demeanor of the seeming young boy won Johanna many a passing glance as she and Arabella proceeded down Ludgate Hill towards Fleet Street. But it was quite clear that no one suspected the disguise which, to do Arabella justice, in its general arrangement was very perfect, and as Johanna wore a cap which concealed much of the upper part of her face, and into which was gathered all her hair, she might have really deceived those who were the most intimate with her. So that it was no wonder she passed unobserved with mere strangers. In this way, then, they reached Fleet Street without obstruction, and Johanna's heart beat rapidly as they approached the shop of Sweeney Todd. "It will be imprudent to stop for even a moment at his door or window," said Arabella, "for, remember, you have no opportunity of varying your disguise." "I will not stop. We will pass rapidly on, but it is something to look upon the doorstep over which the shadow of Mark has last passed." In another moment, they were on a level with the shop. Johanna cast a glance at the window, and then shrunk back with affright as she saw, occupying one of the upper panes of glass, the hideous face of Todd. He was not looking at her, though, for with an awful squint that revealed all the whites of his eyes we were going to say, but the dirty yellows would have been much nearer the truth. He seemed to be observing something up the street. Come on," whispered Johanna. Arabella had not happened to observe this apparition of Todd in the window, and she looked round to see what occasioned Johanna's sudden terror, when a young Temple clerk, who chanced to be a few paces behind them, immediately, with the modesty peculiar to his class, imagined the glance of the blooming girl to be a tribute to his attractions. He kissed the end of a faded glove, and put on what he considered a first-class, fascinating aspect. Come on," said Arabella now in her turn. Johanna, of course, thought that Arabella too had caught sight of the hideous and revolting countenance of Sweeney Todd, and so they both hastened on together. "Don't look back," said Arabella. "Is he following?" "Oh, yes." Johanna thought she meant Todd, while Arabella really meant the Temple gent, but notwithstanding the mutual mistake, they hurried on, and the clerk, taking that as quite sufficient encouragement, pursued them, putting his cravat to rights as he did so, in order that when he came up to them, he should present the most fascinating aspect possible. No," said Johanna as she glanced behind. "You must have been mistaken, Arabella. He is not pursuing us." "Oh, I am so glad." Arabella looked back, and the Temple gent kissed his dilapidated glove. "Oh, Johanna," she said, "how could you tell me he was not following when there he is?" "What, Todd?" "No, that impertinent, ugly puppy with the soiled cravat." "And you meant him?" "To be sure." "Oh, what a relief. I was flying on, fancying that Todd was in pursuit of us, and yet my judgment ought at once to have told me that that could not be the case, knowing nothing of us. How our fears overcome all reason. Do you know that strange-looking young man?" "Know him, not I." "Well, my darling," said the gent, reaching to within a couple of paces of Arabella, "how do you do today, ahem? Are you going far? Ain't you afraid that somebody will run away with such a pretty gal as you, pawn soul? You are a charmer." "Cross," whispered Arabella, and the two young girls at once crossed Fleet Street. It was not then so difficult an operation to get from one side of that thoroughfare to the other as it is now. The gent was by no means disconcerted at this evident wish to get out of his way, but he crossed likewise, and commenced a series of persecution, which such animals call gallantry, and which, to any respectable young female, are specially revolting. "Now, my dear," he said, "St. Dunstan's is just going to strike the hour, and you will see the clubs hit the bells if you look, and I shall expect a kiss when it's all over." "You are impertinent," said Johanna. "Come, that's a good joke, why, you little whipper-snapper, I suppose you came out to take care of your sister. Here's a penny to go and buy yourself a cold pie at Mrs. Lovett's. I'll see to your sister while you are gone. Oh, you need not look so wild about it. Did you never hear of a gent talking to a pretty gal in the street?" "Often," said Johanna, "but I never heard of a gentleman doing so." "Upon my word, you are as sharp as a needle, so I'll just pull your ears to teach you better manners. You young rascal, come, it's no use your kicking." "Help, help," cried Arabella. They were now just opposite the principal entrance to the temple, and as Arabella cried, "Help," who should emerge from under the gateway but Ben the beef-eater? The fact is that he was on his way to the tower just previous to the meeting with Colonel Geoffrey and Tobias. Arabella, who had twice or thrice seen him at the Oakleys, knew him at once. "Oh, sir," she cried, "I am Johanna's friend, Miss Wilmot, and this gent won't leave me and my cousin here alone." The gent made an effort to escape, but Ben caught him by the hinder part of his apparel and held him tight. "Is this him?" Yes, yes." Oh dear no, my good sir. It's that fellow there with the white hat. There he goes, up Chancery Lane. My dear sir, you are quite mistaken. I wanted to protect the young lady, and as for the lad, bless his heart. Oh dear, it wasn't me." Still holding the gent by the first grasp he had taken of him, Ben suddenly crossed the road to where a parish pump stood, at the corner of Bell Yard, and holding him under the spout with one hand, he worked the handle with the other, despite the shrieks and groans of his victim, who in a few moments was rendered so limp and wet that when Ben let him go, he fell into the sink below the pump, and there lay until some small boys began pelting him. During the confusion and laughter of the bystanders, Arabella and Johanna rapidly retreated towards the city again, for they thought Ben might insist upon escorting them, and that, in such a case, it was possible enough the disguise of Johanna, good as it was, might not suffice to save her from the knowledge of one so well acquainted with her. "Let us cross, Arabella," she said. "Let us cross, if it be but for one moment, to hear what the subject of the conversation between Todd and that man is." "If you wish it, Johanna." I do. They crossed and once again passed the shop of Todd, when they heard the man say, "Well, if he has gone, he is gone, but I think it is the strangest thing I ever heard of." "So do I," said Todd. Without lingering, and so perhaps exciting Todd's attention and suspicion, they could hear no more, but Johanna had heard enough to give the spur to imagination, and when they had again crossed Fleet Street, and were making their way rapidly up Ludgate Hill, she whispered to Arabella. Another. Another what, Johanna? You terrify me by that tone. Oh, be calm, I pray you. Someone will observe your agitation." "Another victim," continued Johanna. Another victim. Did you not hear what the man said? Was it not suggestive of another murder? Oh, heaven preserve my reason, for each day, each hour, brings to me such accumulating proof of horrors, that I fear I shall go mad." Hush, Johanna. My poor Mark. Remember that you are in the street, Johanna, and for my sake, I pray you to be calm. Those tears and that flushed cheek will betray you. Oh, why did I ever advise you to come upon such an enterprise as this? It is my fault, all my fault. The terror and the self-accusation of Arabella Wilmot did more to bring Johanna to a reasonable state than anything else, and she made an effort to overcome her feelings, saying, Forgive me, my dear friend, I only am to blame." But at the moment I was overcome by the thought that, in the heart of London, such a system of cold-blooded murder. She was unable to proceed, and Arabella, holding her arm tightly within her own, said, "Do not attempt to say another word until we get home. There, in my chamber, you can give free vent to your feelings, but let the danger, as well as the impropriety of doing so in the open street, be present to your mind. Say no more now, I implore you, say no more." This was prudent advice, and Johanna had sufficient command of herself to take it, for she uttered not one other word until they were both almost breathless with the haste they had made to Arabella's chamber. Then, being no longer under the restraint of locality or circumstances, the tears of Johanna burst forth, and she wept abundantly. Arabella's romantic reading did sometimes, as it would appear, stand her in good stead, and upon this occasion she did not attempt to stem the torrent of grief that was making its way from the eyes of her fair young friend. She told herself that with those tears a load of oppressive grief would be washed from Johanna's spirit, and the result fully justified her prognostications. The tears subsided into sobs, and the sobs to sighs. "Ah, my dear friend," she said, "how much have you to put up with from me? What a world of trouble I am to you." "No," said Arabella, "that you are not, Johanna. I am only troubled when I see you overcome with too excessive grief, and then, I confess, my heart is heavy." "It shall not be so again. Forgive me this once, dear Arabella." Johanna flung herself into her friend's arms, and while they kissed each other, and Arabella was about commencing a hopeful kind of speech, a servant girl, with open mouth and eyes, looked into the room, transfixed with amazement. "Well, Miss Bella," she cried at last, "you is fond of boys." Arabella started, and so did Johanna. "Is that you, Susan?" "Yes, Miss Bella, it is me. Well, the idea, I shall never get the better of this here. Only to think of you, Miss Bella, having a boy at your time of life." "What do you mean, Susan? How dare you use such language to me? Get you gone." "Oh, yes, I'm a-going in course. But if I had anybody in the house, it shouldn't be a little impudent-looking boy with no whiskers." "She must know all," whispered Johanna. "No, no," said Arabella. "I will not, feeling my innocence, be forced into making a confidant of a servant. Let her go." "But she will speak." "Let her speak." Susan left the room and went direct to the kitchen, holding up her hands all the way and giving free expression to her feelings as she did so. "Well, the idea now of a little stumpy-looking boy, when there's sich a lot of nice young men with whiskers to be had just for the wagging of one's little finger. Only to think of it. Sitting in her lap too, and them a-kissing one another like coach horses. Well, I never. Now there's Lineses, the cheesemonger's, young man as I has in of a night. He is somebody, and such loves of whiskers I never seed in my born days afore. But I is surprised at Miss Bella, that I is a shrimp of a boy in her lap." Oh dear, oh dear. Chapter 34. Mr. Fogg finds that all is not gold that glitters. We feel that we ought not entirely to take leave of that unfortunate, who failed in escaping with Tobias Ragg from Mr. Fogg's establishment at Peckham without a passing notice. It will be recollected that Tobias had enough to do to get away himself, and that he was in such a state of mind that it was quite a matter of new mechanical movement of his limbs that enabled him to fly from the madhouse. Horror of the place, and dread of the people who called it theirs, had lighted up the glare of a partial insanity in his brain, and he flew to London, we admit, without casting another thought upon the wretched creature who had fallen in the attempt to free herself from those fiends in human shape who made a frightful speculation in the misery of their fellow creatures. The alarm was already spread in the madhouse, and Mr. Fogg himself arrived at the spot where the poor creature lay stunned and wounded by her fall. "Watson, Watson," he cried. "Here," said that official, as he presented himself. "Take this carcase up, Watson. I'm afraid Todd's boy is gone." "Ha ha. Why do you laugh?" "Why, where's the odds if he has? I tell you what it is, Fogg, I haven't been here so long without knowing what's what. If that boy ever recovers his senses enough to tell a rational tale, I'll eat him. However, I'll soon go and hunt him up. We'll have him again." "Well, Watson, you give me hopes, for you have upon 2 different occasions brought back runaways. Bring the woman in and Watson." I think I would put her in number 10. "Ho, ho, no, 10. Then she's booked. Well, well, come on, Fogg, come on, it's all one. I suppose the story will be an attempt to escape owing to too much indulgence, and some hints consequent on that, and then brought back to her own warm, comfortable bed, where she went asleep so comfortably that we all thought she was as happy as an emperor, and then—" "She never woke again," put in Fogg. "But in this case you are wrong, Watson. It is true that twice or thrice I have thought, for the look of the thing, it would be desirable to have an inquest upon somebody, but in this case I will not. The well is not full." "Full?" "No, I say the well is not full, Watson, and it tells no tales." It would hold 100 bodies one upon another yet, said Watson, and tell no tales. Ha, ha. Good. It is good she is to go there, is she? Well, so be it. Watson carried the miserable female in his arms to the house. By the by, it is a second thought, he said, about number 10. Yes, yes, there's no occasion. Watson, could you not at once say, it is a good hour. Could you not go right through the house, my good Watson, and at once say? At once what? Oh, you know. Ha, ha, you are not the dull fellow at comprehending a meaning you would fain make out. But you, Watson, you understand me well enough, you know you do. We understand each other, and always shall. I hope so, but if you want anything done, I'll trouble you to speak out. What do you mean by, couldn't you go through the house at once, say? Foe, put her down the well at once. Humanity calls upon us to do it. Why should she awaken to a sense of her disappointment, Watson? Put her down at once, and she will never awaken at all to a sense of anything. Very well, come on, business is business. You don't want mace. Don't I, said Watson, bending his shaggy brows upon him, and looking extra hideous on account of a large black patch over one eye, which he bore as a relic of his encounter with Tobias. Don't I? Hark you, Fogg, if you won't come and help me to do it, you shall have it to do by yourself, without me at all. Why, Watson, this language is nothing new, Fogg. Well, come on, if it must be so. It must. I will hold a lantern for you, of course. And you know, Watson, I make things easy to you, in the shape of salary and all that sort of thing. Watson made no reply to all this, but went through the house to the back part of the grounds, carrying with him his insensible burthen, and Fogg followed him, trembling in every limb. The fact was that he, Fogg, had not for some time had a refresher in the shape of some brandy. The old deserted well to which they were bound was at a distance of about 50 yards from the back of the house. Towards it, the athletic Watson hastened with speed, closely followed by Fogg, who was truly one of those who did not mind holding a candle to the devil. The walls of that building were high, and it was not likely that any intruder from the outside could see what was going on, so Watson took no precaution. The well was reached, and Fogg cried to him, Now, quick about it, lest she recovers. Another moment, and she would have been gone in her insensibility. But as if Fogg's words were prophetic, she did recover, and clinging convulsively to Watson, she shrieked, Mercy, oh, have mercy upon me, help. Ah, she recovers, cried Fogg. I was afraid of that. Throw her in, Watson. Confound her. Why don't you throw her in? She clings to me like a vice. I cannot give me a knife, Fogg. You will find one in my coat pocket, a knife. Mercy, have mercy upon me, no help. Oh God. The knife, I say. Here, cried Fogg, as he hastily took it from Watson's pocket and opened it. Here, finish her, and quickly too, Watson. The scene that followed is too horrible for description. The hands of the wretched victim were hacked from their hold by Watson, and in the course of another minute, with one last appalling shriek, down she went like a flash of lightning to the bottom of the well. Gone, said Watson. Another shriek, and Fogg, even, stopped his ears. So appalling was that cry, coming as it did so strangely from the bottom of the well. Throw something upon her, said Fogg. Here's a brick. Bah, cried Watson, bah, there's no occasion to throw anything on her. She'll soon get sick of such squealing. Another shriek, mingled with a strange frothy cry, as though someone had managed to utter it under water, arose. The perspiration stood in large drops upon the face of Fogg. He seized the brick he had spoken of, and cast it into the well. All was still as the grave before it reached the bottom, and then he wiped his face and looked at Watson. This is the worst job, he said, that ever we have had. Not a whit brandy, give me a tumbler of brandy, Fogg. Some of our own particular, for I have something to say to you now, that a better opportunity than this for saying is not likely to occur. Come into my room then, said Fogg, and we can talk quietly. Do you think that? What? That she is quite dead. What do I care? Let her crawl out of that if she can. With a jerk of his thumb, Watson intimated that the well was the that he referred to, and then he followed Fogg into the house, whistling as he went the same lively air with which he had frequently solaced his feelings in the hearing of poor Tobias Ragg. Never had Fogg been in such a state of agitation, except once, and that was long ago, upon the occasion of his first crime. Then he had trembled as he now trembled, but the dull custom of iniquity had effectually blunted soon the keen edge of his conscience, and he had for years carried on a career of infamy without any other feeling than exultation at his success. Why, then, did he suffer now? Had the well in the garden ever before received a victim? Was he getting alive to the excellence of youth and beauty? Oh no, Number Fogg was getting old. He could not stand what he once stood in the way of conscience. When he reached his room, that room in which he had held the conference with Todd, he sank into a chair with a deep groan. "What's the matter now?" cried Watson, who got insolent in proportion as Fogg's physical powers appeared to be upon the wane. "Nothing, nothing." "Nothing? Well, I never knew anybody look so white with nothing the matter. Come, I want a drop of brandy. Where is it?" "In that cupboard. I want some myself likewise. Get it out, Watson. You will find glasses there." Watson was not slow in obeying this order. The brandy was duly produced, and after Fogg had drank as much as would have produced intoxication in anyone not so used to the ardent spirit as himself, he spoke more calmly, for it only acted upon him as a gentle sedative. "You wish to say something to me, Watson?" "Yes." "What is it?" "I am tired, completely tired, Fogg." "Tired? Then why don't you retire to rest at once, Watson? There is, I am sure, nothing to keep you up now. I am going myself in a minute." "You don't understand me, or you won't, which is much the same thing. I did not mean that I was tired of the day, but I am tired of doing all the work, Fogg, while you. Well, I pocket all the profit. Do you understand that? Now hark you. We will go partners, Fogg, not only in the present and the future, but in the past. I will have half of your hoarded-up gains, or what?" Mr. Watson made a peculiar movement, supposed to indicate the last kick of a culprit executed at the Old Bailey. "You mean you will hang yourself," said Fogg. "My dear Watson, pray do so as soon as you think proper. Don't let me hinder you." "Hark you, Fogg, you may be a fox, but I am a badger. I mean that I will hang you, and this is the way to do it. My wife." "Your what?" "My wife," cried Watson, "has, in writing, the full particulars of all your crimes. She don't live far off, but still far enough to make it a puzzle for you to find her. If she don't see me once in every 48 hours, she is to conclude something has happened to me, and then she is to go at once to Bow Street with the statement and lay it before a magistrate. You understand. Now I have contrived, with what I got from you by fair means as well as by foul, and by robbing the patients besides, to save some money, and if you and I don't agree, Mrs. Watson and I will start for New Zealand or some such place, but Fogg. Well, we will denounce you before we go. And what is to be the end of all this? The law has a long as well as a strong arm, Watson." "I know it. You would say it might be long enough to strike me." Fogg nodded. "Leave me to take care of that. But as you want to know the result of all this, it is just this. I want to have my share, and I will have it. Give me a couple of thousand down, and half for the future." Fogg was silent for a moment or two, and then he said, "Too much, Watson, too much. I have not so much." "Bah, at your banker's now you have exactly £11,267. Fogg rised. "You have been prying. Well, you shall have the 2,000. "On account." Fogg writhed again. "I say you shall have so much, Watson, and you shall keep the books, and have your clear half of all future proceeds. Is there anything else you have set your mind upon? Because if you have, while we are talking about business, you may as well state it, you know." "No, there's nothing else. I am satisfied. All I have to add is that you had better put your head into the fire than attempt to play any tricks with me. You understand." "Perfectly." Watson was not altogether satisfied. He would have been better pleased if Fogg had made more resistance. The easy compliance of such a man with anything that touched his pocket looked suspicious, and filled the mind of Watson with 1,000 vague conjectures. Already even before he left Fogg's room, Watson began to feel the uneasiness of his new position, and to pay dearly for the money he was to have. Even money may be given an exorbitant price for. When he was by himself, as he traversed the passage leading to his own sleeping room, Watson could not forbear looking cautiously around him at times, as though gaunt murder stalked behind him, and he fastened his bedroom door with more than his usual caution. The wish to sleep came not to him, and sitting down upon his bedside, he rested his chin upon his hand and said to himself in a low, anxious, shrinking kind of whisper, "What does Fogg mean to do?" Nor was the recent interview without its after effects upon the madhouse keeper himself. When the door closed upon Watson, he shook his clenched hand in the direction he had taken, and muttered curses. Not loud but deep. "The time will come," he said, "Master Watson, and that quickly too, when I will let you see that I am still the master spirit. You shall be satisfied for the present, but your death warrant is preparing. You will not live long to triumph over me by threats of what your low cunning can accomplish." He rose and drank more raw brandy, after which, still muttering maledictions upon Watson, he returned to his bedroom, where, if he did not sleep, and if during the still hours of the night his brain was not too much vexed, he hoped to be able to concoct some scheme which should present him with a prospect of exemplary vengeance upon Watson. Chapter 35. Mrs. Lovett's New Lover. Mrs. Lovett was a woman of luxurious habits. Perhaps the constant savory hot pie atmosphere in which she dwelt contributed a something to the development of her tastes, but certainly that lady in dress, jewelry, and men had her fancies. Did the reader think that she saw anything attractive in the satyr-like visage of Todd, with its eccentricities of vision? Did the reader think that the lawyer's clerks frequenting her shop suited her taste, varying, as all the world knows that class of bipeds does, between the fat and flabby, and the white and candle-looking, if we may be allowed the expression? Ah, no, Mrs. Lovett's dreams of man had a loftier range, but we must not anticipate. Facts will speak trumpet-tongued for themselves. It is the hour when lawyers' clerks from many a gloomy chamber stalk. It is the hour when lovers' vows are heard in every temple walk. Mrs. Lovett was behind her counter all alone, but the loneliness continued but for a very brief period, for from Carey Street, with a nervousness of gait highly suggestive of a fear of bailiffs, where there in all their glory comes a what shall we say? Truly there are some varieties of the genus homo that defy minute classification. But perhaps this individual who hastened down Bell Yard was the nearest in approximation to what used to be called a swaggering companion that can be found. He was a gent upon town, that is to say, according to his own phraseology, he lived upon his wits. And if the reader will substitute dishonesty for wits, he will have a much clearer notion of what the swaggering companion of modern days lived upon. He was tall, burly, 40 years of age, and his bloated countenance and sleepy eyes betrayed the effects of a long course of intemperance. He wore mock jewelry of an outrageous size. His attire was flashy and gaudy his linen. The less we say about that, the better. Enormous black whiskers, false, shaded his cheeks, and mangy-looking mustache, real, covered his upper lip. Add to all this such a stock of ignorance and impudence as may be supposed to thoroughly saturate one individual, and the reader has the swaggering companion before him. At a rapid pace he neared Mrs. Lovett's, muttering to himself as he went, "I wonder if I can gammon her out of a couple of guineas." Yes, reader, this compound of vulgarity, ignorance, impudence, and debauchery was Mrs. Lovett's gentle fancy, her taste, her, what shall we say, her personification of all that a man should be. Do not start. Mrs. Lovett has many imitators, for, without libeling the fairer, better, and more gentle of that sex, who can be such angels as well as such a hem, there are thousands who would be quite smitten with the swaggering companion. When he reached the shop window, he placed his nose against it for a moment to reconnoiter who was in the shop, and seeing the fair one alone, he at once crossed the threshold. "Ah, charmer, how do the fates get on with you?" "Sir." A smile upon the face of Mrs. Lovett was a practical contradiction to the rebuff which her reception of him by words of mouth seemed to carry. "Oh, you bewitching AA." The remainder of the sentence was lost in the devouring a pie, which the swaggering companion took from the shop counter. "Really, sir," said Mrs. Lovett, "I wish you would not come here. I am all alone and—" "Alone? You beautiful female, you nice creature, allow me." The swaggering companion lifted up that portion of the counter which enabled Mrs. Lovett to pass from one side of it to the other, and as coolly as possible walked into the parlor. Mrs. Lovett followed him, protesting at what she called his impudence. But for all that, a bottle of spirits and some biscuits were procured. The swaggering companion, however, pushed the biscuits aside, saying, "Pies for me, pies for me." Mrs. Lovett looked at him scrutinizingly as she said, "And do you really like the pies, or do you only eat them out of compliment to me?" "Really like them? I tell you what it is. Out of compliment to you, of course, I could eat anything, but the pies are delicacies. Where do you get your veal?" "Well, if you will have pies you shall, Major Bounce." That was the name which the swaggering companion appended to his disgusting corporeality. "Certainly, my dear, certainly. As I was saying, I could freely, to compliment you, eat old Tompkins, the tailor of Fleet Street." "Really, how do you think he would taste?"
Tough. Ha ha.
It was an odd laugh, that of Mrs. Lovett's. Had she borrowed it from Todd? "My dear Mrs. L," said the Major, "what made you laugh in that sort of way? Ah, if I could only persuade you to go from L to B."
Sir.
"Now, my charmer, seriously speaking, here am I, Major Bounce, a gentleman with immense expectations, ready and willing to wed the most charming woman under the sun, if she will only say yes. Have you any objection to America?" "America? None in the least. With you for a companion, America would be a paradise. A regular garden of, what do you call it, my dear? Only say the word, my darling." The Major's arm was gently insinuated round the lady's waist, and after a few moments she spoke. "Major Bounce, I have made money." "The devil, so have I, but the police one day ahem, what a cough I have." "What on earth do you mean?" "Oh, nothing, only a joke. You said you had made money, and that put me in mind of what I read in the Chronicle today of some coiners, that's all. Ha ha. When I spoke of making money, I meant in the way of trade, but having made it, I should not like to spend it in London, and be pointed out as the well-known piewoman." "Piewoman? Oh, the wretch is only let." "Peace, hold your tongue, and hear me out. If I marry and retire, it will be far from here, very far indeed." "Ah, any land with you." The Major absolutely saluted the lady. "Be quiet, pray, in what service are you a major?" "The South American, my love, a much higher service than the British." "Indeed?" "Lord bless you, yes. If I was now to go to my estates in South America, there would be a jubilee of 10 days at the very least, and the people as well as the government would not know how to make enough of me, I can assure you. In fact, I have as much right to take the rank of general as of major, but the natural modesty of a military man, and of myself in particular, steps in and says, a major be it." "Then you have property." Property, I believe you I have, lots." The Major dealt his forehead a slap as he spoke, which might be taken as an indication that that was where his property was situated, and that it consisted of his ignorance and impudence. Very good trading capitals in this world, for, strange to say, the parties solely possessing such qualifications get on much better than education, probity, and genius can push forward their unhappy victims. Mrs. Lovett was silent for some minutes, during which the Major saluted her again. Then, suddenly rising, she said, "I will give you an answer tomorrow. Go away now. We shall be soon interrupted. If I do consent to be yours, there will be something to do before we leave England. By Jove, only mention it to me, and it is as good as done. By the by, there is something to do before I leave here, and that is, my charmer, to pay you for the pies." "Oh, no. Yes, my honor. Touch my honor, even in regard of a pie, and touch my life, I put 2 guineas in one end of my purse, to pay my glover in the Strand, and at the other end are some small coins. Where the deuce can I have put it?" The Major made an affectation of feeling in all his pockets for his lost purse, and then, with a serio-comic look, he said, "By Jove, some rascal has picked my pocket." "Never mind me," said Mrs. Lovett, "I don't want payment for the pies." "Well, but the glover, poor devil, and I promised him his money this morning. For a soldier and a man of honor to break his word is death. What shall I do, Mrs. L? Could you lend me a couple of guineas until I have the happiness of seeing you again?" "Certainly, Major, certainly I can." The gallant son of Mars pocketed the coins, and after saluting Mrs. Lovett some half-score of times, and she, the beast, liked it, he left the shop and went chuckling into the Strand, where in a few minutes he was in a pot-house, from whence he emerged not until he had liquidated one of the guineas. Was Mrs. Lovett taken in by the Major? Did she believe his title, or his wealth and his common honesty? Did she believe in the story of the purse, and of the 2 guineas that were to be paid to the poor Glover because he wanted them? No, certainly not. But for all that, she admired the major. He was her beau ideal of a fine man. That was sufficient. Moreover, being what he was, a rogue cheat and common swindler, she could exercise, so she thought, a species of control over him which no decent man would put up with. And so in her own mind she had determined to marry the major and fly. But as she said, there was a little something to be done first. Did that relate to the disposal of Todd? We shall see. If she calculated upon the major putting Sweeney Todd out of the way, she sadly miscalculated, but the wisest heads will blunder. Compared to Todd, the major was indeed a poor creature. But Mrs. Lovett, in the stern courage of her own intellect, could not conceive the possibility of the great, puffy, bloated, fierce Major Bounce being as arrant a coward as ever was kicked. He was so, though, for all that. After he had left her, Mrs. Lovett sat for a long time in a profound reverie, and as it happened that no one came into the shop, the current of her evil thoughts was uninterrupted. "I have sufficient," she said, "and before it gets too late, I will leave this mode of life. Why did I, tempted by the fiend Todd, undertake it, but that I might make wealth by it, and so assume a position that my heart panted for? I will not delay until it is too late, or I may lose the enjoyment that I have sacrificed so much to find the means of getting. I live in this world but for the gratification of the senses, and finding that I could not gratify them without abundant means, I fell upon this plan. That is he." Suddenly the swaggering companion, the redoubtable Major Bounce, rushed past the shop window, without so much as looking in for a single moment, and made his way towards Carey Street. Mrs. Lovett started up and made her way into the front shop. Major Bounce was out of sight, but from Fleet Street came a poor, draggled, miserable-looking woman, making vain efforts at a speed which her weakness prevented her from keeping up. She called aloud. "Stop, stop, only a moment, Flukes. Only a moment, John. Stop, stop." Her strength failed her, and she fell exhausted upon Mrs. Lovett's doorstep. "Heartless, heartless ever," she cried. "May the judgment of the Almighty reach him, may he suffer, yes, may he suffer only what I have suffered." "Who and what are you?" said Mrs. Lovett. "Poor, and therefore everything that is abject and despicable in London." "What a truth," said Mrs. Lovett. "What a truth that is. Who would not do even as I do to avoid poverty in a widowed life, it is too horrible. Amid savages it is nothing, but here it is indeed criminality of the deepest dye. Whom did you call after, woman?" "My husband." "Husband, describe him." "A sottish-looking man, with mustache. Once seen, he is not easily mistaken. Ruffian and villain are stamped by nature upon his face." Mrs. Lovett winced a little. "Come in," she said. "I will relieve you for the present. Come in." The woman, by a great effort, succeeded in rising and crossing the threshold. Mrs. Lovett gave her a seat, and having presented her with a glass of cordial and a pie, she waited until the poor creature should be sufficiently recovered to speak composedly, and then she said to her with perfect calmness, as though she was by no manner of means personally interested in the matter. "Now tell me, is the man with mustache and the braided coat, who passed hastily up Bell Yard a few moments only before you, really your husband?" "Yes, madam, that is Flukes." "Who?" "Flukes, madam." "And pray who and what is Flukes?" "He was a tailor, and he might have been as respectable a man, and earned as honest and good a living as anyone in the trade, but a love of idleness and dissipation undid him." "Flukes a tailor?" "Yes, madam, and now that I am utterly destitute, and in want of the common necessaries of life, if I chance to meet him in the streets and ask him for the merest trifle to relieve my necessities, he flies from me in the manner he has done today." "Indeed?" "Yes, madam. If we were in a lonely place he would strike me, so that I should, from the injury he would do me, be unable to follow him, but that in the public streets he dare not do, for he fears some man would interfere and put a stop to his cruelty." "There, my good woman," said Mrs. Lovett, "there are 5 shillings for you. Go now, for I expect to be busy very shortly." With a profusion of thanks, that while they lasted were quite stunning, poor Mrs. Flukes left the pie shop and hobbled homewards. When she was gone, the color went and came several times upon the face of Mrs. Lovett, and then she repeated to herself, "Flukes a tailor." "Pie's ready," said a voice at the door. "Not quite." "How long, mum? We want half a dozen of the muttons today." "In about 10 minutes." "Thank you, I'll look in again." "Flukes a tailor? Indeed, Flukes a tailor? Well, I ought to have expected something like this. What a glorious thing it is really to care for no one but oneself after all. I shall lose my faith in fine men. Chapter 36. Tobias's mother awakens old recollections. Poor Tobias still remains upon his bed of sickness. The number of hours at the expiration of which the medical man had expected him to recover were nearly gone. In Colonel Jeffrey's parlor 3 persons, besides himself, were assembled. These 3 were his friend the captain, Sir Richard Blunt, and Mrs. Ragg. The lady was sitting with a not-over-clean handkerchief at her eyes, and keeping up a perpetual motion with her knee, as though she were nursing some fractious baby. And Mrs. Ragg had been used of late to go out as a monthly nurse occasionally, which perhaps accounted for this little peculiarity. "Now, madam," said the colonel, "you quite understand, I hope, that you are not to mention to any living soul the fact of your son Tobias being with me." "Oh, dear me, no, sir. Who should I mention it to?" "That we can't tell," interrupted the captain. "You are simply desired not to tell it." "I'm sure I don't see anybody once in a week, sir." "Good God, woman," cried the colonel, "does that mean that when you do see anyone you will tell it?" "Lord love you, sir, it's few people as comes to see you when you are down in the world. I'm sure it's seldom enough a soul taps at my door with a Mrs. Ragg, how are you? Now was there ever such an incorrigible woman as this? If you were to talk to her for a month, said Sir Robert Blunt, you would not get a direct answer from her. Allow me to try something else, Mrs. Ragg. Yes, sir, humbly at your service, sir. If you tell anyone that Tobias is here, or indeed anywhere within your knowledge, I will apprehend you about a certain candlestick. Goodness gracious, deliver us. Do you understand that, Mrs. Ragg? You keep silence about Tobias, and I keep silence about the candlestick. You speak about Tobias, and I speak about the candlestick. Mrs. Ragg shook her head and let fall a torrent of tears, which the magistrate took as sufficient evidence that she did understand him and would act accordingly. So he added, "Shall we all proceed upstairs? For a great deal will depend upon the boy's first impression when he awakens, and, in this case, we should not lose a chance." In pursuance of this sound advice, they all proceeded to poor Tobias's bedroom, and there he lay in that profound repose which the powerful opiate administered to him had had the effect of producing. It did not seem as though he had moved head or foot since they had left him. His face was very pale, and when Mrs. Ragg saw him, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "He is dead, he is dead." "No such thing, madam," said Colonel Jeffrey. "He only sleeps. But, oh dearie me, what makes him look so old and so strange now? He was bad enough when I saw him last, poor fellow, but not like this. He has received ill usage from someone, and that is precisely what we want to find out. If you can get from him the particulars of what he has suffered, we will take care those who have made him suffer shall not escape. Bless you, gentlemen, what's the use of that if my poor boy is killed?" There was a good home truth in these words from Mrs. Ragg, although upon the score of general social policy, they might well be answered. An argument with Mrs. Ragg, however, upon such a subject was not very apropos. The colonel made her sit down by Tobias's bedside, and he was then upon the point of remarking to his friend, the captain, that it would be as well, since so many hours had passed, to send for the medical man, when that personage made his appearance. "Has he awakened?" he asked. "No, not yet." "Oh, I see you have a nurse." "It is his mother. We hope that she, by talking to him familiarly, may produce a good effect and possibly rid him of that bewilderment of intellect under which he now labors. What think you, sir?" "That it is a good thought. Let us darken the room as much as possible, as twilight will be most grateful to him upon awakening, which he must do shortly." The curtains of the window were so arranged that the room was in a state of semi-darkness, and then they all waited with no small anxiety for Tobias to recover from the deep and death-like sleep that had come over him. After about 5 minutes, he moved uneasily and uttered a low moan. "Speak to him, Mrs. A. What's your name?" "Ragg, sir." "Aye, Ragg, just speak to him. Of course he is well acquainted with your voice, and it may have the effect of greatly rousing him from his lethargic condition." Poor Mrs. Ragg considered that she had some very extraordinary post to perform, and accordingly she collected to her aid all her learning, which, interrupted by her tears, and now and then by a sob, which she had to gulp down like a large globule of castor oil, had certainly rather a droll effect. "My dear Tobias, my dear, lie abed. Sluggard, you know well, I never put the kettle on, Polly, and let's all have tea. Tobias, my dear, bless us and save us, are you going to stay in bed all day?" Another groan from Tobias. "Well, my dear, perhaps you won't mind getting up and just running towards the corner for a bunch of watercresses. Dear heart alive, there goes the muffin man like a lamplighter." It was by such domestic themes that Mrs. Ragg sought to recall the wandering senses of poor Tobias to a cognizance of the present. But alas! His thoughts were still in the dim and misty land of visions. Suddenly he spoke. "Hush, hush, there they come, elephants, elephants, on. Now for the soldiers and all mad, mad, mad. Hide me in the straw deep in a world of straw. Hush, he comes. Sing, oh sing again, and he will not suspect." The surgeon made a sign to Mrs. Ragg to speak again. "Why, Tobias, my dear, what are you talking about? Do you mean the elephant and castle?" "Call to his remembrance," said the surgeon, "some old scenes." "Yes, sir, but when one's heart and all that sort of thing is in one's mouth, it's very difficult to recollect things oneself. Tobias." "Yes, ha ha." It was a low, plaintive, strange laugh that came from the poor boy whose mind had been so overthrown, and it jarred upon the feelings of all who heard it. "Tobias, do you recollect the little cottage down the lane at Holloway, where we lived, and the cockroaches, and the strange cat, you know, Tobias, that would not go away? Don't you recollect, Tobias, how the coals there were all slates, and how your poor father, as is dead and gone?" "Yes, I see him now." Mrs. Ragg gave a faint scream. "Father, father," said Tobias, as he held out his arms and the big tears rolled down his cheeks. "Father, father, Todd has not got me now. Don't cry so, father. Stand out of the way of the elephants." My dear," cried Mrs. Ragg, "do you want to break my heart?" Tobias rose to a sitting position in the bed and looked his mother in the face. "Are you too mad?" he said. "Are you too mad? Did you tell of Todd?" "Yes, the only way," said Colonel Jeffrey, "for people not to be mad is to tell of Todd." Yes. "And so you, Tobias, will tell us all you know. That is what we want you to do, and then you will be quite happy and comfortable for the remainder of your days, and live with your mother again far from any apprehension from Todd. Do you understand me?" Tobias opened his mouth several times in an eager, gasping sort of manner, as though he would have said something rapidly, but he could not. He placed his hands upon his brain and rocked to and fro for a few moments, and then he broke out into the same low, peculiar laugh that had before so strangely affected Colonel Jeffrey and the others who were there present in that room. The surgeon shook his head as he said, mournfully, "It is of no use." "Do you really think so?" said the colonel. "For the present, I am convinced that it is of no use to attempt to recall his wandering senses. Time will do wonders, and he has the one grand element of youth in his favor. That, as well as time, will do wonders. The case is a bad one, and the shock the brain of this lad has received must be a most fearful one." "Do not," said Sir Richard Blunt, "give up so readily, Mrs. Ragg. I would have you try him again. Speak to him again of his father. That seemed to be the topic that most moved him." Mrs. Ragg could hardly do so for her tears, but she managed to stammer out. "Tobias, do you recollect when your father bought you the rabbit, and out of vexation, the creature eat its way out of a willowwork cage in the night? Do you remember your poor father's funeral, Tobias, and how we went, you and I, my poor boy, to take the last look at the only one who? Mrs. Ragg could get no further. Ha, laughed Tobias, who told of Todd. "Who is this Todd," said the surgeon, "that he continually speaks of and shudders at the very name of?" Colonel Jeffrey glanced at Sir Richard Blunt, and the latter, who wished the affair by no means to transpire, merely said, "We are quite as much in the dark as you, sir. It is just what we should like to know, who this Todd is, whose very name seems to hold the imagination of this poor boy in a grasp of iron. I begin to think that nothing more can be done now." "Nothing, gentlemen, you may depend," said the surgeon. "How old is the lad?" 16 as never was," replied Mrs. Ragg, "and a hard time I had of it, sir, as you may suppose." The surgeon did not exactly see how he was called upon to suppose anything of the sort. However, he made no further remark to Mrs. Ragg, but continued in conversation for some time with Colonel Jeffrey, who informed him that Tobias should remain for a time where he was, so that there should be every possible chance given for his recovery. I wish you to continue attending upon him, sir, he added, for I would spare nothing that medical advice can suggest to restore him. He has, I am convinced, been a great sufferer. That is sufficiently clear, sir. You may rely upon my utmost attention. Mrs. Ragg, said the colonel, can you cook? Cook, sir? Lord bless you, sir. I can cook as well as here and there a one, though I say it that oughtn't, and if poor Tobias was but all right, I should not go to be after making myself miserable now about bygones. What's to be cured must be endured. It's a long lane as has an A turning. As poor Mr. Ragg often used to say when he was alive, grizzling ain't fattening. I should think it was not. It so happens, Mrs. Ragg, that there is a vacancy in my house for a cook, and if you like to come and take the place, you can look after Tobias as well, you know, for I intend him to remain here for the present. Only remember, you tell this to no one. Me, sir? Lord bless you, sir, who do I see? The colonel was by no means anxious to convince himself a second time of the impossibility of bringing Mrs. Ragg to a precise answer, so he changed the subject, and it was finally arranged that without a word to anyone upon the subject, that very night Mrs. Ragg was to take up her abode with Tobias. After this had been all arranged, the three gentlemen proceeded to the dining-room and held a consultation. Of the guilt of Todd, said the magistrate, I entertain no doubt, but I own that I am extremely anxious to bring the crime legally home to him. Exactly, said the colonel, and I can only say that every plan you can suggest will be cheerfully acquiesced in by me and my friend here. The captain signified his assent. Be assured, gentlemen, added Sir Richard Blunt, that something shall be done of a decisive character before many days are past. I have seen the higher powers upon the subject, and have full authority, and you may rest satisfied that I shall not mind running a little personal risk to unravel the mysteries that surround the career of Sweeney Todd. I think one thing may be done conveniently. What is that, sir? Why, it seems to be pretty well understood that no one resides in Todd's house but himself, and as now he has no boy unless he has provided himself with one, already he must go out sometimes and leave the place to itself. And upon one of those occasions, an opportunity might be found of thoroughly searching the upper part, at all events, of his house. Could that be done with safety? I think so. At all events, I feel inclined to try it. If I do so, and make any discovery, you may depend upon my letting you know without an hour's delay, and I sincerely hope that all that will take place may have the effect of setting your mind at rest regarding your friend, Mr. Ingestry. But not of restoring him to us. The magistrate shook his head. I think, sir, he said, that you ought to consider that he has, if anyone has, fallen a victim to Sweeney Todd. Alas, I fear so. All the evidence points that way, and we can only take measures in the best way possible to bring his murderer to justice. That murderer is Sweeney Todd. I cannot, for one moment of time, bring myself to doubt. Sir Richard Blunt shortly afterwards left Colonel Jeffrey's house and proceeded to the execution of a plan of proceeding, with the particulars of which he had not thought proper to entrust to the colonel and his friend the captain. Long habits of caution had led the magistrate, who was not one of the fancy magistrates of the present day, but a real police officer, active, cool, and determined to trust no one but himself with his secrets, and so he kept to himself what he meant to do that night. When he was gone, Colonel Jeffrey had a long talk with his friend, and the subject gradually turned to Johanna, whom the colonel yet hoped, he said, to be able one day to call his own. No one, he remarked, would be more truly rejoiced than I to restore Mark Ingestry to her whom he loves, and whose affection for him is of so enduring and remarkable a character. But if, as Sir Richard Blunt supposes, he is really no more, I think Johanna, by being mine, would stand a better chance of recovering her serenity, if not of enjoying all the happiness in this world that she deserves. Hope for the best, said the captain, and recollect what the surgeon said as regarded Tobias, that time works wonders. Chapter 37. The Search at Todd's. The house in Fleet Street, next door to Todd's, was kept by a shoemaker named Whittle, and in this shoemaker's window was a bill, only put up on the very day of poor Tobias's escape from Peckham, announcing an attic to let. This was rather an alluring announcement to Sir Richard Blunt. At about half an hour after sunset on the same evening that had witnessed the utter discomfiture of the attempt to restore poor Tobias Ragg to his senses, two men stood in the deep recess of a doorway immediately opposite to the house of Sweeney Todd. These two men were none other than Sir Richard and his esteemed, but rather eccentric officer, Mr. Cratchit. After some few moments' silence, Sir Richard spoke, saying, "Well, Cratchit, what do you think of the affair now?" "Nothink." "Nothing? You do not mean that, Cratchit." "Says what I means what I says, and then leaves it alone." "But you have some opinion, Cratchit." "Head master had." "Well, Cratchit, I think we can now cross over the way and endeavor to get possession of the shoemaker's attic, from which we can get into Todd's house. And find nothink criminatory." "You think not? But do you know, Cratchit, I am of opinion that the greatest and cleverest rogues not unfrequently leave themselves open to detection, in some little particular, which they have most strangely and unaccountably neglected. I am not without a hope that we shall find the man, Sweeney Todd, to be one of that class, and if so, we shall not fail to do some good by our visit to the house. You remain here and watch for his going out, and when he is gone, come over the way and ask for Mr. Smith. Have you seen Fletcher?" "No, but he will be here presently, and will wait till that air fellow goes away, if so be as he goes out, and then when you and me hears 2 notes on the key bugle, it will be time all for us to go for to come to Mizzle." "Very good," said Sir Richard Blunt, and he crossed over to the shoemaker's shop, leaving Cratchit on the watch in the deep doorway. The fact is, they had been waiting there for some time, in the hope that Todd would go out, but he had not stirred, so that the magistrate thought it would be as well to let Cratchit remain while he secured the shoemaker's attic, with a view to ulterior proceedings. The magistrate was dressed as a respectable, staid clerk, and he walked into the shoemaker's shop with a gravity of gait that was quite imposing. "You have an attic to let," he said. "Is it furnished?" "Oh yes, sir, and comfortably too. My missus looks after all that, I can tell you." "Very well, I want just such a place. For, do you know, since I have left a widower, I like to live in some lively situation, and as all my friends are at Cambridge, and not a soul that I know in London, I don't half fancy going into an out-of-the-way place to live. Though, I dare say, for all that, London is safe enough." "Why, I don't know that," said the shoemaker. "However, you'll be safe enough here, sir, never doubt. The rent is 4 shillings a week." "Very good. I think, if you will show it to me, we shall suit each other. The great object with me is to find myself in the house of a respectable man, and one look at you, sir, is quite sufficient to show me that you are one." This was all highly flattering to the shoemaker, and he was so well pleased to get such a respectable, civil-spoken, middle-aged gentleman into his house, that he was prepared, upon half a word to that effect, to come down a whole 6 pence a week in the rent, if needs were. Of course, the would-be lodger was well enough pleased with the attic, and turning to the shoemaker, he handed him 4 shillings, saying, "As my friends are all so far off, I ought to give you a week's rent in advance instead of a reference, and there it is." After this, who could ask any further questions? The magistrate, just of his own accord, added that his name was Smith, and that he would stay a short time in his room if the shoemaker could oblige him with a light, which was done accordingly, and when the shoemaker's wife came home, that lady having been out to gossip with no less a personage than Mrs. Lovett, he was quite elated to tell her what a lodger they had, and as he handed her the 4 shillings, saying, "My dear, that will buy you the ribbon at Mrs. Keating's, the mercer, that you had set your mind upon." How could she be other than quite amiable? "Well, John," she said, "for once in a way, I must say that you have shown great judgment, and if I had been at home myself, I could not have managed better." This, we are quite sure, our lady readers will agree with us, was as much as any married female ought to say. Sir Richard Blunt ascended to the attic, of which he was now, by virtue of a weekly tenancy, lord and master, with a light, and closing the door, he cast his eyes around the apartment. Its appointments were decidedly not luxurious. In one corner, a stump bedstead awakened anything but lively associations, while the miserable little grate, the front of which was decidedly composed of some portions of an old iron hoop from a barrel, did not look redolent of comforts. The rest of the apartments were what the auctioneers call en suite, the said auctioneers having but a dreamy notion of what en suite means. But the appointments or disappointments of his attic were of little consequence to Sir Richard Blunt. It was the window that offered attractions to him. Softly opening it, he looked out and found that there was a leaden gutter, with only the average amount of filth in it, the drain being, of course, stopped up by a dishclout and a cracked flower pot, which is perfectly according to custom in London. He saw enough at a glance, however, to convince him that there would be no difficulty whatever in getting to the attic of Todd's house, and that fact once ascertained, he waited with exemplary and placid patience the return of Cratchit. Now, Sweeney Todd was, during much of that day, in what is denominated a brown study. He could not make up his mind in what way he was to make up for the loss of the senses of Tobias. It was with him an equal choice of disagreeables. To have a boy or not to have a boy, which to do became an anxious question. "A boy is a spy," muttered Todd to himself, "a spy upon all my actions, a perpetual police officer in a small way, constantly at my elbow in alarum, continually crying to me, Todd, Todd, beware. Curses on them all, and yet what a slave am I to this place without a lad. And after all, when they do become too troublesome and inquisitive, I can but dispose of them as I have disposed of him." Todd patrolled his shop for some time, thus communing with himself, but as yet he could not make up his mind which to do, a boy or not a boy. That was the question. He remained in this unsatisfactory state of mind until sunset had passed away and the dim twilight was wrapping all things in obscurity. Then, without deciding upon either course, he suddenly, in a very hurried manner, shut up his shop, and closing the outer door carefully, he walked rapidly towards Bellyard. He was going to Mrs. Lovett's, whither we shall follow him at a more convenient opportunity, but just now we have Sir Richard Blunt's enterprise to treat of. Todd had no sooner got fairly out of sight than Mr. Cratchit emerged from the doorway in which he was concealed, and went a few paces down Fleet Street. Towards the Temple he soon met a man genteelly dressed, who seemed to be sauntering along in an idle fashion. "All's right, Fletcher," said Cratchit. "Oh, is it?" "Yes, have you got that 'ere little article with you?" "The Bugle? Oh, yes." "Mind you blows it then, if you sees Todd come home, and no gammon." "Trust to me, old fellow." Without another word, Mr. Cratchit crossed over the road, and opened the shop door of the shoemaker. Now the face of Mr. Cratchit was not the most engaging in the world, and when he looked in upon the shoemaker, that industrious workman felt a momentary pang of alarm, and particularly when Mr. Cratchit, imparting a horrible obliquity to his vision, said, "How is your old un?" "Sir," said the shoemaker, "you couldn't show a fellow the way up to Smith's haddock, I supposes." Smith, oh, dear me, that's the new lodger. I'll call him down if you wait here." "No occasion. I'll toddle up my tulip. He's a relation o' mine, don't you see the likeness atween us? We was considered the handsomest pair o' men as was in London at one time, and it sticks to us now, I can tell you." "If you wish, sir, to go up, instead of having Mr. Smith called down, of course, sir, you can, as you are an old friend. Allow me to light you, sir." "Not the least occasion. Only tell me where it isn't, and I'll find out where it is, old chapter." "It's the front attic." "All's right. Don't be sich a hass as to be flaring away arter me. With that 'ere double dip, I can find my way in worserer places than this here. All's right, teasy does it." To the surprise of the shoemaker, his mysterious visitor opened the little door at the back of the shop, which led to the staircase, and in a moment disappeared up them. "Upon my life, this Mr. Smith," thought the shoemaker, "seems to have some very strange connections. He told me he knew nobody in London, and then here comes one of the ugliest fellows, I think, I ever saw in all my life, and claims acquaintance with him. What ought I to do? Ought I to tell Mrs. W. of it?" At this moment, Mrs. W. made her appearance from the mercer's, with the ribbon that had tickled her feminine fancy all smiles and sweetness. The heart of the shoemaker died within him, for well he knew what visitation he was likely to come in for, if anything connected with the lodger turned out wrong. Ahem. Well, my dear, have you got the ribbon?" "Oh yes, to be sure, and a love it is."
"Ah,
"What's the matter?" "Nothing, my dove. I was only thinking that it wasn't the ribbon that makes folks look lovely, but the person who wears it. You would look beautiful in any ribbon." "Why, my dear, that may be very true, but still one ought to look as well as one can, you know, for the credit of one's maker." "Oh yes, but I was only thinking." "Thinking of what? Bless me, Mr. Wheeler, how mystifying you are tonight, to be sure. What do you mean by this conduct? Was ever a woman so pestered and tormented with a fool of a man, who looks like an owl in an ivy bush for all the world, or a crow peeping into a marrowbone? My duck, how can you say so? Duck indeed, keep your ducks to yourself. Hoity-toity, duck indeed, you low good for nothing. My dear, I was only thinking, and not in the least wishing to offend. But you do offend me, you nasty, insinuating, sneering wretch. What were you thinking about? Tell me this moment. Why, that a pretty silver-gray satin mantle would set off your figure so well that— Oh, John, that though quarter-day is near at hand, I think you ought to have one. Really, Jackie? Yes, my dear. What a man you are. Ah, Jackie, after all, though we have, like all people, our little tiffs and whiffs and sniffs after all, I say it perhaps that should not say it, you are a dear, good, obliging. Don't mention it. Yes, but— No, don't. By the by, do you know, Susie, that I begin to have my suspicions, mind? I may be wrong, but I begin to have my suspicions. Do you know that our attic lodger is, after all, no better than he should be? Gracious. Hush, hush, there has been a man here. So ugly, so squintified, if I may say so, that between you and me and the post, my dear, it's enough to frighten anyone to look at him. It is indeed, but as for the silver-gray satin, don't stint the quality for a sixpence or so. The wretch. And take care to have plenty of rich trimming to it. The monster. And have something pretty to match it, so that when you go to St. Dunstan's next Sunday, all the folks will ask what fine lady from court has come into the city out of curiosity to see the old church. Oh, Jackie. That's what I call, muttered Mr. Wheeler, pouring oil upon the troubled waters. He then spoke aloud, saying, Now, my dear, it is your judgment and advice I want. What shall we do in this case? For you see, first of all, the new lodger denies knowing a soul, and then in half an hour an old acquaintance calls upon him here. The silver-gray satin, the flattering allusion to the probable opinion of the people in St. Dunstan's church on the next Sunday, the obscure allusion to something else to match it, and the appeal to her judgment, all had the effect desired upon Mrs. Wheeler, who, dropping entirely the hectoring tone, fell into her husband's views, and began calmly and dispassionately, without abuse or crimination, to discuss the merits, or rather the probable demerits, of the new lodger. I tell you, my dear, my opinion, said the lady. As for stopping in the house and not knowing who and what he is, I won't. Certainly not, my love. Then, Mr. W., the only thing to do is for you and I to go upstairs, and say that as I was out you did not know a Mr. Jones had spoken about the lodging, but that, if he could give a reference in London, we would still have him for a lodger. Very well, that will be only civil, and if he says he can't, but must send to Cambridge, why then, my dear, you must say that he may stay till he writes, and I'll be guided by his looks. If I give you a nudge, so, with my elbow, you may consider that it's pretty right. Very well, my dove. Chapter 38, Sir Richard pries into Todd's secrets. Cratchit soon reached the attic floor of the shoemaker's house, and although in profound darkness, he managed, as he thought, to touch the right door. Tap, tap, went Cratchit's knuckles, and as he did so he followed a habit very general when the knock is only a matter of ceremony, and opened the door at the same moment. He popped his head into a room where there was a light and said, Here yer is. A scream was the reply to him, and then Cratchit saw, by the state of affairs there, that he had made a little mistake in the topography of the attic landing. The attic in which he found himself, for he had crossed the threshold, was in the occupation of an elderly, gaunt-looking female, who was comforting her toes by keeping them immersed in a pan of water by the side of a little miserable fire, which was feebly pretending to look cheerful in the little grate. Lor, mum, said Cratchit, who'd 'a thought o' seeing of you? Oh, you monster, you base man, what do you want here? Nothink. Be off with you, or else I'll call the perlice. Oh, I'm a-going, mum. How do you bring it in, mum, in a general way? Help murdered. Lord bless us, what a racket. Don't you go for to fancy, mum, that I comed up these here attic stairs for to see you. Quite the rewerse, mum. Then, pray who did you come to see, you big ugly monster, you? The other attic is empty. Oh, you base infidel. I believe I knows what men are by this time. No doubt on it, mum. Howsomedever this here's the wrong door, I take it. No harm done, mum. I wish you and your toes, mum, a remarkably good evening. "Crotchet," said a voice. "Here yer is." Sir Richard Blunt had been attentively listening for Crotchet, and when he heard the screams of the old lady in the next attic, he opened the door of his apartment and looked out. He soon discovered what was amiss and called out accordingly. "Bless us, who's that?" "The Emperor o' Russia, mum," said Crotchet. "He's took that air attic next to you, 'cause he's heard so much o' the London chumbly pots, and he wants to have a good look at them at his leisure." With these words, Mr. Crotchet left the old lady's attic and closed the door carefully, leaving her, no doubt, in a considerable state of bewilderment. In another moment, he was with the magistrate. "Crotchet," said Sir Richard, "I thought I told you to do this thing as quietly as you possibly could." "Down as a hammer, sir." "I think it is anything but down." "Right as a trivet, sir, with a hextra leg. Lots o' fear, but no danger. Now for it, Sir Richard. What lay is we to go on?" It certainly never occurred to Sir Richard Blunt to hold any argument with Mr. Crotchet. He had long since found out that he must, if he would avail himself of his services, and for courage and fidelity, he was unequaled put up with his eccentricities. So upon this occasion he said no more about Crotchet's mistake, but after a few moments' pause, pointing to the attic door, he said, "Secure it." "All's right." Crotchet took a curious little iron instrument from his pocket and secured it into the wall by the side of the door. It did not take him more than a moment to do so, and then, fully satisfied of the efficacy of his work, he said, "Let him get over that if they can." While he was so occupied, Sir Richard Blunt himself had opened the window and fastened it open securely. "Now, Crotchet," he said, "look to your pistols." "All's right, sir." The magistrate carefully examined the priming of his own arms, and seeing that all was right, he at once emerged from the attic through the window on to the parapet of the house. He might have crept along the gutter just within the parapet, but the gutter aforesaid was not exactly in the most salubrious condition. Indeed, from its filthy state, one might have fancied it to be peculiarly under the direction of the city commissioners of sewers. Crotchet followed Sir Richard closely, and in a moment or two they had traversed a sufficient portion of the parapet to find themselves at the attic window of Todd's house. It would have been next thing to a miracle if they had been seen in their progress, for the roof was very dark-colored, and the night had fairly enough set in, so that if anyone had by chance looked up from the street below, they would scarcely have discovered that there was anybody creeping along the parapet. Now there was a slight creaking noise for about half a minute, and then the window of Sweeney Todd's attic swung open. "Come on," said Sir Richard, and he softly alighted in the apartment. Crotchet followed him, and then the magistrate carefully closed the window again and left it in such a way that a touch from within would open it. Then they were in profound darkness, and as it was no part of the policy of Sir Richard Blunt to run any unnecessary risks, he did not move 1 inch from the place upon which he stood until he had lighted a small hand lantern, which had a powerful reflector and a tin shade, which in a moment could be passed over the glass, so as to hide the light upon an emergency. "Now, Crotchet," he said, "we shall see where we are." "Reether," said Crotchet. By holding the light some height up, they were able to command a good view of the attic. It was a miserable-looking room. The walls were in a state of premature decay, and in several places lumps of mortar had fallen from the ceiling, making a litter of broken plaster upon the floor. It was entirely destitute of furniture, with the exception of an old stump bedstead, upon which there lay what looked like a quantity of old clothes. "Safe enough," said Sir Richard. "Stop," said Crotchet. "What's the matter?" "There's something odd on the floor here. Don't you see as the dust has got into a crevice as is bigger nor all the other crevices, and goes right along this ways and then along that ways? Don't you move, sir. I'll be down upon it in a minute." Mr. Crotchet laid himself down flat upon the floor, and then crept on until he came to that part of the flooring which had excited his suspicions. As soon as he pressed upon it with both his hands, it gave way under them plainly, by the elevation of the other end of the 3 boards of which this trap was composed, proclaiming that it was a movable portion of the floor, revolving or turning upon one of the joists as a center. "Oh dear, how clever," said Crotchet. "If Mr. Todd goes on a cutting away his joists in this here way, he'll bring his blessed old house down with a run some day. How nice and handy, now, if anyone was to step upon here, they'd go down into the room below, and perhaps break their blessed legs as they went. "Escape the first for us," said Sir Richard. "Oh, lor, yes. Now this here Todd thinks, by putting this here man-trap here, as he has perwited again any accidents. But we ain't them air sort o' birds as is catched by chaff, not we. Why he must have spilted his blessed ceiling down below to make this here sort of a jiggamary concern. It's not a bad contrivance though, Crotchet. Its own weight, you see, restores it to its place again, and so there's no trouble with it. Oh dear, no, it's a what I calls a self-acting ketchem, who can sort o' machine. Yes, Sir Richard, I never did think that Air Todd was worry green. He don't know quite so much as we know, but yet he's a rum un. No doubt of it. Do you think, Crotchet, there is anything else in this attic to beware of? Not likely. When he'd finished this here nice little piece of handiwork, I dare say he said to himself this will catch 'em. And so downstairs he toddled, and grinned like a monkey as has swallowed a whole nut by accident, and gived himself a pain in the side in consequence. "That'll catch 'em," says he. Mr. Crotchet seemed so much amused at the picture he drew to himself of the supposed exultation of Todd, that for some moments he did nothing but laugh. The reader must not suppose, however, that in the circumstances of peril in which they were, he indulged in a regular, "ha, ha," quite the contrary. He had a mode of laughing under such circumstances that was entirely his own, and which, while it made no noise, shook his huge frame as though some commotion had taken sudden possession of it, and the most ridiculous part of the process was the alarming suddenness with which he would become preternaturally serious again. But Sir Richard Blunt knew his peculiarities, and paid no attention to them, unless they very much interfered with business. "We must not waste time. Come on, Crotchet." Sir Richard walked to the door of the attic and tried it. It was as fast as though it had been part of the wall itself. So, he said, "Master Todd has taken some precautions against being surprised from the top of his house. He has nailed up this door as surely as any door was ever nailed up." "Has he really, though?" "Yes, quick, Crotchet. You have your tools about you, I suppose." "Never fear," said Crotchet. "I'm the individual as never forgets nothink, and if I don't have the middle panel out this door a'most as soon as look at it, it's only 'cause it takes more time." With this philosophical and indisputable remark, Mr. Crotchet stooped down before the door, and taking various exquisitely made tools from his pocket, he began to work at the door. He knocked nearly noiselessly, and it looked like something little short of magic to see how the panel was forced out of the door without any of the hammering and flustering which a carpenter would have made of it. "All's right," he said. "If we can't creep through here, we are bigger than I think we is." "That will do, hush." They both listened attentively, for Sir Richard thought he heard a faint noise from the lower part of the house. As, however, 5 minutes of attentive listening passed away, and no repetition of it occurred, they thought it was only some one of those accidental sounds which will at times be heard in all houses whether occupied or not. Crotchet took the lead by creeping clearly enough through the opening that he had made in the door of the attic, and Sir Richard followed him. They were both now at the head of the staircase, and Sir Richard held up the lantern so as to have a good look around him. The walls looked damp and neglected. There were 2 other doors opening from that landing, but neither of them was fastened, so that they entered the rooms easily. They took care, though, not to go beyond the threshold for fear of accidents, although it was very unlikely that Todd would take the trouble to construct a trapdoor in any other attic than the one which was so easily accessible from the parapet. Old clothes, said Crotchet. "There seems to be nothing else in these rooms." "So it would appear," said Sir Richard. He lifted up some of the topmost of a heap of garments upon the floor, and a cloud of moths flew upwards in confusion. "There's the toggery," said Mr. Crotchet, "of the smugged uns." "You really think so?" "Knows it." "Well, Crotchet, I don't think from what I know myself that we shall disagree about Todd's guilt. The grand thing is to discover how, and in what way, he is guilty." "Just so. I'm quite sure we have seed all as there is to see up here, so suppose we toddle downstairs now, sir. There's, perhaps, quite a lot o' wonders and nater, and art down below." "Stop a bit, hold the lamp." Crotchet did so, while Sir Richard took from his pocket a pair of thick linsey-woolsey stockings, and carefully drew them on over his boots, for the purpose of deadening the sound of his footsteps. And then he held the light, while Mr. Crotchet, who was similarly provided with linsey woolsies, went through the same process. After this, they moved like specters, so perfectly noiseless were their footsteps upon the stairs. Sir Richard went first, while Cratchit now carried the light, holding it sufficiently high that the magistrate could see the stairs before him very well as he proceeded. It was quite evident, from the state of those stairs, as regarded undisturbed dust, that they had not been ascended for a considerable time. And indeed, Todd, considering the top of his house as perfectly safe after the precautions he had taken, did not trouble himself to visit it. Our adventurers reached the landing upon the second floor in perfect safety, and after giving a few minutes more to the precautionary measure of listening, they opened the first door that presented itself to the observation and entered the room. They both paused in astonishment, for such a miscellaneous collection of matters as was in this room could only have been expected to be met with in the shop of a general dealer. Several chairs and tables were loaded with wearing apparel of all kinds and conditions. The corners of the room were literally crowded with mobs of swords, walking sticks, and umbrellas, while a countless heap of hats lay upon the floor in disorder. You could not have stepped into that room for miscellaneous personal appointments of one sort or another, and Mr. Cratchit and Sir Richard Blunt trod upon the hats as they walked across the floor, from sheer inability to get out of the way. "Well," said Cratchit, "if so be as shaving should go out of fashion, Todd could set up a clothier's shop, and not want for stock to begin with." "I can imagine," muttered the magistrate to himself, "what a trouble and anxiety all these things must be to Todd, and woolen goods are so difficult to burn. Cratchit, select some of the swords, and look if there are makers' names upon the blades." While Cratchit was preparing this order, Sir Richard was making a hasty, but sufficiently precise examination of the room. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Cupboard. "Here they are," said Cratchit. "Some of these are worth something. Get a cane or two likewise." "All's right, sir. I tell you what it is, sir. If there's such things as ghosts in the world, I wonder how this Todd can sleep o' nights, for he must have a plaguey lot of 'em about his bed of a night." "Perhaps he satisfied himself upon that head, Cratchit, before he began his evil practices, for all we know. But let us make our way into another room, for I think we have seen all there is to see in this one." "Not a doubt of it. It's only a kind of storeroom, this, and from the size of it, I should say it ain't the largest on this floor." Sir Richard walked out of the room on to the landing place. All was perfectly still in the barber's house, and as he had heard nothing of the bugle sound in Fleet Street, he felt quite satisfied that Todd had not returned. It was a great thing, in all his daring exploits in discovering criminals and successfully ferreting out their haunts, that he, Sir Richard, could thoroughly depend upon his subordinates. He knew they were not only faithful but brave. He knew that, let what might happen, they would never leave him in the lurch. Hence, in the present instance, he felt quite at his ease in the house of Todd, so long as he did not hear the sound of the bugle. Of course, personal danger he did not consider, for he knew he was, if even he had been alone, more than a match for Todd, but what he wanted was, not to overcome Sweeney Todd, but to find out exactly what were his practices. He could, upon the information he already had, have walked into Todd's shop at any time and have apprehended him, but that would not have answered. What he wanted to do was to pluck out the heart of his mystery. And in order to do that, it was not only necessary that Todd should be at large, but that he should have no hint that such a person as he, Sir Richard Blunt, had his eyes wide open to his actions and maneuvers. Hence was it that, in this examination of the house, he wished to keep himself so secret and free from any observation. There were 3 rooms upon the second floor of Todd's house, and the very next one they met with was the one immediately beneath the trap in the floor of the attic. A glance at the ceiling enabled them easily to perceive it. This room was larger than the other considerably, and in it were many boxes and chests, as well as in the center an immense old-fashioned counting-house desk, with 6 immense flaps to it, 3 upon each side, while a brass railing went along the middle. "Ah," said Sir Richard, "here will be something worth the examining, I hope." "Let's take the cupboards first," said Cratchit. "There are 2 here, and as they are the first we have seen, let's look at 'em, Sir Richard. I never likes to be in a strange room long without a peep in the cupboard." "Very well, Cratchit. Look in that one to the left, while I look in this one to the right." Sir Richard opened a cupboard door to the right of the fireplace in this room, while Cratchit opened one to the left. More clothes, said Sir Richard. What's in yours, Crotchet? Nothing at all, yet stay. There's a something high up here. I don't know what it is, but I'll try and reach it if I can. Crotchet went completely into the cupboard, but he had no sooner done so than Sir Richard Blunt heard a strange crushing sound, and then all was still. Hilloa, what's that, Crotchet? He hastily stepped to the cupboard. The door had swung close. It was evidently hung upon its hinges in a manner to do so. With his disengaged hand, the magistrate at once pulled it open. Crotchet was gone. The astonishment of Sir Richard Blunt for a moment was excessive. There was the flooring of the cupboard perfectly safe, but no Crotchet. Nothing to his eyes had looked so like a magical disappearance as this, and with the trap in his hand, he stood while anyone might have counted 20, completely motionless and transfixed by astonishment. Starting then from this lethargic condition, he drew a pistol from his pocket and rushed to the door of the room. At this instant, he heard the bugle sound clearly and distinctly in the street. Before the echo of the sound had died away, the magistrate was upon the landing place outside the door of the second floor. He listened intently and heard someone below coughing. It was not the cough of Crotchet. What was he to do? If he did not make a signal to the officers in the street that all was safe, the house would soon be stormed, and, for all he knew, that might ensure the destruction of Crotchet instead of saving him. For a moment, the resolution to go down the staircase at all hazards and face Todd, for he had no doubt but that he had come home, possessed him, but a moment's reflection turned the scale of thought in another direction. If the officers, not finding him make a signal that he was safe, did attack the house, they would not do so for some minutes. It was their duty not to be precipitate. He leant on the balustrade and listened with an intentness that was perfectly painful. He heard the cough again from quite the lower part of the house, and then he became aware that someone was slowly creeping up the stairs. He had placed the slide over the bull's eye of his little lamp, so that all was darkness, but he heard the breathing of the person who was coming up towards him. He shrunk back close to the wall, determined to seize, and with an iron hand, anyone who should reach the landing. Suddenly, from quite the lower part of the building, he heard the cough again. The thought, then, that it must be Crotchet who was coming up impressed itself upon him, but he would not speak. In a few moments someone reached the landing, and stretching out his right arm, Sir Richard caught whoever it was, and said in a whisper, "Any resistance will cost you your life." "Crotchet it is," said the newcomer. "Ah, how glad I am it is you." "Reither, hush, the old inn is below, ain't I shook a bit. It's a precious good thing as my bones is in the blessed habit o' holding on, one of 'em to the rest and all the rest to one, or else I should have tumbled to bits."
Hush, hush.
"Oh, he's a good way off. That air cupboard has got a descending floor with ropes and pulleys, so down I went and was rolled out into a room below, and up went the bit of flooring again. I was very nearly startled a little." "Nearly." "Reither, but here I is. I got out and crept upstairs as soon as I could, 'cause, says I, the governor will wonder what the deuce has become of me." I did indeed. "Just as I thought, Sir Richard just listened to me. I've got a fancy for Todd." "A fancy for Todd?" "Yes, and I want to stay here a few hours, yes. Go and let them as is outside know all's right, and leave me here. I think somehow I shall like to be in this crib alone with Todd for an hour or two. You have got other business to see to, you know, so just leave me here, and mind if I don't get here by 6 in the morning, just consider as he's got the better of me." "No, Crotchet, I cannot." "Can't what?" "Consent to leave you here alone." "Bother, what's the row and where's the danger, I should like to know? Who's Todd? Who am I, gammon?" Sir Richard shook his head, although Crotchet could not very well see him shake it, and after a pause he added, "I don't suppose exactly that there is much danger, Crotchet, but at all events, I don't like it said that I brought you into this place and then left you here." "Bother. You go and leave me." "Likely joke that. No, I tell you what it is, Sir Richard. You knows me and I knows you, so what does it matter what other folks say? Business is business, I hope, and don't you believe that I'm going to be such a flat as to throw away my life upon such a fellow as Todd. I think I can do some good by staying here. If I can't, I'll come away, but I don't think in either case that Todd will see me. If he does, I shall, perhaps, be forced to nab him, and that, after all, is the worst that can come of it." "Well, Crotchet, you shall have your own way." "Good. I will return to the attic as soon as I conveniently can, And, let what will happen to you, remember that you are not deserted. I knows it. Goodbye, take care of yourself, old friend. I means it. I should be indeed afflicted if anything were to happen to you. Gammon. Sir Richard left him his own pistols, in addition to the pair which he, Crotchet, always had about him, so that he was certainly well armed, let what would happen to him in that house of Sweeney Todd's, which had now become something more than a mere object of suspicion to the police. Well, they knew Todd's guilt. It was the mode in which he was guilty, only that still remained a mystery. The moment Sir Richard Blunt reached the attic again, he held his arm out at full length from the window, and waved to and fro the little lantern as a signal to the officers in the street that he was safe. This done, he would not return to the room he had hired of the bootmaker, but he resolved to wait about 10 minutes longer in case anything should happen in the house below that might sound alarming. After that period of time, he resolved upon leaving for an hour or two, but he, of course, would not do so without apprising his officers of Crotchet's situation. During the time that had been passed by Crotchet and Sir Richard Blunt in Sweeney Todd's house, the shoemaker and his wife had had an adventure which created in their minds abundance of surprise. It will be recollected that the shoemaker's wife had decided upon what was to be done regarding the new lodger, namely, that under the pretense that a Mr. Jones was a more satisfactory lodger, he was to be asked to be so good as to quit the attic he had so strangely taken. The arrival of Mr. Crotchet with so different a story from that told by Sir Richard Blunt certainly had the effect of engendering many suspicions in the minds of Sir Richard's new landlord and landlady. "Well, my dear," said the shoemaker, "if you are willing to come upstairs, I will say what you wish to this man, particularly as his pretended friend don't seem to be coming downstairs again." "Very well, my dear. I'll take the kitchen poker and follow you, and while I am behind you, if I think he is a pleasant man, you know, and we had better let him stay, I will give you a slight poke." "Ahem, thank you, yes." Armed with the poker, the lady of the mansion followed her husband up the staircase, and perhaps we may fairly say that curiosity was as strong a feeling with her as any other in the business. To tell the truth, the shoemaker did not half like the job. But what will a man, who is under proper control at home, not do to keep up the shallow treaty of peace which his compliance produces between him and his better half? Is there anything which a henpecked husband dares say he will not do when the autocrat of his domestic hearth bids him do it? Up the long dark staircase they went. Our ancestors, as one of their pieces of wisdom, had a knack of making steep dark staircases, and, to tell the truth, there are many modern architects equally ingenious. At length, the attic landing was reached. The shoemaker knew the localities of his house better than to make such a mistake as Crotchet had done. So the old lady, with her feet in the pan of water, was saved such another interruption as had already taken place into her peaceful domains. "Now, my dear, knock boldly," said the lady of the mansion. "Knock like a man." "Yes, my love." The shoemaker tapped at the door with about the energy of a fly. The soft appeal produced no effect whatever, and the lady, growing impatient, then poised the poker and dealt the door a blow which induced her husband to start aside, lest the lodger should open it quickly and rush out in great wrath. All was profoundly still, however, and then they tried the lock and found it fast. "He's gone to bed," said the shoemaker. "He can't," said the lady, "for there are no sheets on the bed. Besides, they have not both gone to bed. I tell you what it is. There's some mystery in this that I should like to find out. Now, all the keys of all the attics are alike. Just wait here and I'll borrow Mrs. Mackonicky's." The shoemaker waited in no small amount of trepidation, while this process of key borrowing from the old lady, who enjoyed a pan of water, took place upon the part of his wife. Chapter 40. Crotchet astonishes Mr. Todd. The key was soon procured, but it will be recollected that Crotchet had fastened the door rather too securely for it to be opened by any such ordinary implement as a key, and so disappointment was the portion of the shoemaker's wife. "Don't you think, my love," said the shoemaker, "that it will be just as well to leave this affair until the morning before taking any further notice of it?" "And pray then, am I to sleep all night if I don't know the rights of it, I should like to know? Perhaps, if you can tell me that, you are a little wiser than I think you. Marry, come up." "Oh, well, I only—" "You only, then only don't. That's the only favor I ask of you, sir, is to only don't. What extraordinary favor this was, the lady did not condescend to explain any more particulars, but it was quite enough for the husband to understand that a storm was brewing, and to become humble and submissive accordingly. Well, my dear, I'm sure I only wish you to do just what you like. That's all, my dear, I'm sure. Very good. After this, she made the most vigorous efforts to get into the attic, and if anyone had been there which at that juncture there was not, they might truly have asked, "Who's that knocking at the door?" Finding that all her efforts were ineffectual, she took to peeping through the keyhole, but nothing was to be seen. And then, for the first time, the idea struck her that there was something supernatural about the business, and in a few moments this notion gained sufficient strength to engender some lively apprehensions. "I tell you what," she said to her husband, "if you don't fetch a constable at once, and have the door opened, and see all about, I'm afraid indeed I'm quite sure I shall be very ill. Oh dear. It's of no use your standing here and saying, 'Oh, dear,' like a great stupid as you are always was and always will be. Go for a constable at once." "A constable?" "Yes, there's Mr. Otten, the beadle of St. Dunstan's, lives opposite, as you well know, and he's a constable. Run over the way and fetch him this minute." She began hastily to descend the stairs, and the shoemaker followed her, remonstrating for the idea of fetching a constable, and making him and his house the talk of the whole neighborhood, was by no means a proposition that met with his approval. The lady was positive, however, and Mr. Otten, the beadle of St. Dunstan's, was brought from over the way, and the case stated to him at length. "Conwulsions," exclaimed Otten, "what can I do?" "Burst open the door," said the lady. "Burst a door open, mum? What is you a-thinking on? Why, that's contrary to habeas corpus, mum, and all that sort of thing. Conwulsions, mum, you mustn't do it. But I tell you what now will be the thing." Here Mr. Otten put his finger to the side of his nose, and looked so cunning that you would hardly have believed it possible. What? Why, suppose, mum, we ask Mr. Todd, next door, to give us leave to go up into his attic, and get out at the window and look in at yours, mum. "That'll do, run in." "Me?" cried the shoemaker. "Oh, Mr. Todd is a strange man, a very strange man, not at all a neighborly sort of man, and I don't like to go to him. I won't go, that's flat, unless, my love, you particularly wish it." "Conwulsions," cried the beadle. "Ain't I going with you? Ain't I a constabulary force, I should like to know? Conwulsions, what is your afeard on? Come on. Lor, what's the meaning o' that, I wonders now? I should just like to take that 'ere fellow up. Whoever heard of a horn being blowed at such a rate in the middle of Fleet Street afore, unless it was something as consarned the parish? Conwulsions. It's contrary to habeas corpus, it is. Is me a constabulary force, or is me not?" This was the bugle sound which warned Sir Richard Blunt and his friend Crotchet that Sweeney Todd had returned to his shop. And, in fact, while this very conversation was going on at the shoemaker's, Todd had lit the lamp in his shop, and actually opened it for business again, as the evening was by no means very far advanced. Mr. Otten went to the door and looked about for the audacious bugle player, but he was not to be seen, so he returned to the back parlor of the shoemaker, uttering his favorite expletive of convulsions very frequently. "Now, if you is ready," he said, "I is, so let's come at once and speak to Mr. Todd. He may be a strange man, but for all that he knows, I dessay, what's proper respect to a beadle." With this strange transformation of his own title upon his lips, Mr. Otten stalked on rather majestically, as he thought, to the street, and thence to Todd's shop door, with the shoemaker following him. The gait of the latter expressed reluctance, and there was a dubious expression upon his face, which was quite amusing to behold. "Really, Mr. Otten," he said, "don't you think, after all, it would be better to leave this affair alone till the morning? We can easily tell my wife, you know, that Mr. Todd won't let us into his attic. That must satisfy her, for what can she say to it?" "Sir," said the beadle, "when you call in the constabulary force, you must do just what they say, or lastways you acts contrary to habeas corpuses. Come on. Conwulsions. Is we to be brought over the street, and then is we to do nothing to go down to prosperity?" The beadle uttered these words with such an air of pomposity and importance that the shoemaker, who had a vague idea that habeas corpus was some fearful engine of the law at the command of all its administrators, no longer offered any opposition, but, as meekly as any lamb, followed Mr. Otten into Sweeney Todd's shop. The door yielded to touch, and Mr. Otten presented his full Rubicon countenance to the gaze of Sweeney Todd, who was at the further end of the shop, as though he had just come from the parlor at the back of it, or was just going there. He did not at first see the shoemaker, who was rather obscured by the portly person of the beadle, and Todd's first idea was, the most natural one in the world, namely, that the beadle came upon an emergency to be shaved. Giving him an hideous leer, Todd said, "A fine night for a clean shave." "Wary, in course, Mr. T, you is the best judge o' that air, but I does for myself." As he spoke, Mr. Otten rubbed his chin, to intimate that it was to his shaving himself that he alluded just then. "Hair cut," said Todd, giving a snap to the blades of a large pair of scissors, that made Mr. Otten jump again, and nearly induced the shoemaker to run out of the shop into the street. "No," said the beadle, and taking off his hat, he felt his hair as though to satisfy himself that it was all there, just as usual. "No." Todd looked as though he would have shaved him with extreme pleasure, and advancing a few steps, he added, "Then what is it that you bring your wieldy carcase here for, you gross lump of stupidity? Ha, ha, ha. What convulsions? Fo, can't you take a joke, Mr. Otten? I know you well enough. It's my funny way to call people, whom I admire very much, all the hard names I can think of." "Is it?" "Oh dear, yes. I thought you and all my neighbors knew that well enough. I'm one of the drollest dogs alive. That I am. Won't you sit down?" "Well, Mr. Todd, a joke may be a joke." The beadle looked very sententious at this discovery. "But you have the oddest way of poking your fun at anyone that ever I heard of, but I comes to you now as a respectable parishioner, too." "Oh," said Todd, putting his hands very deliberately into his pockets, "how much?" "It ain't anything to pay. It's a mere trifle. I just want to go up to your front attic and—" "What?" "Your front attic, and get out of the window to look into the front attic next door. We won't trouble you if you will oblige us with a candle. That's all." Todd advanced 2 steps further towards the beadle and looked peeringly in his face. All the suspicious qualities of his nature rose up in alarm. Every feeling of terror regarding the instability of his position and the danger by which he was surrounded rushed upon him. At once he conjectured that danger was approaching him, and that in this covert manner the beadle was intent upon getting into the house, for the purpose of searching it to his detriment. As the footpad sees in each bush an officer, so, in the most trivial circumstances, even the acute intellect of Sweeney Todd saw dangers, and rumors of dangers, which no one but himself could have had the remotest idea of. He glared upon the beadle with positive ferocity, and so much affected was Otten by that lynx-like observation of Sweeney Todd's, that he stepped aside and disclosed that he was not alone. If anything could have confirmed Todd in his suspicions that there was a dead set at him, it was finding that the beadle was not alone. And yet the shoemaker was well known to him, but what will lull such suspicion as Sweeney Todd had in his mind? Once engendered, it was like the jealousy that makes the meat it feeds on. He advanced, step by step, glaring upon the beadle and upon the shoemaker. Reaching up his hand, he suddenly turned the lamp that hung from the ceiling clear round, so that, in lieu of its principal light falling upon him, it fell upon the faces of those who had paid him so unceremonious a visit. "Lawks," said the beadle. "Excuse us, Mr. Todd," said the shoemaker. "I assure you we only meant—" "What?" thundered Todd. Then suddenly softening his voice, he added, "You are very welcome here indeed. Pray, what do you want?" "Why, sir," said Otten, "you must know that this gentleman has a lodger." "A what?" "A lodger, sir, and so you see that's just the case. You understand that this lodger lore, Mr. Todd, this is your neighbor the shoemaker, you know. The front attic, you know, and all that sort of thing. After this explanation, I hope you'll lend us a candle at once, Mr. Todd, and let us up to the attic." Todd shaded his eyes with his hands, and looked yet more earnestly at the beadle. "Why, Mr. Otten," he said, "indeed you do want a shave." "A shave?" "Yes, Mr. Otten, I have a good razor here that will go over your chin like a piece of butter. Only take a seat, sir, and if you, neighbor, will go home comfortably to your own fireside, I will send for you when Mr. Otten is shaved." "But really," said the beadle, rubbing his chin, "I was shaved this morning, and as I do for myself always, you see, why I don't think I require convulsions. Mr. Todd, why do you look at a man so? Remember the habeas corpus. That's what we call the patermius of the British Constitution, you know. By this time, the beadle had satisfied himself that he did not at all require shaving, and turning to the shoemaker, he said, "Why don't you be shaved?" "Well, I don't care if I do, and perhaps, in the meantime, you, Mr. Otten, will go up to the attic and take a peep into the next one and see if my lodger is up or in bed or what the deuce has become of him. It's a very odd thing, Mr. Todd, that a man should take one's attic and then disappear without coming downstairs." "Disappear without coming downstairs," said Todd. "Yes, and my wife says." Todd made an impatient gesture. "Gentlemen, I will look in my attic myself. The fact is that the flooring is rather out of order, and unless you know exactly where to step you will be apt to fall through a hole into the second floor." "The deuce you are," said Otten. "Yes, so I would not advise either of you to make the attempt. Just remain there, and I'll go at once." The proposition suited both parties, and Mr. Todd immediately passed through a door at the back of his shop, which he immediately closed behind him again. Instead of going upstairs, however, he slid aside a small opening in the panel of this door and placed his ear to it. If people say anything impudent, it is the moment they are free from the company that has held them in check, was one of Sweeney Todd's maxims. His first notion that the beadle and the shoemaker had come covertly to search his house had given way a little, and he wanted to convince himself of the innocency or the reverse of their intentions before he put himself to any further trouble. "I don't like it," said the shoemaker. "Like what, convulsions? What don't you like?" "Intruding upon Mr. Todd. What does he care about my lodgers? It ain't as if he let any of his own house and had a fellow feeling with us." "Very good," said the beadle, "but you send for me, and you ask me what's best, and I tell you that habeas corpus and one thing and another. What I advised was the only thing, that was to get into Mr. Todd's attic, and then get on the parapet and into yours. But if so be as there's holes in Mr. Todd's attic, that will alter the affair, you know." "Fool, fool," muttered Todd. "After all, they only come upon their own twaddling affairs, and I was idiot enough to suspect such muddy-patched rascals." In an instant, he was in the shop again. "Nobody there, gentlemen. I have looked into the attic, and there's nobody there." "Well, I'm very much obliged to you, Mr. Todd," said the shoemaker, "for taking so much trouble. I'll go, and rather astonish my wife, I think." "Convulsions," said the beadle. "It's an odd thing, but you know, Mr. Todd, habeas corpus must have his way." Chapter 41, Todd's Vision. When they had left, Todd remained for some minutes in an attitude of thought. "Is this an accident?" he said, "or is it but the elaboration of some deep design to entrap me? What am I to think?" Todd was an imaginative man quite. He was just the individual to think, and think over the affair until he made something of it, very different from what it really was, and yet there was some hope that the matter was no more than what it appeared to be, by the character of the parties who had come upon the mission. If anything serious had come to the ears of the authorities, he thought that surely two such people as the beadle of St. Dunstan's and his neighbor the shoemaker would not be employed to unravel such a mystery. He sat down in an armchair and rested his head upon his hand, and while he was in that attitude the door of his shop opened, and a man in the dress of a carter made his appearance. "Be this Mr. Todd's?" "Well," said Todd, "what then?" "Why then, this be for him like. It's a letter, but larning weren't much the fashion in my young days, so I can't read what's on it." Todd stretched out his hand. An instant examination showed him it bore the Peckham postmark. "Ah," he muttered from fog. "Thank you, my man, that will do, that will do. What do you wait for?" "Please to remember the carter, your honor." Todd looked daggers at him and slowly handed out tuppence, which the man took with a very ill grace. "What," said Todd, "would you charge me more for carrying a letter than King George III does, you extortionate rascal?" The carter gave a nod. "Get out with you, or buy." Todd snatched up a razor, and the carter was off like a shot, for he really believed, from the awful looks of Todd, that his life was not worth a minute's purchase. Todd opened the letter with great gravity. It contained the following words: "Dear Sir, the lad, Tr, I grieve to say, is no more. Let us hope he is gone where the weary are at rest, and where there is neither sin nor sorrow. I am, dear sir, yours faithfully." Jacob B. Fogg. Humph, said Todd. He held the letter in the flame of the lamp until it fell a piece of airy tinder at his feet. Humph, he repeated, and that humph was all that he condescended to say of poor Tobias Ragg, whom the madhousekeeper had thought proper to say was dead. Hoping that Todd might never be undeceived, for the barber was a good customer. If, however, Tobias should turn up to the confusion of Fogg and of Todd, what could the latter do for the deceit that had been practiced upon him? Literally nothing. No sooner, said Todd, does one cloud disappear from my root than another takes its place. What can that story mean about the attic next door? It sounds to my ears strange and portentous. What am I to think of it? He rose and paced his shop with rapid strides. At length, he paused as though he had come to a determination. The want of a boy is troublesome to me, he said. I must get one, but for the present this must suffice. He wrote upon a small slip of paper the words, "Gone to the temple, will return shortly." He then, by the aid of a wafer, affixed this announcement to the upper part of the half-glass door leading into his shop. Locking this door securely on the inside, and starting a couple of bolts into their sockets, he lit a candle and left his shop. With a stealthy, cat-like movement, Todd passed through the room immediately behind his business apartment, and opening another door he made his way towards the staircase. Then he paused a moment. He thought some sound from above had come upon his ears, but he was not quite sure. To suspect, however, was with such a man as Todd to be prepared for the worst, and accordingly he went back to the room behind his shop again, and from a table drawer he took a knife, such as is used by butchers in their trade, and firmly clutching it in his right hand, while he carried the candle in his left, he once more approached the staircase. I do not think, he said, that for 9 years now any mortal footsteps but my own have trod upon these stairs or upon the flooring of the rooms above. Woe be to those who may now attempt to do so. Woe, I say, be to them, for their death is at hand. These words were spoken in a deep, hollow voice that sounded like tones from a sepulchre, as they came from the lips of that man of many crimes. To give Todd his due, he did not seem to shrink from the unknown and dimly appreciated danger that might be upstairs in his house. He was courageous, but it was not the high-souled courage that nerves a man to noble deeds. No, Sweeney Todd's courage was that of hatred to the whole human race, which he considered, with a strange inconsistency, had conspired against him. Whereas he had been the one to place an impassable barrier between himself and the amenities of society. He ascended the stairs with great deliberation. When he reached the landing upon the first floor, he cast his eyes suspiciously about him, shading the light as he did so with his hand, that same hand that held the knife, the shadow of which fell upon the wall in frightful proportions. All is still, he said. Is fancy, after all, only playing me such tricks as she might have played me 20 years ago? I thought I was too old for such freaks of the imagination. Todd did not suspect that there was a second period in his life, when the mental infirmities of his green youth might come back to him, with many superadded horrors accumulated, with a consciousness of guilt. He slowly approached a door and pushed it open, saying as he did so, No, 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 above all things, I must not be superstitious. If I were so, into what a world of horrors might I not plunge? No, no, I will not people the darkness with horrible fantasies. I will not think that it is possible that men with 20 murders on their heads can revisit this world to drive those who have done them to death with shrieking madness. This world, do I say? There is no other. Bah, priests may talk, and the weak-brained fools who gape at what they do not understand may believe them, but when man dies, when the electric condition that has imputed to his humanity what is called life flies, he is indeed dust to dust. Ha, ha, I have lived as I will die, fearing nothing and believing nothing. As he uttered those words which found no real echo in his heart, for at the bottom of it lay a trembling belief in, and a dread of the great God that rules all things, and who is manifest in the meanest seeming thing that crawls upon the earth, he entered one of the rooms upon that floor, and glanced uneasily around him. All was still. There were trunks, clothes upon chairs, and a vast amount of miscellaneous property in this room, but nothing in the shape of a human being. Todd's spirits rose, and he held the long knife more carelessly than he had done. Fa, he said. I do indeed at times make myself the slave of a disturbed fancy. Fa, I will no more listen to vague sounds meaning nothing, but wrapping myself up in my consciousness of having nothing to fear, I will pursue my course, hideous though it may be. He turned and took his way towards the landing place of the staircase again. He was now carrying both the light and the knife rather carelessly, and everybody knows that when a candle is held before a person's face, that but little indeed can be seen in the hazy vapor that surrounds it. So it was with Todd. He had got about 2 paces from the door, when a strange consciousness of something being in his way came over him. He immediately raised his hand that still carried the knife, to shade the light, and then horror. Horror! He saw standing upon the landing a figure attired in faded apparel, whose face was dabbled in blood, and the stony eyes which were fixed upon the face of Todd, with so awful an expression that had the barber's heart been made of much more flinty materials than it was, he could not have resisted the terrors of that awful moment. With a shriek that echoed through the house, Todd fell upon the landing. The light rolled from stair to stair until it was finally extinguished, and all was darkness. Illustration: Sweeney Todd astonished by Crotchet, the Bow Street officer. "Good," said Crotchet, for it was he who had enacted the ghost. "Good. Blessed if I didn't think that air would nail him. These sort o' chaps are always on the lookout for something or another to be frightened at, and you have only to show yourself to put 'em almost out of their 7 senses. It was a capital idea that of me to cut my finger a little and get some blood to smear over my face. It's astonishing what a long way a little drop will go, to be sure. I dare say it makes me look precious rum." Mr. Crotchet was quite right regarding the appearance which the blood, smeared over his face, gave to him. It made him look perfectly hideous, and anyone whose conscience was not, with injustice corrupted, might well have been excused for a cold chill, and perchance even a swoon like Sweeney Todd's at his appearance. "I rather think," added Crotchet, "that's a settler. So I'll just take the liberty, old fellow, of lighting your candle again, and then mizzling, for I don't somehow think much good is to be done in this crib just now." By the aid of his phosphorus match, Crotchet soon succeeded in re-illumining the candle, which he found on a mat in the passage. But notwithstanding his opinion that he had seen about as much as there was to see in Todd's house, he, when he had the candle alight, thought he might just as well peep into the parlor immediately behind the shop, before going upstairs again. The door offered no opposition, for Todd had certainly not expected anyone downstairs, and Mr. Crotchet found himself in the parlor about as soon as he had formed the wish to be there. This parlor was perfectly crammed with furniture, and all of the bureau kind, that is to say, large shapeless-looking pieces of mahogany with no end of drawers. Crotchet made an attempt at several before he found one that yielded to his efforts to open it, and that only did so because the hasp into which the lock was shot had given way and no longer held it close. This drawer was full of watches. "Humph," said Crotchet, "Todd ought to know the time of day certainly, and no mistake. Ah, these air machines, if they had tongues now, I rather think, could tell a tale or two. Howsomedever, I'll pocket some of 'em." Mr. Crotchet put about a dozen watches in his pocket forthwith, and then he began to think that, as he did not wish to take Mr. Todd just then into custody, it would be just as well if he left the house. Besides, the barber had only fell into a swoon through fright, so that his recovery was a matter that could be calculated upon with something like certainty in a short time. "It would be a world of pities if he was to find out as the ghost was only me," said Crotchet, "so I'll be off before he comes to himself." Extinguishing the light, Crotchet wound his way up the staircase again, but when he got to the landing he stopped and said, "Bless us, I've not got them canes and swords as Sir Richard wanted me to bring away with me. Well, the watches will answer better than them, for all he wants is to compare 'em with the descriptions of some folks as has been missed by their blessed relations in London, so that's all right. Hilloa." This latter ejaculation arose from Crotchet having trodden upon Todd. "The deuce," he added, "I thought I had got clear of him." He paused and heard Todd utter a deep groan. Mr. Crotchet took this as a signal that he had better be off, and accordingly he ascended the next staircase quickly, and in a very few minutes reached the attic of Todd's house. When there, he quickly made his appearance in the shoemaker's attic, and found that Sir Richard Blunt had left the door of it just upon the latch for him. He was upon the point of passing out of the room and going downstairs when he heard a confused sound approaching the attic, and he paused instantly. The sound came nearer and nearer, until Cratchit found that some half-dozen people were upon the landing, and all talking together in anxious whispers. What the deuce is up now, he thought. He approached the door and listened. "I tell you what it is, Mr. Otten," said a female voice. "It's now getting on for 10 o'clock, and I positively can't sleep in my bed unless I know something more about this horrid attic." "Well, but mum." "Don't speak to me. Here's an attic and 2 men go into it. Then all at once there's no men in it. And then all at once 1 man comes down and walks out as cool as a cucumber and says nothing at all. And then we know well enough as there was 2 men and only 1. "But mum." "Don't speak to me, and only 1 has come down." "And here's the t'other," cried Cratchit, suddenly bouncing out of the attic. The confusion that ensued baffles all description. A grand rush was made into the apartments of the lady who was fond of putting her feet into hot water, and in the midst of the confusion, Cratchit quickly enough went downstairs and made his escape from the shoemaker's house. Chapter 42, The Great Sacrifice. While all these things were going on at Sweeney Todd's, in Fleet Street, Mrs. Lovett was not quite idle as regarded her own affairs and feelings. That lady's what shall we say certainly not affections, for she had none passions, is a better word were inconceivably shocked by the discovery she had made of the perfidy of her flaunting and moustachioed lover. It will be perceived, by this little affair of Mrs. Lovett's, how strong-minded women have their little weaknesses. The hour of the appointment, which she, Mrs. Lovett, had made with her military-looking beau, came round, and there she sat, looking rather disconsolate. "Am I never to succeed," she muttered to herself, "in finding one with whom I can make my escape from the sea of horrors that surrounds me? Am I, notwithstanding I have so fully accomplished all I wish to accomplish?" By she shuddered and paused. Well, the time will come I must go alone. Let Todd go alone, and let me go alone. Why should he wish to trammel my actions? He cannot surely think, for a moment, that with him I will consent to pass the remainder of my life. The scornful curl of the lip, and the indignant toss of the head, which accompanied these words, would have been quite sufficient to convince Todd, had he seen them, of the hopelessness of any such notion. "No," she added after a pause, "I shall be alone in the world, or if I make ties they shall be made in another country. There it is possible I may be not happy, but I may be powerful and have cringing slaves about me, who, finding that I am rich, will tell me that I am beautiful, and I shall be able to drink deeply of the intoxicating cup of pleasure, in some land where prudery, or what is called propriety, has not set up its banner as it has in this land of outward virtue. As for Todd, I will try to be assured that he is a corpse before I breathe freely, and if I fail in that, I will hope that we shall be thousands of leagues asunder." A shadow passed the window. Mrs. Lovett started to her feet. "Ah, who comes? Tease he no God, tease Todd." For a moment she pressed her hands upon her face, as though she would squeeze out the traces of passion from the muscles, and then her old set smile came back again. Todd entered the shop. For a few moments they looked at each other in silence, and then Todd said, "Alone?" "Quite," she replied. He gave one of his peculiar laughs, and then glided into the parlor behind the shop. Mrs. Lovett followed him. "News," he said. "None." "The time is coming." "The time to leave off this." "Yes, the time to quit business, Mrs. Lovett. All goes well swimmingly. Ha, ha." She shuddered as she said, "Do not laugh." "Let those laugh who win," replied Todd. "How old are you, Sarah?" "Old?" "Yes, or to shape the question perhaps more to a woman's liking, how young are you? Have you yet many years before you in which to enjoy the fruits of our labors? Have you the iron frame which will enable you to say, I shall revel for years in the soft enjoyments of luxury stolen from a world I hate? Tell me." Mrs. Lovett fell into a musing attitude, and Todd thought she was reflecting upon her age. But at length she said, "I sometimes think I would give half of what is mine if I could forget how I became possessed of the whole." "Indeed?" "Yes, Todd. Has no such feeling ever crossed you?" "Never. I am implacable. Fate made me a barber, but nature made me something else. In the formation of man there is a something that gives weakness to his resolves and makes him pause upon the verge of enterprise with a shrinking horror. That is what the world calls conscience. It has no hold of me. I have but one feeling towards the human race, and that is hatred. I saw that while they pretended to bow down to God, they had in reality set up another idol in their heart of hearts. Gold, gold. Tell me how many men there are in this great city who do not worship gold far more sincerely and heartily than they worship heaven. Few, few. Few, none, I say none. No, the future is a dream and ignis fatuus a vapor, the present we can grasp ha. What is our wealth, Todd? Hundreds of thousands. He shaded his eyes with his hands and peered from the parlor into the shop. Who is that keeps dodging past the window each moment and peeping in at every convenient open space in the glass that he can find? Mrs. Lovett looked, and then, after an effort, she said, Todd, I was going to speak to you of that man. Ah. Listen, I suspect him. For some days past, he has haunted the shop and makes endeavors to become acquainted with me. I did not think it sound policy wholly to shun him, but gave him such encouragement as might supply me with opportunities of judging if he were a spy or not. Humph. I think him dangerous. Todd's eyes glistened like burning coals. Should he come into your shop to be shaved, Todd? Ha ha. The horrible laugh rang through the place, and Mrs. Lovett's lover, with the mustache, sprung to the other side of Bell Yard, for the unearthly sound even reached his ears as he was peeping through the window to catch a glimpse of the charming widow. You understand me, Todd? Perfectly, perfectly. I shall know him again. Ah, my dear Mrs. Lovett, how dangerous it is to be safe in this world. Even our virtue cannot escape detraction, but we will live in hopes of better times. You and I will show the world yet what wealth is. Yes, yes. Todd crept close to her and was about to place his arm round her waist, but she started from him, exclaiming, No, no, Todd, 1,000 times no. Have we not before quarreled upon this point? Do not approach me, or our compact, infernal as it is at an end. I have sold my soul to you, but I have not bartered myself. The expression of Todd's countenance at this juncture was that of an incarnate fiend. He glared at Mrs. Lovett as though with the horrible fascination of his ugliness he would overcome her, and then slowly rising, he said, Her soul, ha, she has sold her soul to me, ha, I will call tomorrow. He left the shop, and as he passed the gent who, by force of his mustache, hoped to win the affections of Mrs. Lovett, he gave him such a look that he terrified him, and the gent found himself in the shop before he was aware. Bless me, what a horrid-looking fellow! I swear by my courage and honor I never saw such a face. Ah, my charmer, who is that left your charming presence just now? Someone who came for a pie. 'Pon honor, he's enough to poison all the pies. Oh, you beauty, yo-oh-oh-oh. The gallant's mouth was so full of a veal pie that he had stuffed into it that for some few moments he could not produce an intelligible sound. When he had recovered, he walked into the parlor and sat down, saying, Now, Mrs. Lovett, here am I, 'pon honor, your humble servant, and stop my breath if I'd say as much to the commander-in-chief. When's the happy day to be? Do you really love me? Do I love you? Do I love fighting? Do I love honor glory? Do I love eating and drinking? Do I love myself? Ah, Major Bounce, you military men are so gallant. 'Pon honor we are. General Cavendish used to say to me, Bounce, says he, if you don't make your fortune by war, which you ought to do, Bounce, 'pon honor, you will make it by love. General, says I now, I was always ready for a smart answer, Mrs. Lovett, so General, says I, the same to you. Very smart. Yes, wasn't it? 'Pon honor it was, and 'pon soul you looks more and more charming every day that I see you. Oh, you flatterer. No number bar flattering bar flattering. His Majesty has often said, talk of flattery, oh dear, Bounce is the man for me. He is right down straight up off-handed, and no sort of mistake on. Another pie converted the oratory of the Major into something between a grunt and a sigh. But Major, I'm afraid that you will regret marrying me. If I convert all I have into money, the Major pricked up his ears, I could not make of it more than 50,000 pounds. The Major's eyes opened to the size of pint saucers, as he said, 50-50, say it again. 50,000 pounds. The Major rose and embraced Mrs. Lovett. Tears actually came into his eyes, and gulping down the pie, he cried, You have 50,000 charms. Only let me be your slave, your dog, damn your dog, Mrs. Lovett, and I shall consider myself the luckiest dog in the world, but not for the money, not for the money. No, as the Marquis of Cleveland once said, if you want a thoroughly disinterested man, go to Bounce. Well, Major, since we understand each other so well, there are two little things that I must name as my conditions. Name 'em, name 'em. Do you want me to bring you the king's eye tooth, or Her Majesty's wig and snuff-box only say the word? One is that I will leave England. I have a private reason for so doing. Damn, so have I, that is a hem. If you have a reason, that is a reason to me, you know. Exactly. In some other capital of Europe we may spend our money and enjoy all the delights of existence. Do you speak French? Ahem, oh, of course. I never tried particularly, but as Lord North said to the Duke of Bridgewater, Bounce is the man if you want anything done of an out-of-the-way character. Very well then, my next condition is that you shave off your mustache. What? Shave off your mustache. I have the greatest possible aversion to mustache, therefore I make that a positive condition without which I shall say no more to you. My charmer, do you think I hesitate? If you were to say to me, bounce off with your head, in a moment it would roll at your feet. Go then to Mr. Todd's, the barber, in Fleet Street, and have them taken off at once, and then come back to me, for I declare I won't speak another word to you while you have them on. But, dear creature. Mrs. Lovett shook her head. 'Pon honor. She shook her head again. I'll go at once then, 'pon soul, and have 'em taken off. I'll be back in a jiffy, Mrs. Lovett. Oh, you duck, I adore you. Confound the cash, it's you I knuckle under to. Man dotes on Venus, and I love Lovett. Bye, I'll get it done and soon be back. 50,000 55. Oh, lor, why flukes, your fortune is made at last. These last words did not reach the ear of Mrs. Lovett. That lady threw herself into a chair where the gallant Major had left her. Another, she said. Another, why did he try to deceive me? The fool to pitch upon me of all persons to make his victim. I must have found him out and poisoned him if I had married him. It is better that Todd should take vengeance for me, and then the time shall come when he shall fall. Yes, so soon as I can, by cajolery or scheming, get sufficient of the plunder into my own hands, Todd's hours are numbered. After this, Mrs. Lovett fell into a train of musing, and her face assumed an expression so different from that with which she was wont to welcome her customers in the shop, that not one of them would have known her. But we must look at Todd. It was upon his return home from several calls, the last of which had been this recent visit to Mrs. Lovett, that he had heard the noise in his house, which had terminated in his going upstairs and being so terrified by Crotchet. It will be recollected that he fell insensible upon the staircase, and that Crotchet took that opportunity of making good his retreat. How long he lay there, he, Todd, had no means of knowing, for all was profound darkness upon the staircase, but his first sensation consisted of a tingling in his feet and hands, similar to the sensation which is properly called, your limbs going to sleep. Then a knocking noise came upon his sense of hearing. What's that? Where am I? He cried. No, don't hang me. Where's Mrs. Lovett? Hang her, she is guilty. Knock, knock, knock. Hush, hush, what is it? Who wants me? Good God, no, there is no good God for me. Knock, 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 came again with increased violence at the door of the shop below. Chapter 43, An Old Acquaintance. Todd scrambled to his feet. He held his head in his hand. What does it all mean? What does it all mean? Knock, knock, knock. Todd's senses were slowly returning to him. He began to recollect events at first confusedly, and then the proper order of their occurrence, how he had come home, and then heard a noise, and gone upstairs and seen what? There he paused in his catalogue of events. What had he seen? Knock, knock, knock. Curses, he muttered. Who can that be hammering with such devilish perseverance at my door? By all that's horrible, they shall pay dearly for thus disturbing me. Who can it be? Not anyone to arrest me? No, they would not knock so long. An enforced entrance long before this would have brought them to me. What did I see? What did I see? What did I see? Dare I give it a name? He slowly descended the stairs, and reaching the shop, he peeped through a place in the door which he had made for such a purpose. There stood the hero of the moustachios knocking away with all his might to get the behests of Mrs. Lovett obeyed. Todd suddenly flung open the door, and in fell Major Bounce, alias Flukes. The devil, what do you want? 'Pon honor, damn it, is this the way to treat a military man? Todd turned to the side of the shop, and hastily put on a wig by an adroit movement of his fingers. He pulled his cravat sufficiently out from his neck to be able to bury his chin in it. And when he turned to the mock major, the latter had no suspicion that he looked upon the same person who had so alarmed him by a look, in Belliard. "Shaved or dressed, sir?" said Todd. "Confound you, why did you open the door so quick?" "Thought you knocked, sir." "I did but stop my breath if you haven't given me an ugly fall. But no matter. None but the brave deserve the fair. You perceive I am a military man." "Oh yes, sir, anybody may see that by your martial air." "Ahem, you are right. Well then, Mr. Barber, I want my mustache shaved off. It's a fancy of a lady, one of the most charming of her sex, one with a 50,000-pound charm. 'Pon my valor, she has, I am a lucky dog, 38 handsome as Apollo, and beloved by the fairest of the fair. Life is a jolly thing, life is a jolly thing, while I drink deep and go frolicking. Fair maids, wives, and widows, fair maids, wives, and widows dote on the youth that goes frolicking. Ha, 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 life's a bumper. Upon my valor, Mr. Barber, I feel like a young colt, that I do." "Really, sir, you don't say so." "Oh yes, yes, ha, ha, all's right, all's right. Now, Mr. What's-your-name, off with the mustache. It's only in the cause of the fair that I would condescend to part with them, that's a fact, but when a lady's in the case upon my valor, you are an ugly fellow." "You don't say so," replied Todd, as he made a most hideous contortion. "Most people think me so fascinating that they stay with me." "Ha ha, a good joke." Major Bounce, we may as well still call the poor wretch Major Bounce, placed his hat upon a chair, and his sword upon the top of it. "Pray, sir, be seated," said Todd. "Ah, damn, is the seat a fixture?" "Yes, sir, it's in the proper light, you see, sir." "Oh, very well, I puff, puff, puff. Confound you, what have you filled my mouth with soap suds for?" "Quite an accident, sir. Quite an accident, for which I humbly beg your pardon, I assure you, sir. If you keep your mouth shut and your eyes open, you will get on amazingly. Have you seen the paper today, sir?" "No." "Sorry for that, sir. A very odd case, sir, a little on one side a most remarkable case, I may say. A gentleman, sir, went into a barber's shop, and—" "A puff, sloosh, puff, am I to be poisoned by your soap suds? Upon my valor, I shall have to make an example of you to all barbers." "You opened your mouth at the wrong time, sir." "The wrong devil, don't keep me here all night." "Certainly not, sir, but as I was saying about this curious case in the paper, a military gentleman went into a barber's shop to be shaved." "Well, the devil pluff, good God, am I to endure all this?" "Certainly not, sir, I'll show you the paper itself. You must know, sir, that the paragraph is headed, 'Mysterious Disappearance of a Gentleman.'" "Damn it, what do I care about it? Get on with the shaving." "Certainly, sir." Todd gave a horrible scrape to Major Bounce's face with a blunt razor. "Quite easy, sir." "Easy? Good gracious, do you want to skin me?" "Oh dear no, sir. What an idea, to skin a military gentleman. Certainly not, sir. I see you require one of my best keen razors, one of the Magnum Bonhams. Ha, ha." "Eh, what was that?" "Only me giving a slight smile, sir." "The deuce it was. Don't do it again, then, that's all, and get your keen razor at once and make an end of the business." "I will make an end of the business. Sit still, sir, I'll be back in a moment." Todd went into the parlor. £50,000, muttered Major Bounce. "I am a happy fellow. At last, after so many ups and downs, I light upon my feet. A charming widow, and she wishes to leave England. How lucky! I wish the very same thing. 50,000, 50,000 charms." "Good God, what's that?" said a man who was passing Todd's window in Fleet Street. "What a horrid shriek. Did you hear it, mum?" "Oh dear, yes," said a woman. "I'm all of a tremble. It came from the barber's shop here. Let's go in and ask if anything is the matter." The man and woman crossed Todd's threshold and opened the shop door. A glance showed them that a man's face was at a small opening of the parlor door. The shaving chair was empty. "What's the matter?" said the man. "With whom?" said Todd. "Well, I don't know, but I thought somebody cried out." Todd crept along the floor until he came close to the man, and then he said, "My friend, have you anything to do?" "Yes, thank God." "Then, go and do it. and the next time you hear me cry out with the stomachache, ask yourself if it is your business to come in and ask me any questions about it. As for you, ma'am, unless you want to be shaved, I don't know, for the life of me, what you do here." "Well, we only thought." Todd gave a hideous howl, which so terrified both the intruders that they left the shop in a moment. His countenance then assumed that awful satanic expression which it sometimes bore, and he stood for the space of about 5 minutes in deep thought. Starting then suddenly, he took up the sword and hat of Major Bounce, and was in the act of putting both into a cupboard when a smothered cry met his ears. Todd unsheathed the sword, and after fastening his shop door, he went into the parlor. He was absent about 10 minutes, and when he returned he had not the sword, but he hastily washed his hands. "Done," he said. Scratch, 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 came something at his door, and Todd bent forward in an attitude of listening. Scratch, 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 his face turned ghastly pale, and his knees knocked together as he whispered to himself, "What is that? What is that?" Todd was getting superstitious. Since his adventure with Mr. Cratchit, his nerves had been out of order, notwithstanding the exertions he had made to control himself, and to convince his judgment that it was all a matter of imagination. Yet now, somehow or another, although there was no visible connection between the two things, he could not help mentally connecting this scratching at the door with the vision on the staircase. It is strange how the fancy will play such tricks, but it is no less strange than true that she does so, yoking together matters most dissimilar, and leading the judgment into strange disorder. Scratch, scratch, scratch. What is it?" gasped Todd. But time works wonders, and after the first shock to his nerves, the barber began to think that someone must be playing him a trick, and for all he knew, it might be the very man whom he had snubbed so for interfering with him, or it might be some boy the boys would at times tease Sweeney Todd. This supposition gathered strength each moment. "It is a trick," he said. "I will be revenged." He took a thick stick from a corner and stealthily approached the door. The odd scratching noise continued, and he again paused for a few moments to listen to it. A boy, he growled. "It is one of the infernal boys." Opening the door a little way with great quickness, Todd aimed a blow through the opening. There was a short, angry bark, and his old enemy, the dog that had belonged to the mariner, thrust in his head and glared at Todd. "Help, help, murder," cried Todd. "The dog again." He made a vain effort to shut the door, but Hector was too strong for him, and as he had got his head in, he seemed to be determined to force in his whole body, which he fully succeeded in doing. Todd dropped the stick and rushed into the back parlor for safety, from whence, through a small square of glass near the top of the door, he glared at the proceedings of his four-footed foe. The dog went direct to the cupboard from which he had taken his master's hat, and, opening the door, he dragged out an assemblage of miscellaneous property, as though he hoped to find among it some other vestige of the dear master he had lost. When, however, after tossing the things about, he found that they were all strange to him, he gave a melancholy howl. Hector then appeared to be considering what he should do next, and after a few moments' consideration, he made a general survey of the shop, and finally ended by leaping into the shaving chair, where he sat and commenced such a series of melancholy howls that Todd was nearly driven out of his mind at the conviction that the whole street must be soon in a state of alarm. Oh, how glad he would have been to have shot Hector. But then, although he had pistols in the parlor, he might miss him and send the bullet into Fleet Street through his own window and, perchance, hit somebody, and that would be a trouble. The report, too, would bring a crowd round his shop, and the old story of him and the accusing dog, for had not that dog accused him, would be brought up again. But yet something must be done. "Am I to be a prisoner here," said Todd, "while that infernal dog sits in the shaving chair howling?" Now and then, for the space of about half a minute, the dog would be quiet, but then the prolonged howl that he would give plainly showed that he had only been gathering breath to give it. Todd got desperate. "I must and will shoot him," he said. Going to a sideboard, he opened a drawer and took from it a large double-barreled pistol. He looked carefully at the priming, and satisfying himself that all was right, he crept again to the parlor door. "I must and will shoot him at any risk," he said. "This infernal dog will be else the bane and torment of my life. I thought I had been successful in poisoning the brute as he suddenly disappeared from my door, but he has been preserved by some sort of miracle on purpose to torment me." Howl went the dog again. Sweeney Todd took a capital aim with the pistol. To be sure, his nerves were not quite in such good order as they sometimes were, but then the distance was so short that how could he miss such an object as a Newfoundland dog?
I have him, he muttered. Ha ha, I have him.
He pulled the trigger of the pistol, snap went the lock, and the powder in the pan flashed up in Todd's face, but that was all. Before he could utter even an oath, the shop door was opened, and a man's voice cried, "Hasn't nobody seen nothing of never a great dog nowheres? Oh, there you is, my tulip. Come to your father, you rogue you. So you goved me the slip at last, did you willing?" Chapter 44, Todd and the Silversmith. Illustration: Sweeney Todd revisited by the dog of one of his victims. Hector whined a kind of recognition of this man, but he did not move from the chair in Todd's shop upon which he had seated himself. "Come, old fellow," said the man, "you don't want to be shaved, do you?" Hector gave a short bark, but he wagged his tail as much as to intimate, "Mind, I am not at all angry with you." And indeed it was quite evident, from the manner of the dog to this man, that there was a good understanding between them. "Come now, pissin," said the man, "don't be making a fool of yourself here any more. You ain't on friendly terms here, my tulip." "Hilloa," cried Todd. The man gave a start, and Hector uttered an angry growl. "Hilloa, who are you?" "Why, I'm the ostler at the Bullfinch, opposite." "Is that your dog?" "Why, in a manner o' speaking, for want of a better master, he's got me." The ostler, by dint of shading his eyes with his hands, and looking very intently, at last saw Todd, and then he added, "Oh, it's you, master, is it?" "Take away that animal directly," cried Todd. "Take him away. I hate dogs. Curses on both you and him. How came he here?" "Ah, pissin, why did you come here, you good-for-nothink feller, you? You ought to have knowed better. Didn't I always say to you leastways, since I've had you didn't I say to you don't you go over the way, for that air barber is your natural enemy, pissin. And yet here yer is." As he spoke, the ostler embraced Hector, who was not at all backward in returning the caress, although in the midst of it he turned his head in the direction of the back parlor and gave a furious bark at Todd. "There is some mystery at the bottom of all this," muttered Todd, and then raising his voice he added, "How did you come by the dog?" "Why, I'll tell you, master. For a matter of 2 days, he stuck at your door with a hat as belonged." Well. Yes, his master, folks said, was murdered."
Ha ha.
"Eh, oh Lord, what was that?" "Only me. I laughed at the idea of anybody being murdered in Fleet Street, that was all." "Oh, it don't seem very likely. Well, as I was a-saying, arter you had finished off his master." "Oh, I begs your pardon. Only, you see, the dog would have it that you had, and so folks say so as natural as possible. But howsomedever, I comed by and seed this here dog in the agonies, conwulsions all along pissin'. Now where I come from, the old man that's my father as was had lots o' dogs, and consequently I knowed something about them air cretters. So I takes up this one and carries him on my back over the way to the stables, and there I cures him and makes a pet of him, and I called him Pissin, cos, you see, as he had been pissinned. Lor, sir, you should only have seed him, when he was a-getting a little better, how he used to look at me and try to say, 'Bill, don't I love you neither.' It's affection that it is, blow me." Todd gave an angry snarl of derision. "I tell you what it is, my man," he said. "If you will hang that dog, I will give you a guinea." "Hang Pissin? No, old I'd much rather hang you for half that air money. Come along, my daffodowndily. Don't you stay here any more. Why, I do believe it was you as pissinned him, you old bloke." Ostler seized Hector, or Pissin, as he had fresh christened him, round the neck and fairly dragged him away out of the shop. To be sure, if Hector had resisted, the ostler, with all the power of resistance he possessed, it would indeed have been no easy matter to remove him. But it was wonderful to see how nicely the grateful creature graduated his struggles, so that they fell short of doing the smallest hurt to his preserver, and yet showed how much he wished to remain as a terror and a reproach to Sweeney Todd. When they were both fairly gone, Todd emerged from his parlor again, and the horrible oaths and imprecations he uttered will not bear transcription. With eager haste he again bundled into the cupboard all the things that the dog had dragged out of it, and then stamping his foot, he said, Am I, after defeating the vigilance of heaven only knows who, and for so long preserving myself from almost suspicion, to live in dread of a dog? Am I to be tormented with the thought that that fiend of an animal is opposite to me, and ready at any moment to fly over here and chase me out of my own shop? Confound it! I cannot and will not put up with such a state of things. Oh, if I could but get one fair blow at him. Only one fair blow. As he spoke, he took up a hammer that was in a corner of the shop, and made a swinging movement with it through the air. Someone at that moment opened the shop door, and narrowly escaped a blow upon the head that would have finished their mortal career. "Hilloa, are you mad?" "Mad," said Todd. "Yes, do you knock folks' brains out when they come to be shaved?" "Mine's a sedentary employment," said Todd, "and when I am alone, I like exercise to open my chest. That's all. Ain't it rather late to be shaved? I was just about to shut up." "Why, it is rather late, Mr. Todd. But the fact is, I am going to York by the early coach from the Bullfinch Inn, opposite, and I want to shave before I get upon my journey, as I shan't have an opportunity, you see, again, for some time." "Very well, sir." "Come in, Charlie." Todd started. "What's that?" he said. He felt afraid that it was the dog again, under some new name. Truly, conscience was beginning to make a coward of Sweeney Todd, although he denied to himself the possession of such an article. Charlie came in the shape of a little boy of about 8 years of age. "Now you sit down and don't do any mischief," said the father, "while I get Mr. Todd to shave me. I am a late customer indeed. You see the coach goes in 2 hours, and as I have got to call the last thing upon Alderman Stanton's, I thought I would be shaved first, and my little lad here would come with me." "Oh, certainly, sir," said Todd. "I believe I have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Brown, the silversmith." "Yes, yes. The alderman gave me some jewels, worth about £3,000 to reset, and though they are not done, I really don't like to have them at home while I take such a journey, so I want to lodge them with him again until I come back." Todd lathered away at Mr. Brown's chin, as he said with an air of innocence, "Can you carry so many jewels about with you, sir?" "So many? Aye, 10 times as many. Why, they are all in a little narrow case that would not hold a pair of razors." "Indeed." Todd began the shaving. "And so this is your little boy, a sharp lad, no doubt." "Tolerable." "The whiskers as they are, sir." "Oh, yes, yes." "I suppose you never trust him out alone in the streets." "Oh, yes, often." "Is it possible? Well, now, I should hardly have thought it. What a sweet child he looks, and such a nice complexion, too. It's quite a pleasure to see him. I was considered myself a very fine child a good while ago." Todd took care to lift the razor judiciously, so as to give Mr. Brown opportunities of replying, and the silversmith said, "Oh, yes, he's a nice little fellow. He's got his mother's complexion." "And he shan't lose it," said Todd, "if there's any virtue in perlometrical savonia." "In what?" "Oh, that's the name I give to a soap that preserves the complexion in all its purity. I have only a small parcel of it, so I don't sell it, but I give it away now and then to my lady customers. Excuse me for one moment." "Oh, certainly." Todd opened a glass case and took out 2 pieces of soap of a yellowish tint. "There, Charlie," he said as he handed them to the little fellow. "There's a piece for you and a piece for Mama." "Really, you are very kind, Mr. Todd," said Brown. "Oh, don't mention it. Run home at once, Charlie, with them, and by the time you get back your father will be finished. Run along." "I won't," said Charlie. "Ah, come, come," said his father. "I won't go, and I don't like soap." "And why don't you like soap, my little man?" said Todd, as he recommenced operations upon the silversmith's face. "Because I don't like to be washed at all, it scrubs so, and I don't like you either, you are so dreadfully ugly that I don't." Todd smiled blandly. "Now, Charlie," said his father, "I am very angry with you. You are a very bad boy indeed. Why don't you do as Mr. Todd tells you?" "Because I won't." "Bless him," said Todd, "bless his heart. But don't you think, Mr. B." Here Todd's voice sank to a whispered "don't you think" that it's rather injudicious to encourage this obstinacy, if one may call it such, thus early in life. It may, you know, grow upon the dear little fellow. "You are right, Mr. Todd, and I know that he is spoiled. but I have a more than ordinary affection for him since, under most critical circumstances, once I saved his life. From that time, I confess that I have been weak enough to allow him too much of his own way. Thank you, Mr. Todd. A very clean, comfortable shave indeed. Mr. Brown rose from his chair and approached the little boy. Charlie, my dear, he said, you will save Papa's life someday, won't you? Yes, said Charlie. The father kissed him, as he added, how affected I feel tonight. I suppose it's the thought of the long journey I am going. No doubt, said Todd. Good night, Mr. Todd. Come along, Charlie. Won't you give me a kiss, you darling, before you go? Said Todd. No, ugly, I won't. Oh, Charlie, your behavior to Mr. Todd is really anything but right. You are a very bad boy tonight. Come along. Away they went, and Todd stood stropping the lately used razor upon his hand, as he glared upon them and muttered. Jewels worth 3,000 pounds, and so you saved the child's life, did you? By all that's devilish, he has returned the obligation. He went to the door and looked after the retreating figures of the silversmith and his child. He saw with what tender care the father lifted the little one over the roadway, and again he muttered. 3,000 pounds gone, when it was almost within my grasp. All this is new. I used not to be the sport of such accidents and adverse circumstances. Time was when by the seeming irresistible force of my will, I could bend circumstances to my purposes, but now I am the sport of dogs and children. What is the meaning of it all? Is my ancient cunning deserting me? Is my brain no longer active and full of daring? He crept back into his shop again. The hour was now getting late, and after sitting for some time in silent musing, he rose, and without a word, commenced closing his establishment for the night. I must have another boy, he said, as he put up the last shutter and secured it in its place. I must have another boy. This state of things will not do. I must certainly have another boy. Tobias Ragg would have suited me very well if he had not been so what shall I call it, confoundedly imaginative. But he is dead, that is a comfort. He is dead, and I must have another boy. Bang went Sweeney Todd's shop door. The beautiful moon climbed over the housetops in Old Fleet Street. The clock of St. Dunstan's struck the hour of 11. The streets began to be thin of pedestrians, and the din of carriages had almost entirely ceased. London then, although it was so not long ago, presented a very different aspect at the hour of 11 to what it does now. The old hackney coaches had not been ousted from the streets by the cabs and the omnibuses, and the bustle of the city was indeed but a faint echo then of what it is now. Time changes all things. Chapter 45, Johanna's New Situation. Johanna, attend to me, said Mrs. Oakley, upon the morning after these events. Well, mother. Your father is an idiot. Mother, I dissent from the opinion, and if it were true, it comes with the worst possible grace from you, but I am sick at heart. I pray you to spare me reproaches or angry words, mother. Haty-taty, one must not speak next, I suppose. Some people fancy that other people know nothing, but there is such a thing as overhearing what some people say to other people. Johanna had not the most remote notion of what her mother meant, but Mrs. Oakley's tongue was like many pieces of machinery, that when once set in motion are not without considerable trouble brought to a standstill again, so on she went. Of course, I now know quite well why the godly man who would have made you a chosen vessel was refused. It was all owing to that scamp, Mark Ingestry. Mother. Mary, come up, you need not look at me in such a way. We don't all of us see with the same eyes. A scamp he is, and a scamp he will be. Mother, he whom you so name is with his God. Mention him no more. The wild ocean rolls over his body, his soul is in heaven. Speak not irreverently of one whose sole crime was that he loved me. Oh, mother, you. Johanna could say no more, she burst into tears. Well, said Mrs. Oakley, if he is dead, pray what hinders you from listening to the chosen vessel, I should like to know. Do not, mother, say any more to me. I cannot, dare not trust myself to speak to you upon such a subject. What is this? Said Mr. Oakley, stepping into the room. Johanna in tears, what has happened? Illustration. Mr. Oakley defends Johanna from the violence of her mother. Father, dear father. And Mr. O, cried Mrs. Oakley, what business is it of yours, I should like to know? Be so good, sir, as to attend to your spectacles and such like rubbish, and not to interfere with my daughter. Dear me, ain't she my daughter likewise? Oh yes, Mr. O. Go on with your base, vile, wretched, contemptible, unmanly insinuations. Do go on, pray, I like it. Oh, you odious wretch, you spectacle-making monster. Do not, cried Johanna, who saw the heightened color of her father's cheek. Oh, do not let me be the unhappy cause of any quarreling, father. Hush, my dear, don't you say another word. Cousin Ben is coming to take a little bit of lunch with us today. I know it, cried Mrs. Oakley, clapping her hands together with a vengeance that made Oakley jump again. I know it. Oh, you wretch, you couldn't have put on such airs if your bully had not been coming. I thought the last time he came here was enough for him. Aye, and for you too, Mr. O. It was nearly too much, said the spectacle-maker, shaking his head. Tow row, 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 cried Big Ben, popping his head into the parlor. What do you all bring it in now? Wilful murder with the chill off or what? Ah, Mother Oakley, what's the price of vinegar now? Wholesale pluck does it. Here you is. Ha ha, ain't we united family? Couldn't stay away from you, Mother Oakley, no more nor I could from that laughing hyena we has in the tower. You wretch. Sit down, Ben, said Mr. Oakley. I am glad to see you, and I am quite sure Johanna is. Oh yes, yes. That's it, said Ben. It's on Johanna's account I came. Now, little one, just tell me. Johanna had just time to place her finger upon her lips, unobserved by anyone, and shake her head at Ben. Ahem, how are you, he said, turning the conversation. Come, Mother O, stir your old stumps and be alive, will you? I have come to lunch with your lord and master, so bustle, bustle. Mrs. Oakley rose, and placing her hands upon her hips, she looked at Ben as she said, You great, horrid, man-mountain of a wretch. I only wonder you ain't afraid, after the proper punishment you had on the occasion of your last visit, to show your horrid face here again. You deludes to the physicking, I suppose, mum lor bless you, it did us no end of good. But howsomedever, we provide again wice in animals when we knows on it aforehand, do you see? Oh, there you is. A boy howled out from the shop, did, a gentleman order 2 gallons of half and half here, please. All's right, said Ben. Now, Mother O, the only thing I'll trouble you for is a knife and fork. As for the rest of the combustibles, here they is. Ben took from one capacious pocket a huge parcel, containing about 6 pounds of boiled beef, and from the other he took as much ham. Hold hard, he cried to the boy who brought the beer. Take this half-crown, my lad, and get 3/4 loaves. But Ben, said old Mr. Oakley, I really had no intention, when I asked you to come to lunch this morning, of making you provide it yourself. We have, or we ought to have, plenty of everything in the house. Old birds, said Ben, isn't to be caught twice. A fellow, arter he has burnt his fingers, is afeard o' playing with the fire. No, Mrs. O, you gave us a benefit last time, and I ain't going to try my luck again. All's right pitch into the grub. How is the chosen vessel, Mother O, all right, Mrs. Oakley waited until Ben had made an immense sandwich of ham and beef. And then, in an instant, before he was aware of what she was about, she caught it up, and slapped it in his face with a vengeance that was quite staggering. Easy does it, said Ben. Take that, you great fat elephant. Go it, go it. Mrs. Oakley bounced out of the room. Johanna looked her sorrow, and Mr. Oakley rose from his chair, but Ben made him sit down again, saying, Easy does it, teasy does it. Never mind her, Cousin Oakley. She must have her way sometimes. Let her kick and be off. There's no harm done, not a bit. Lord bless you. I'm used to all sorts of cantankerous animals. Mr. Oakley shook his head. Forget it, father, said Johanna. I only wish, my dear, I could forget many things. And yet there are so many others that I want to remember, mixed up with them, that I don't know how I should manage to separate them one from the other. You couldn't do it, said Ben. Here's luck in a bag, and shake it out as you want it. This sentiment was uttered while Ben's head was deep in the recesses of the 2-gallon can of beer, so that it had a peculiar solemn and sonorous effect with it. After drinking about a quart, Ben withdrew the can and drew a long breath. Has he brought yours? He said. What, who? Why, the other 2 gallons for you and Johanna. Good gracious, Ben, you don't mean that. Don't I, though? Oh, here he is. All's right. Now, my lad, get the little pint jug with the silver top to it, and if we don't mull a drop, I'm a sinner. Now you'll see if Mrs. O don't come round quite handsome." Ben, by the aid of some sugar, succeeded in making a very palatable drink. And just as the steam began to salute the nostrils of old Oakley and himself, the door of the parlor was opened, and who should heedlessly step into the room but the pious Mr. Lupin himself. Mr. Lupin was so transfixed by finding Ben there that for a moment or two he could not gather strength to retreat, and during that brief period Ben had shifted his chair until he got quite behind the reverend gentleman, who, when he did step back, in consequence fell into Ben's lap. "What do you mean?" cried Ben in a voice of thunder. "Oh, murder, have mercy upon me. I only looked in as I was passing to ask how all the family was." "Yes," said Mr. Oakley, "and because you, no doubt, heard I was going to Tottenham to Judge Merivale's to fit him with a pair of spectacles." Oh dear, let me go, sir." "I don't want you," said Ben, "but as you are here, let's make an end of all differences and have a pint together." "A pint?" "Yes, to be sure. By the look of your nose, I should say it knows pretty well what a pint is." "Oh, dear man is sinful alway. I bear no malice, and if the truly right-minded and pious Mrs. Oakley was only here, we might drink down all differences, Mr. A.A. Ben." "Mr. Ben, thank you, sir." "Oh, Mr. Lupin," cried Mrs. Oakley, at this moment bursting into the parlor. "Is it possible that you can give your mind in this way to the Philistines? Is not this backsliding?" "Let us hope for the best, sister," said Mr. Lupin, with an evangelical twang. "Let us hope for the best. If people will drink, they had much better drink with the saints, who may take some favorable opportunity of converting them, than with sinners." "Sit down, mum," said Ben, "and let's bury all animosities in the can. Easy does it. Don't you go, Johanna." "Yes, but Ben, I—" "Now don't." Ben saw by the direction of Johanna's eyes that the reverend gentleman was resting one of his red, raw-looking hands upon her arm, and, situated as she was, she could not get out of his way but by rising. "Sit still," said Ben. "Easy does it." Lifting up the can, then, he pretended to drink out of it, and then brought it with such a thundering crack upon Mr. Lupin's head that it quite staggered him. "Pause off," said Ben. "Just attend to that 'ere gentle hint, old friend." Mr. Lupin sat down with a groan. "Now, mum," said Ben, who all the while had held fast the stone mug of mulled porter. "Now, mum, here's some hot that don't suit me so well as the cold. Perhaps you and Mr. Lupin will take that, while I cuts a few more sandwiches." He placed the jug before Mr. Lupin, who thereupon left off rubbing his head, and said, "I'm sure it would be highly unchristian of me to bear any malice, so, with the Lord's leave, I will even partake of some of this worldly liquor, called mulled porter." Now, while Mr. Lupin drank the savory stream from the jug, it assailed the senses of Mrs. Oakley, and when the porter was placed before her, she raised it to her lips, saying, "If folks are civil to me, I'm civil to them, only I don't like my godly friends to be ill-treated. I'm sure nobody knows what I have gone through for my family, and nobody thinks what a mother and wife I have been. What would have become of Oakley if it hadn't been for me, is a question I often ask myself in the middle of the night." "She's a wonderful woman," sighed Lupin. "Oh, uncommon," said Ben. "Let me go," whispered Johanna to Ben. No, wait for the fun." "What fun?" "Oh, you'll see. You don't know what a trouble it has cost me, to be sure. Only wait a bit, there's a duck due." Johanna did not like to say she would not, so she shrunk back in her chair in no small curiosity to know what was about to happen. "Mrs." Oakley lifted the jug to her lips and drunk deep. The aroma of the liquor must have been peculiarly grateful to the palate of Mrs. Oakley, for she certainly kept the jug at her mouth for a length of time that, to judge by the look of impatience upon the countenance of Mr. Lupin, was something outrageous. "Sister," he said, "mind your breath." Down came the jug, and Mrs. Oakley, when she could draw breath, gasped. "Very good indeed. A dash of allspice would make it delicious." "Oh, sister," cried Lupin as he grasped the jug, that was gently pushed towards him by Ben after Mrs. Oakley had set it down. "Oh, sister, don't give your mind to carnal things, I beg of you. Why, she's drank it all." Mr. Lupin peered into the jug. He shut the right eye and looked in with the left, and then he shut the left eye and looked in with the right, and then he moved the jug about until the silver lid came down with a clap that nearly snapped his nose off. "What's the matter?" said Ben. I don't exactly." Mr. Lupin raised the lid again and again, and peered into the jug in something of the fashion which popular belief supposes a crow to look into a marrow bone. At length he turned the jug upside down and struck the bottom of it with his pious knuckles. A huge toad fell sprawling upon the table. Mrs. Oakley gave a shriek and rushed into the yard. Mr. Lupin gave a groan and flew into the street, and the party in the parlor could hear them in a state of horrible sickness. "Easy does it," said Ben. "It's only a piece of wood shaped like a toad and painted, that's all. Now I'm easy. I owed 'em one." Chapter 46, Tobias's Heart is Touched. Tobias is no worse all this time. But is he better? Has the godlike spirit of reason come back to the mind-benighted boy? Has that pure and gentle spirit recovered from its fearful thraldom, and once again opened its eyes to the world and the knowledge of the past? We shall see. Accompany us, reader, once again to the house of Colonel Geoffrey. You will not regret looking upon the pale face of poor Tobias again. The room is darkened, for the sun is shining brightly, and an almond tree in the front garden is not sufficiently umbrageous in its uncongenial soil to keep the bright rays from resting too strongly upon the face of the boy. There he lies. His eyes are closed, and the long lashes for Tobias, poor fellow, was a pretty boy hung upon his cheek, held down by the moisture of a tear. The face is pale, oh, so pale and thin, and the one arm and hand that lies outside the coverlet of the bed show the blue veins through the thin, transparent skin. And all this is the work of Sweeney Todd. Well, well, heaven is patient. In the room is everything that can conduce to the comfort of the slumbering boy. Colonel Geoffrey has kept his word. And now that we have taken a look at Tobias, tread gently on tiptoe, reader, and come with us downstairs to the back drawing-room, where Colonel Geoffrey, his friend Captain Rathbone, the surgeon, and Mrs. Ragg are assembled. Mrs. Ragg is crying her eyes out, as the saying is. "Sit down, Mrs. Ragg," said the colonel. "Sit down and compose yourself. Come now, there is no good done by this immoderate grief." "But I can't help it." "You can control it. Sit down." "But I oughtn't to sit down. I'm the cook, you know, sir." "Well, well, never mind that if you are my cook. If I ask you to be seated, you may waive all ceremony. We want to ask you a few questions, Mrs. Ragg." Upon this Tobias's mother did sit down, but it was upon the extreme edge of a chair, so that the slightest touch to it in the world would have knocked it from under her, and down she would have gone on to the floor. "I'm sure, gentlemen, I'll answer anything I know, and more too, with all the pleasure in life, for, as I often said to poor Mr. Ragg, who is dead and gone, and buried accordingly in St. Martin's, as he naturally might, and a long illness he had, and what with one thing and—" "Yes, yes, we know all that. Just attend to us for one moment, if you please, and do not speak until you thoroughly understand the nature of the question we are about to put to you." "Certainly not, sir. Why should I speak, for as I often and often said when—" "Hush, hush." Mrs. Ragg was silent at last, and then the surgeon spoke to her calmly and deliberately, for he much wished her clearly to understand what he was saying to her. "Mrs. Ragg, we still think that the faculties of your son Tobias are not permanently injured, and that they are only suffering from a frightful shock." "Yes, sir, they is frightfully shook." "Hush, we think that if anything that greatly interested him could be brought to bear upon the small amount of perception that remains to him, he would recover. Do you now know of anything that might exercise a strong influence over him?" "Lord bless you, no, sir." "How old is he?" 15, sir, and you would hardly believe what a time of it I had with Tobias. All the neighbors said, well, if Mrs. Ragg gets over this, she's a woman of 10,000. And Mrs. Whistlesides, as lived next door and had twins herself, owned she never. "Good God, will you be quiet, madam?" "Quiet, sir? I'm sure I haven't said 2 words since I've been in the blessed room. I appeal to the colonel." "Well, well, it appears then, Mrs. Ragg, you can think of nothing that is at all likely to aid us in this plan of awakening, by some strong impression, the dormant faculties of Tobias." "No, gentlemen, no. I only wish I could, poor boy, and there's somebody else wasting away for grief about him. Poor little thing, when she heard that Tobias was mad, I'm sure I thought she'd have broke her heart, for if Tobias ever loved anybody in all the world, it was little Minna Gray. Ah, it's affecting to think how such children love each other, ain't it, sir? Lord bless you, the sound of her footstep was enough for him, and his eyes would get like 2 stars, as he'd clap his hands together and cry, "Ah, that's dear Minna." That was before he went to Mr. Todd's, poor fellow. Indeed. Yes, sir. Oh, you haven't an idea. I think I have. Who is this Minna Gray, who so enthralled his boyish fancy? Why, she's Widow Gray's only child, and they live in Milford Lane, close to the Temple, you see, and even Tobias used to go with me to drink tea with Mrs. Gray, as we was both bequeathed women in a world of trouble. You were what? Bequeathed. Bereaved, you mean, I suppose, Mrs. Ragg, but how could you tell me that you knew of no means of moving Tobias's feelings? This Minna Gray, if he really loves her, is the very thing. Lor, sir, what do you mean? Why, I mean that if you can get this Minna Gray here, the possibility is that it will be the recovery of Tobias. At all events, it is the only chance of that kind that presents itself. If that fails, we must only trust to time. How old is this girl? About 14, sir, and though I say it. Well, well, do you now, as a woman of the world, Mrs. Ragg, think that she has an affection for poor Tobias? Do I think, Lord bless you, sir, she dotes on the ground he walks on, that she does, poor young thing? Hasn't she grizzled a bit? It puts me in mind of. Yes, yes, of course it does. Now, Mrs. Ragg, you understand it is an object with our friend the Colonel here, that no one but yourself should know that Tobias is here. Could you get this young girl to come to tea, for instance, with you, without telling her what else she is wanted for? Dear me, yes, sir. For, as I used to say to Mr. Ragg, who is dead and gone, and buried in St. Martin's. Exactly. Now go and get her by all means, and when she comes here we will speak to her, but above all things be careful what you say. I think Mrs. Ragg is already aware, said Colonel Jeffrey, that her son's safety, as well as her own, depends upon her discretion in keeping his whereabouts a profound secret. We will instruct this young girl when she comes here. Colonel Jeffrey, when he heard that the medical man was of opinion that the experiment of awakening the feelings of Tobias by bringing Minna Gray was worth trying, at once acquiesced, and urged upon Mrs. Ragg to go and see Minna. After many more speeches, about as much to the purpose as those which we have already formed, Mrs. Ragg got herself dressed and went upon her errand. She was instructed to say that she had found herself unequal to being a laundress in the Temple, and so had thought it was better to return to her own original occupation of cook in a gentleman's family, and that, as she had the liberty to do so, she wished Minna Gray to come and take tea with her. Thus forewarned of the part she was to play, Mrs. Ragg started upon her mission, in which we need not follow her, for the result of it is all that we particularly care about, and that consisted in her bringing Minna in great triumph to the Colonel's house. Colonel Jeffrey, and Captain Rathbone, who was staying to dine with him, saw the young girl as she came up the garden path. She was one of those small, delicately beautiful young creatures, who seem specially made to love and be loved. Her light auburn hair hung in dancing curls down her fair cheeks, and her beautifully shaped lips and pearly teeth were of themselves features that imparted much loveliness to her countenance. She had, too, about her face all the charm of childish beauty, which bespoke her so young as to have lost little of that springtide grace, which, alas, is so fleeting. Add to all this a manner so timid, so gentle, and so retiring, that she seemed to be an inhabitant of some quieter world than this, and you have Minna Gray, who had crept into the boyish heart of poor Tobias, before your eyes. What a gentle, quiet-looking little creature, said the captain. She is indeed, and what a contrast. Between her and Mrs. Ragg, you mean? It does indeed look like an elephant escorting a fawn, but Mrs. Ragg has her good qualities. She has, and they are numerous. She is honest and candid as the day, and almost the only fault that can be laid to her charge is her garrulity. How do you mean to proceed? Why, Rathbone, I mean to condescend to do what, under any other circumstances, would be most unjustifiable, that is, listen to the conversation of Mrs. Ragg with Minna Gray. I do so with the concurrence of the old lady, who is to lead her to speak of Tobias, and it is solely for the purpose of judging if she really loves the boy, and making a proper report to the surgeon, that I do so. You are right enough, Geoffrey. The end in this case, at all events, sanctifies the means, however defective such a system of philosophy may be as a general thing. May I likewise be an auditor? I was going to ask you to so far oblige me, for I shall then have the advantage of your opinion, so you will do me a favor. There was a small pantry called a butler's pantry close to the kitchen, into which Mrs. Ragg had taken Minna Gray. A door opened from this pantry into the kitchen, and another on to the landing at the foot of the kitchen stairs. Now Mrs. Ragg was to take care that the door opening to the kitchen should be just ajar, and the Colonel and his friend could get into the pantry by the other mode of entrance. Colonel Geoffrey was a gentleman in the fullest sense of the term, and he kept no useless bloated menials about him, so the butler's pantry had no butler to interfere with him, the Colonel in his own house. In the course of a few minutes, Geoffrey and Rathbone were in the pantry, from whence they could both see and hear what passed in the kitchen. To be sure, there was a certain air of restraint about Mrs. Ragg at the thought that her master was listening to what passed, and that lady had a propensity to use hard words, of the meaning of which she was in the most delightful state of ignorance. But as it was to Minna Gray's conversation that the Colonel wanted to listen, these little peculiarities of Mrs. Ragg upon the occasion did not much matter. Of course, Minna thought she had no other auditors than her old friend. Mrs. Ragg was quite busy over the tea. "Well, my dear," she said to Minna, "this is a world we live in." Mrs. Ragg, no doubt, intended this as a discursive sort of remark that might open any conversation very well and lead to anything, and she was not disappointed, for it seemed to give to the young girl courage to utter that which was struggling to her lips. Mrs. Ragg," she began hesitatingly. "Yes, my dear, let me fill your cup." "Thank you, but I was going to say, a little more sugar." No, but I cannot place a morsel in my lips, Mrs. Ragg, or think or speak to you of anything else, until you have told me if you have heard any news of Poor. Tobias. Yes. Minna Gray placed her two little hands upon her face and burst into tears. Mrs. Ragg made a snuffling sort of noise that, no doubt, was highly sympathetic, and after a pause of a few moments' duration, Minna gathered courage to speak again. "You know, Mrs. Ragg, the last you told me of him was that Mr. Todd had said he was mad, you know, and then you went to fetch somebody. And when you came back, he was gone, and Mr. Todd told you the next day that poor Tobias ran off at great speed and disappeared. Has anything been heard of him since?" "Ah, my dear, alas. Why do you cry, alas? Have you any more sad news to tell me? He was my only son, and all the world and his wife, as the saying is, can't tell how much I loved him." Minna Gray clasped her hands, and, while the tears coursed down her young fair cheeks, she said, "And I, too, loved him." "I always thought you did, my dear, and I'm sure, if you had been an angel out of heaven, my poor boy could not have thought more of you than he did. There was nothing that you said or did that was not excellent. He loved the ground you walked on, and a little old worsted mitten that you left at our place once, he used to wear round his neck, and kiss it when he thought no one was nigh, and say this was my Minna's." The young girl let her head rest upon her hands, and sobbed convulsively. Lost, she said, and poor kind good Tobias is lost." "No, my dear, it's a long lane that hasn't a turning. Pluck up your courage, and your courage will pluck up you. Keep sixpence in one pocket and hope in another. When things are at the worst they mend. You can't get further down in a well than the bottom." Minna sobbed on. "And so, my dear," added Mrs. Ragg, "I do know something more of Tobias." The young girl looked up. He lives. "Lora Mussy, don't lay hold of a body so. Of course he lives, and what's more, the doctor says that you ought to see him, he's upstairs." "Here's here." "Yes, to be sure, that's why I brought you to tea." Minna Gray took a fit of trembling, and then, making great efforts to compose herself, she said, Tell me all. "Well, my dear, it's an ill wind that blows nobody good, and so here I am, cookin' as good a place as mortal woman would wish to have. I can't tell you all the rights of the story, because I don't know it. But certainly Tobias is upstairs in bed like a gentleman, only they say as his brains is something or another that makes him not understand anything or anybody, and so you see the doctor says if you speak to him, who knows but what he may come to himself." With an intuitive tact that belongs to some minds, and which Minna Gray, despite the many disadvantages of her social position, possessed in an eminent degree, she understood at once the whole affair. Tobias was suffering from some aberration of intellect, which the voice and the presence of one whom he loved fondly might dissipate. Would she shrink from the trial? Would her delicacy take the alarm and overcome her great desire to recover Tobias? Oh no, she loved him with a love that far outstripped all smaller feelings, and if ever there was a time when that love took complete possession of her heart, it was at this affecting moment, when she was told that her voice might have the magic power of calling back to him the wandering reason that harshness and ill-usage had for a time toppled from its throne. "Take me to him," she cried, "take me to him. If all that is wanted to recover him be the voice of affection, he will soon be as he was once to us. Well, my dear, take your tea, and I'll go and speak to the colonel." It was now time for Colonel Geoffrey and his friend, the captain, to retire from the pantry, where we need not say that they had been pleased and affected listeners to what had passed between Mrs. Ragg and the fair and intelligent Minna Gray, who, in beauty and intelligence, far exceeded their utmost expectations. Chapter 47. Tobias recovers his intellect. In the course of a quarter of an hour, the surgeon was sent for, and then Mrs. Ragg tapped at the drawing-room door to give the colonel an account of the success of her mission, but he at once said to her, "We know all, Mrs. Ragg. We merely wish to see Tobias first, so that the medical gentleman may see exactly his condition, and then if you will bring Minna Gray here I will speak to her, and, I hope, put her quite at her ease as regards what she has to do." "Certainly, sir, certainly. Hold fast, and good comes at last." The surgeon and the two gentlemen went to Tobias's chamber, and there they found him in the same lethargic condition that, with only occasional interruptions, he had continued in since he had been in the colonel's house. These interruptions consisted in moaning appeals for mercy, and at times the name of Todd would pass his lips, in accents which showed what a name of terror it was to him. The surgeon placed his hand upon Tobias's head. "Tobias," he said, "Tobias." A deep sigh was his answer. "Tobias, Tobias." "Oh God, God!" cried Tobias feebly. "Spare me, I will tell nothing. Oh, spare me, Mr. Todrepent now. There, the blood, what a crowd of dead men. Dead, 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 all dead." "No better," said the colonel. "Not a bit. On the contrary, the longer he remains in this condition, the less chance there will be of his recovery. I shall lose hope if this last experiment produces no good results. Let us go and speak to the young girl." They all descended to the drawing-room, and Minna Gray was summoned. Colonel Geoffrey took her kindly by the hand and led her to a seat, and then he said to her, "Now, Miss Gray, remember that all here are friends to you and to Tobias, and that we all feel deeply for him and for you. You are very young, both of you, but that is no reason on earth why you should not love each other." Minna looked up at him through her tears, as she said, "Is he very, very ill?" "He is indeed. We suspect indeed, I may say we know, that his mind has received so severe a shock that, for a time, it is deranged. But we hope that, as that derangement, you understand, has not arisen from any disease, pleasant and agreeable impressions may restore him. What we want you to do is to speak to him as you, no doubt, have been in the habit of doing in happier times." "Yes, yes, sir. I think you know exactly what we mean." "I do, sir, indeed I do." "Oh, bless you, sir, she understands," said Mrs. Ragg. "A nod is as good as a wink to a blind horse, you know, gentlemen. Handsome is as handsome does, as I used to say to the late Mr. Ragg, who is naturally dead and gone, and accordingly buried in St. Martin's." "You can tell us that another time, madam," said the surgeon. "At present, you see we are rather busy. Now, Miss Gray, if you will have the goodness to come with me, we will see what can be done for our young friend above stairs." Poor Minna Gray, how her color went and came like the sunlight of an April day, as she accompanied the three gentlemen and Mrs. Ragg upstairs to Tobias's chamber. How she trembled when they reached the landing, and what a faintness came over her when the door was opened, and she saw that dimly lighted room. "Courage," whispered Colonel Geoffrey to her. "This is a holy errand you are upon." "Yes, yes." "Cut your coat according to your cloth," said Mrs. Ragg, who, provided she thought of a proverb, was not very particular with regard to its applicability to the circumstances under which she uttered it. "Keep your feet to the length of your sheet." "Pray, madam," said the surgeon, who seemed to have quite a horror of Mrs. Ragg, "pray, madam, oblige me by being silent." A still tongue makes a wise head. Good God, Colonel, will you speak to her? Hush, Mrs. Ragg, said Colonel Jeffrey. Hush, you will perhaps be the means of spoiling this important effort for the recovery of your son if you are not perfectly quiet. Thus admonished, Mrs. Ragg shrank into the background a little, and the Colonel went to the window and let in a little more light. The surgeon conducted Minna Gray to the bedside, and she looked upon the boy who had won her childish heart through a world of tears. It is Tobias. Is he much altered? Oh yes, much. He used to look so happy. His face was like a piece of sunshine. She sank upon a chair that was by the bedside and sobbed. This will never do, said the surgeon. Wait a little, she whispered. Only wait a little, I shall be better soon. The surgeon nodded, and then stepping back to the colonel and the captain, he said, This burst of grief must have its way, or it will mar all. We must have patience. They all hid themselves behind the folds of the bed furniture, and Mrs. Ragg sat down in an obscure corner of the room, working her knee up and down, as though she were nursing an imaginary baby. Gradually, the sobs of Minna Gray subsided until all was still. She then gently took one of the thin, wasted hands of poor Tobias in her own and looked at it. Oh, how changed it was. She then bent over him and looked in his face. What permeative lines of care were there, battling with rounded muscles of early youth? Then she summoned all her courage to speak. She placed her lips close to his ear, and in the soft, sweet accents that had long before sank deep into his heart, she said, Tobias, my Tobias. The boy started. Dear Tobias, it is I, Minna. He opened his eyes, which had been closed and seemingly cemented by tears. Tobias, dear. A heavenly smile. It was the first that had played upon his lips since he set foot in the shop of Sweeney Todd, now broke like a sunbeam over his face. I am mad, he said gently, or that is the voice of my Minna. It is your Minna. It is, Tobias, look at me. He rose up in the bed. He cast one glance at the well-known and dearly remembered face. And then, with a gasping sob of joy, he clasped her in his arms. It's done, said the surgeon. Thank God, said Colonel Jeffrey. Mrs. Ragg drew her breath so hard through her nose that she made a noise like some wild animal in the agonies of suffocation. You really know me, Tobias. Know you, dear? Oh, why should I not know you, Minna? God bless you. May he bless you, Tobias. They wept together. Minna forgot that there was anybody in the world but herself and Tobias, and parting the long, straggling masses of his hair from before his face, she kissed him. For my sake, Tobias, now you will take care of yourself and recover quickly. Dear Minna. He seemed never tired of holding her hands and kissing them. Suddenly, the surgeon stepped forward with a small vial in his hand. Now, Tobias, he said, you are much better, but you must take this. The look of surprise and consternation with which Tobias regarded him was beyond description. Then he glanced at the bedstead and the rich hangings, and he said, Oh, Minna, what is all this? Where am I? Is it a dream? Give it to him, said the surgeon, handing the vial to Minna. She placed the neck of it to his lips. Drink, Tobias. Had it been deadly poison she had offered him, Tobias would have taken it. The vial was drained. He looked in her face again with a smile. If this is indeed a dream, my Minna, may I never awaken, dear one, I. He fell back upon the pillow. The smile still lingered upon his face, but the narcotic which the surgeon had administered to him had produced its effect, and the enfeebled Tobias fell into deep sleep. Minna Gray looked rather alarmed at this sudden falling off of Tobias from waking to sleeping, but the surgeon quieted her fears. All is right, he said. He will awaken in some hours wonderfully refreshed, and I have the pleasure of now predicting his perfect cure. You do not know, said Colonel Jeffrey, what pleasure that assurance gives me. And me, said the captain. Minna looked all that she thought, but she could not speak, and Mrs. Ragg still kept up the mysterious noise she produced by hard breathing with her mouth close shut. Now, madam, said the surgeon to her, our young friend must be left alone for some hours. It is now 6 o'clock, and I do not expect he will awaken until 12. When he does so, I am very much mistaken if you do not all of you find him perfectly restored and composed, although very weak. I will take care to be at hand, said the colonel. Miss Gray, Perhaps you will call and see how he is tomorrow, and all I can say is that you will be quite welcome to my house whenever you think proper, but let me impress upon you one thing." "What is it, sir?" "The absolute necessity of your keeping Tobias's place of abode, and anything concerning him, a most profound secret." "I will do so. If you do not, you will not only endanger the cause of justice, but in all probability his life, for he has an enemy with great resources, and of the most unscrupulous disposition in the use of them. I say this much to you, because the least indiscretion might be fatal." "I will guard the secret, sir, as I would guard his life." "That will do now. Come downstairs, and let us have a glass of wine to drink to the speedy restoration to perfect health of Tobias. Come, Rathbone, what do you think? Shall we be one too many yet for Todd?" "I begin to think we shall." "I feel certain of it. So soon as we see that Tobias is sufficiently well to make any statement, it will be necessary to send for Sir Richard Blunt." "Certainly. And then I hope and trust that we shall get at something that will elucidate the mystery that is still attached to the fate of poor Thornhill." "Ah, I fear he is gone." "Dead?" "Yes, that fatal string of pearls has heralded him to death, I fear, but perhaps we shall hear something concerning that yet from Tobias." They all sat down in the drawing-room, and with tearful pleasure Minna Gray drank a glass of wine to the health of Tobias, after which Mrs. Ragg saw her home again to Milford Lane, and no doubt all the road from this colonel's house to there did not want for a prolific subject of conversation. How happy Minna felt when she put up to heaven her simple prayer that night, previous to seeking repose. Chapter 48. Johanna makes a new confidant. We left the spectacle maker and his family rather in a state of confusion. Big Ben the beefeater had had his revenge upon both Mrs. Oakley and the saint, and it was a revenge that really did them no harm, so that in that respect it had turned out well. The Reverend Josiah Lupin did not return to the house, but Mrs. Oakley, in a terrible state of prostration from the effects of the sickness that had come over her, staggered again into the parlor. She looked at Mr. Oakley as she said, "If you were half a man, you would take the life of that villain for treating me in the way he has. I have no doubt, but he meant to take the life of the pious Mr. Lupin, and so add him to the list of martyrs." "My dear," said the spectacle maker, "if Mr. Lupin intrudes himself into my house, and any friend of mine turns him out, I am very much obliged to him. Perhaps you would be equally obliged to this monster, whom you call your friend, if he would turn me out." Mr. Oakley shook his head as he said, "My dear, there are some burthens which can be got rid of, and some that must be borne." "Come, come, Mother Oakley," said Ben, "don't bear malice. You played me a trick the last time I came here, and now I have played you one. That's all. It wasn't in human nature not to do it, so don't bear malice." Mrs. Oakley, if she had been in a condition to do so, no doubt would have carried on the war with Big Ben, but she decidedly was not. And after a shudder or two, which looked as though she thought the toad was beginning again to oppress her, she rose to leave the room. "Mother," said Johanna, "it was not a real toad." "But you are," said Mrs. Oakley sharply. "You have no more feeling for your mother than as if she were a brickbat." Feeling now that at all events she had had the last word at somebody Mrs. Oakley made a precipitate retreat and sought the consolations and solitude of her own chamber. Mr. Oakley was about to make some speech, which he prefaced with a sigh, when someone coming into the shop called his attention, and he left Johanna and Big Ben the beefeater together in the parlor. The moment they were alone, Ben began shaking his head and making some very mysterious signs, which completely mystified Johanna. Indeed, she began to be afraid that Ben's intellects were not quite right, although an ordinary observer might have very well supposed there was something the matter with his nether garments, for he pointed to them repeatedly and shook his head at Johanna. "What is the matter, cousin?" she said. Oh dear, oh oh. "Are you ill?" "No, but I only wonder as you ain't. Didn't I see you in Fleet Street with these here on? Oh, not these here exactly, but another pair. These would be a trifle too large for you." "Oh, dear Amy, my heart bled all for to see such a young and delicate little puss as you a taking to wear the thingammies so soon." Johanna now began to understand what Ben meant, namely, that he had seen her in Fleet Street disguised in male attire, with her young friend Arabella Wilmot. "Oh, Ben," she said, "you must not think ill of me on that account." But," said Ben, rather hesitatingly, as if he were only putting a doubtful proposition. Wasn't it rather unusual? Yes, Ben, but there were reasons why I put on such garments. Surely it was better to do so than to. Than to go without any, said Ben. No, no, I did not say that. I mean it was better for me to forget a little of that maiden delicacy, which than to let him. She burst into tears. Halloa, cried Ben, as he immediately folded her in an immense embrace that went very near to smothering her. Don't you cry, and you may wear what you like, and I'll come and help you to put 'em on. Come, come, there's a nice little dear, don't you cry. Lord bless you, you know how fond I am of you, and always was since you was a little tottering thing and couldn't say my name right. Don't you cry. You shall wear 'em as often as you like, and I'll go behind you in the street, and if anybody only so much as says half a word to you, I'll be down upon 'em. Fetch 'em now and put 'em on, my dear. Johanna must have laughed if her life had depended upon her gravity, for all that Ben said upon the subject was uttered in the sheer simplicity of a kind heart, and well she knew that in his rough way he doted on her, and thought there was not such another being in the whole world as she. And yet he looked upon her as a child, and the imperceptible flight of time had made no difference in Ben's ideas concerning Johanna. She was still to him the sweet little child he had so often dandled upon his knee, and brought fruit and sweetmeats to, when such things were great treasures. After a few moments he let her go, and Johanna was able to draw breath again. Ben, she said, I will tell you all. All what? How I came to put on the. Oh, these here very good. Cut on, and let's know all the particulars. I suppose you felt cold, my dear, eh? No, no. No? Well then, tell it quick, for I was always a mortal bad hand at guessing. Your father is fitting an old gentleman with a pair of spectacles, and he seems hard to please, so we shall have lots of time. Go on. Your good opinion is of such moment to me, said Johanna, for I have very few to love me. Now that you have seen me in such a disguise, I should feel unhappy if I did not tell why I wore it. Ben lent the most attentive ear to what she said, and then Johanna briefly and distinctly told him all the story of Mark and Jestry, and how he had, as she thought, mysteriously disappeared at the barber's shop in Fleet Street. It will be seen that she still clung to the idea that the Thornhill of the arrived ship was no other than her lover. Ben heard her all out with the most fixed attention. His mouth and eyes gradually opened wider and wider as she proceeded, partly from wonder at the whole affair, and partly from intense admiration at the way in which she told it, which he thought was better than any book he had ever read. When she had concluded, Ben again folded her in his arms, and she had to struggle terribly to get away. My dear child, he said, you are a prodigy. Why, there's not an animal as ever I knew comes near you, and so the poor fellow had his throat cut in the barber's for his string of pearls. I fear he was murdered. Not a doubt of it. You really think so, Ben? The tone of agony with which this question was put to him, and the look of utter desolation which accompanied it, alarmed Ben, and he hastily said, Come, come, I didn't mean that. No doubt something has happened, but it will be all right some day or another, you may depend. Oh dear, the idea of your going to watch the barber with some boy's clothes on. Tell me what I can do, for my heart and brain are nearly distracted by my sufferings. Ben looked all round the room, and then up at the ceiling, as though he had a hope and expectation of finding some startling suggestion written legibly before his eyes somewhere. At length he spoke, saying, I tell you what, Johanna, my dear, whatever you do, don't you put on them things again. You leave it all to me. But what will you do? What can you do, Ben? Well, I don't know exactly, but I'll let you know when it's done. But do not run into any danger for my sake. Danger? Danger? I should like to see the barber that would interfere with me. No, my dear, no, I'm too well used to all sorts of animals for that. I'll see what I can do and let you know all about it tomorrow, and in the meantime, you stick to the petticoats and don't be putting on those thingammies again. You leave it to me, will you now? Until tomorrow. Yes, I'll be here tomorrow about this time, my dear, and I hope I shall have some news for you. Well, I declare it's just like a book, it is. You are quite a prodigy. Ben would have treated Johanna to another of the suffocating embraces, but she contrived to elude him. And, as by this time the old gentleman in the shop was suited with a pair of spectacles, Mr. Oakley returned to the parlor. Johanna placed her finger upon her lips as an indication to Ben that he was to say nothing to her father of what had passed between them. For, although Mr. Oakley knew generally the story of his daughter's attachment to Mark and Jestry, as the reader is aware, he knew nothing of the expedition to Fleet Street in disguise. Ben, feeling that he had now an important secret to keep, shut his mouth hard, for fear it should escape, and looked so mysterious that anyone more sharp-sighted than the old spectacle maker must have guessed that something very unusual was the matter. Mr. Oakley, however, had no suspicions, but as this state of things was very irksome to Ben, he soon rose to take his leave. "I shall look in again tomorrow," he said, "Cousin Oakley." "We shall be glad to see you," said Mr. Oakley. "Yes," added Johanna, who felt it incumbent upon her to say something, "we shall be very glad to see you indeed." "Ah," said her father, "you and Ben were always great friends." "And we always shall be," said Ben. Then he thought that he would add something wonderfully clever, so as completely to ward off all suspicions of Oakley's if he had any, and he added, "She ain't like some young creatures that think nothing of putting on what they shouldn't." "Oh dear, no, not she. Bye, I'll come tomorrow." Ben was quite pleased when he got out of the house, for among the things that he, Ben, found it difficult to do was to keep a secret. "Well," he said, when he was fairly in the open air, "if I ain't rather nonplussed at all this, what shall I do?" This was a question much easier asked than answered, as Ben found. But however, he felt an irresistible desire to go and have a look at the shop of Sweeney Todd. "I can easily," he said, "go to Fleet Street, and then, if I find myself late, I can take a boat at Blackfriars for the Tower Stairs, and after all get in to dinner comfortably enough." With this conclusion, Ben set off at a good pace down Snow Hill, and was soon at the beginning of Fleet Street. He walked on until he came to Sweeney Todd's shop, and there he paused. Now we have previously remarked that there was one great peculiarity in the shop window of Todd, and that was that the articles in it were so well arranged that someone always was in the way of obtaining any view from the outside into the establishment. Todd was therefore secure against the dangers arising from peeping and prying. Big Ben placed himself close to the window and made an attempt, by flattening his nose against the panes of glass, to peep in, but it was all in vain. He could not obtain the smallest glimpse into the inside. "Confound it," he cried. "What a cunning sort of animal this is to be sure he won't let one peep through the bars of his cage, that he won't." Now Sweeney Todd became aware, by the additional darkness of his shop, that some one must be quite close to the window, and therefore, availing himself of a peephole that he had expressly for the purpose of reconnoitering the passing world without, he took a long look at Big Ben. It was some moments before Ben caught sight of a great eye in the window of Sweeney Todd glancing at him. This eye appeared as if it were set in the center of a placard, which announced in glowing language the virtues of some condiment for the hair or the skin, and it had a most ferocious aspect. Big Ben looked fascinated and transfixed to the spot, and then he muttered to himself, "Well, if that's his eye, it's a rum un. Howsomedever, it's no use staying outside. I'll pop in and get shaved, and then I shall be able to look about me. Who's afraid?" As Ben turned round, he saw a plainly attired man close to his elbow, but he took no notice of him, although from his close proximity to him, it was quite impossible that the plain-looking man could have failed to overhear what Ben said. In another moment, Big Ben was in Todd's shop. "Shaved or dressed, sir?" said Todd. "Shaved," said Ben, as he cast his eyes round the shop. "Looking for anything, sir?" said Todd. "Oh, no, nothing at all. Only a friend of mine, you see, said this was such a nice shop, you understand, to be shaved in." "Was your friend finished off here, sir?" "Well, I rather think he was." "Pray sit down. Fine weather, sir, for the season. Now, Pussy, my dear, get out of the way of the hot water." Todd was addressing an imaginary cat. "Are you fond of animals, sir? Lord bless me, I'm fond of all the world. God made us all, sir, from a creeping beetle to a beefeater." "Very likely," said Big Ben, as he seated himself in the barber's chair. "And so," added Todd, as he mixed up a lather and made the most horrible faces, "we ought to love each other in this world of care. How is your friend, sir, who was so kind as to recommend my shop? I should like to know. What, is he an eternity? Dear me." "Well, I rather think he is." "Was it the gentleman who was hung last Monday, sir?" "Confound you, no. but there's somebody else who I think will be hung some Monday. I tell you what it is, Mr. Barber, my friend never got further than this infernal shop, so I'm come to inquire about him." "What sort of man, sir?" said Todd, with the most imperturbable coolness. "What kind of man?" "Yes, sir, if you favor me with his description, perhaps I may be able to tell you something about him. By the by, if you will excuse me for one moment, I'll bring you something that a gentleman left here one day." "What is it?" "I will satisfy you directly, sir, and I'm quite certain your mind will be at rest about your friend, sir, whoever he was. Remarkable weather, sir, for the time of year." Todd had got only halfway from the shop to the parlor, when the shop door opened, and the plain-looking man walked in, the very same plain man who had stood so close to Big Ben at Todd's window. "Shaved," he said. Todd paused. "If, sir, you will call again in a few minutes, or if you have any call to make and can conveniently look in as you come back." "No, I'll take a seat." The plain-looking man sat down close to the door and looked as calm and as unconcerned as anyone possibly could. The look with which Todd regarded him for a moment, and only one moment, was truly horrible. He then quietly went into his back parlor. In a moment he entered with a common kid glove and said to Ben, "Did this belong to your friend? A gentleman left it here one day." Ben shook his head. "I really don't know," he said. "Come, Mr. Barber, finish the shaving, for that gentleman is waiting." Ben was duly shaved, while the plain-looking man sat quietly in the chair by the door, and when the operation was finished, Ben looked in Todd's face and said, solemnly, "A string of pearls." "Sir," said Todd, without changing countenance in the least. "A string of pearls murder." "A what, sir?" Ben looked staggered. He well knew that if he had cut anyone's throat for a string of pearls, that such words said to him would have driven him frantic, but when he saw no change in Todd's face, he began to think that, after all, the accusation must be unfounded, and muttering to himself, "It must be nothing but the child's fancy after all," he hastily threw down tuppence and left the shop. "Now, sir," said Todd to the plain-looking man. "Thank you." The plain-looking man rose, and as he did so, he seemed just to glance through the door into the street as it was opened by Ben. Immediately his face was full of smiles, as he cried, "Ah, Jenkins, is that you? Ha ha, I missed you this morning. Excuse me, Mr. Barber, I'll look in again. My old friend Jenkins has just gone by." With this, out he flew from Todd's shop like a shot, and was gone towards Temple Bar, before the barber could move or lay down the shaving cloth which he had in his hands all ready to tuck under his chin. Todd stood for a few moments in an attitude of irresolution. Then he spoke. "What does all this mean?" he said. "Is there danger? Curses on them both I would have, but no matter, I must be wrong, very wrong. That string of pearls may yet destroy me, destroy? No, no, no. They must have yet more wit before they get the better of me, and yet how I calculated upon the destruction of that man. I must think, I must think." Todd sat down in his own strong chair, and gave himself up to what is popularly denominated a brown study. Chapter 49, The Vaults of St. Dunstan's. A ponderous stone was raised in the flooring of St. Dunstan's church. The beadle, the churchwarden, and the workmen shrunk back, until they could get no further. "Ain't it a norrid smell?" said the beadle. Then the plain-looking man who had been at Sweeney Todd's advanced. He was no other than Sir Richard Blunt, and whispering to the churchwarden, he said, "If what I expect be found here, we cannot have too few witnesses to it. Let the workmen be dismissed." "As you please, Sir Richard. Faugh, what an awful stench there is. I have no doubt they won't be sorry to get away. Here, my men, here's half a crown for you. Go and get something to drink and come back in an hour." "Thank your honor," cried one of the men. "And sure, by St. Patrick's bones, we want something to drink, for the stench in the church sticks in my blessed throat like a marrow bone, so it does." "Get out," said the beadle. "I hate slow people, and hearish. They thinks no more of beetles than nothink in the world." The workmen retired, laughing, and when the church was clear of them, the churchwarden said to Sir Richard Blunt, "Did you ever, Sir Richard, smell such a horrid charnel house sort of stench as comes up from that opening in the floor of the old church?" Sir Richard shook his head, and was about to say something, when the sound of a footstep upon the pavement of the church made him look round, and he saw a fat, pursy-looking individual approaching. "Oh, it's Mr. Vickley, the overseer," said the beetle. "I hopes as you're as well, Mr. Vickley. Here's a horrid smell." "God bless me," cried the overseer, as with his fat finger and thumb he held his snub nose. "What's this? It's worse and worse." "Yes, sir," said the beetle. "Talking of the smell, we have let the cat out of the bag, I think." "Good gracious, put her in again then, it can't be a cat." "Begging your pardon, Mr. Vickley, I only spoke anatomically. If you comes here, sir, you'll find that all the smell comes out of this here opening." "What, an opening close to my pew, my family pew, where I every Sunday enjoy my repose, I mean my hopes of everlasting glory? Upon my life, I think it's a piece of DD impudence to open the floor of the church, close to my pew. If there was to be anything of the sort done, couldn't it have been done somewhere among the free sittings? I should like to know." "Mr. Vickley," said Sir Richard, "pray be satisfied that I have sufficient authority for what I do here, and if I had thought it necessary to take up the flooring of your pew while you had been in it, I should have done it." "And pray, sir," said Mr. Vickley, swelling himself out to as large a size as possible, and glancing at his watch chain to see that all the seals hung upon the convexity of his paunch as usual, "who are you?" "Oh dear," said the beetle. "Conwulsions, conwulsions. What a thing it is to see authorities a-going it at each other, gentlemen. Conwulsions, ain't there lots of poor people in the world? Don't you be a-going it at each other." "I am a magistrate," said Sir Richard. "And I am an overseer." "Ah. You may be an overseer or an underseer, if you like. I am going to search the vaults of St. Dunstan's." The churchwarden now took the overseer aside, and after a while succeeded in calming down his irascibility. "Oh, well," said Mr. Vickley. "Authorities is authorities, and if so be as the horrid smell in the church can be got rid of, I'm as willing as possible. It has often prevented me sleeping, I mean listening to the sermon. Your servant, sir, I shall of course be very happy to assist you." The beetle wiped his face with his large yellow handkerchief, as he said, "Now this here is delightful and affecting, to see authorities agreeing together. Lord, why should authorities snap each other's noses off, when there's lots of poor people as can be said anything to and done anything to, and they may snap themselves?" Well," added Mr. Vickley, "I am quite satisfied. Of course, if there's anything disagreeable to be done in a church, and it can be done among the free seats, it's all the better. And indeed, if the smell in St. Dunstan's could have been kept away from the respectable part of the congregation, I don't know that it would have mattered much." "Conwulsions," cried the beetle. "It wouldn't have mattered at all, gentlemen, but only think the bishop smelling it. Upon my life, gentlemen, I did think, when I saw the right reverend father in God's nose a-looking up and down, like a cat when she smells a bunch o' lights, and knowed as it was all owing to the smell in the church, I did think as I could have gone down through the floor, cocked hat and all, that I did. Conwulsions, that was a moment." "It was," said the churchwarden. Mercy," said Mr. Vickley. The beetle was so affected at the remembrance of what had happened at the confirmation, that he was forced to blow his nose with an energy that produced a trumpet-like sound in the empty church, and echoed again from nave to gallery. Sir Richard Blunt had let all the discourse go on without paying the least attention to it. He was quietly waiting for the foul vapors that arose from the vaults beneath the church to dissipate a little before he ventured upon exploring them. Now, however, he advanced and spoke. "Gentlemen, I hope I shall be able to rid St. Dunstan's of the stench which, for a long time, has given it so unenviable a reputation." "If you can do that," said the churchwarden, "you will delight the whole parish. It has been a puzzle to us all where the stench could come from." "Where is the puzzle now?" said Sir Richard Blunt, as he pointed to the opening in the floor of the church, from whence issued like a steamy vapor such horrible exhalations. "Why, certainly it must come from the vaults." "But," said the overseer, "the parish books show that there has not been anyone buried in any of the vaults directly beneath the church for 30 years. "Then," said the beetle, "it's a very wrong thing of respectable parishioners for, of course, them as has waltz is respectable to keep quiet for 30 years and then begin stinking like blazes. It's uncommon wrong conwulsions." Sir Richard Blunt took a paper from his pocket and unfolded it. "From this plan," he said, that I have procured of the vaults of St. Dunstan's, it appears that the stone we have raised, and which was numbered 30, discloses a stone staircase communicating with 2 passages, from which all the vaults can be reached. I propose searching them, and now, gentlemen, and you, Mr. Beadle, listen to me." They all 3 looked at him with surprise, as he took another letter from his pocket. "Here," he said, "are a few words from the Secretary of State. Pray read them, Mr. Vickley." The overseer read as follows: "The Secretary of State presents his compliments to Sir Richard Blunt, and begs to say that as regards the affair at St. Dunstan's, Sir Richard is to consider himself armed with any extraordinary powers he may consider necessary. Now, gentlemen," added Sir Richard Blunt, "if you will descend with me into the vaults, all I require of you is the most profound secrecy with regard to what you may see there. Do you fully understand?" "Yes," stammered Mr. Vickley, "but I rather think I would as soon not go." "Then, sir, be silent regarding the going of others. Will you go, sir? To the churchwarden." "Why, yes, I think I ought." "I shall be obliged to go. I may feel the want of a witness. We will take you with us, Mr. Beadle, of course." "Me, convulsions." Yes, you go, ex officio." "Ex the deuce, I don't want to go. Oh, convulsions. "We cannot dispense with your services," said the churchwarden. "If you refuse to go, it will be my duty to lay your conduct before the vestry." Oh. "Get a torch," said Sir Richard Blunt, "and I will lower it down the opening in the floor. If the air is not so bad as to extinguish the light, it will not be too bad for us to breathe for a short space of time." Most reluctantly, and with terrible misgivings of what might be the result of the frightful adventure into which he was about to be dragged, the beadle fetched a link from the vestry. It was lighted, and Sir Richard Blunt, tying a string to it, let it down into the passage beneath the church. The light was not extinguished, but it burnt feebly and with but a wan and sickly luster. "It will do," said Sir Richard. "We can live in that place, although a protracted stay might be fatal. Follow me, I will go first, and I hope we shall not have our trouble only for our pains." Chapter 50, The Descent to the Vaults. Sir Richard commenced the descent. "Come on," he said, "come on." He got down about 6 steps, but finding that no one followed him, he paused and called out, "Remember that time is precious, come on." "Why don't you go?" said the churchwarden to the beadle. "What, me go afore a blessed churchwarden? Conwulsions no. I thinks and I hopes as I knows my place better." "Well, but upon this occasion, if I don't mind it." No, I could not, conwulsions no." "Ah," said Sir Richard Blunt, "I see how it is. I shall have to do all this business alone, and a pretty report I shall have to make to the Secretary of State about the proceedings of the authorities of St. Dunstan's." The churchwarden groaned. "I'm a-coming, Sir Richard, I'm a-coming. Oh dear, I tell you what it is, Mr. Beadle, if you don't follow me, and close to, I'll have you dismissed as sure as eggs is eggs. Conwulsions, I'm a-coming." The churchwarden descended the stairs, and the beadle followed him. Down they went, guided by the dim light of the torch carried by Sir Richard, who had not waited for them after the last words he had spoken. "Can you fetch your blessed breath, sir?" said the beadle. "Hardly," said the churchwarden, gasping. "It is a dreadful place." "Oh, yes. Stop, Sir Richard. There was no reply. The light from the torch grew more and more indistinct as Sir Richard Blunt increased his distance from them, and at length they were in profound darkness. "I can't stand this," cried the churchwarden, and he faced about to ascend to the church again. In his effort to do so quickly, he stretched out his hand and seized the beadle by the ankle. And as that personage was not quite so firm upon his legs as might be desired, the effort of this sudden assault was to upset him, and he rolled over upon the churchwarden, with a force that brought them both sprawling to the bottom of the little staircase together. Luckily, they had not far to fall, for they had not been more than 6 or 8 steps from the foot of the little flight. Terror and consternation for a few moments deprived each of them of the power of speech. The beadle, however, was the first to recover, and he in a stentorian voice called, "Murder." Then the churchwarden joined in the cries, and they buffeted each other in vain efforts to rise, each impeding the other to a degree that rendered it a matter of impossibility for either of them to get to their feet. Mr. Vickley, who was waiting in the church above, with no small degree of anxiety, the report from below, heard these sounds of contention and calls for help with mingled horror. He at once made a rush to the door of the church, and, no doubt, would have endangered the success of all Sir Richard Blunt's plans, if he had not been caught in the arms of a tall, stout man upon the very threshold of the church door. "Help, murder, who are you?" "Crotchet they calls me, and Crotchet's my name. London my birthplace, is yourn the same? What's the row?" "Call a constable, there's blue murder going on in the vaults below." "The devil there is. Just you get in there, will you, and don't you stir for your life, old fellow." So saying, Mr. Crotchet, who knew the importance of secrecy in the whole transaction, and who had been purposely awaiting for Sir Richard Blunt, thrust Vickley into a pew and slammed the door of it shut. Down fell the overseer to the floor, paralyzed with terror. And then Mr. Crotchet at once proceeded to the opening in the floor of the church and descended without a moment's hesitation. "Hilloa," he cried, as he alighted at the bottom of the stairs upon the churchwarden's back. "Hilloa, Sir Richard, where are you?" "Here," said a voice, and with the torch nearly extinguished, Sir Richard Blunt made his appearance from the passage. "Who is there?" "Crotchet it is." "Indeed, why, what brought you here?" "What a row!" Why, what's all this? You are standing upon somebody, why bless my heart it's—" Out went the torch. "Fire, help, murder," shouted the beadle, "I'm being suffocated. Oh, convulsions, here's a death for a beadle. Murder, robbery, fire, oh, oh, oh." The churchwarden groaned awfully. "Ascend and get a light," said Sir Richard. "Quick, Crotchet, quick, God only knows what is the matter with all these people." Both Crotchet and Sir Richard Blunt scrambled over the bodies of the churchwarden and the beadle, and soon reached the church. The churchwarden made a desperate effort, and shaking himself free of the beadle, he ascended likewise and rolled into a pew, upon the floor of which he sat, looking a little deranged. "If you don't come up," said Sir Richard Blunt, directing his voice down the staircase, "we will replace the stone, and you may bid adieu to the world." "Convulsions," roared the beadle. "Oh, don't convulsions." Up he tumbled with the most marvelous celerity and rolled into the church, never stopping until he was brought up by the steps in front of the communion table, and there he lay, panting and glaring around him, having left his cocked hat in the regions below. Sir Richard Blunt looked ghastly pale, which Crotchet observing, induced him to take a small flask from his pocket, filled with choice brandy, which he handed to his chief. "Thank you," said Sir Richard. The magistrate took a draught, and then he handed it to the churchwarden, as he said, "I'll fill it again." "All's right." The churchwarden took a pull at the brandy, and then the beadle was allowed to finish it. They were both wonderfully recovered. "Oh, Sir Richard," said the churchwarden, "what have you seen?" "Nothing particular." "Indeed?" "No, you can have the stone replaced as soon as you like, over the opening to the vaults." "And you have seen nothing," said the beadle. "Nothing to speak of. If you have any doubts or any curiosity, you can easily satisfy yourself. There's the opening. Pray descend. You see, I have escaped, so it cannot be very dangerous to do so. I will not myself go again, but I will wait for either of you, if you please. Now, gentlemen, go, and you will be able to make your own discoveries." "Me?" cried the beadle. "Me? Oh, convulsions, I thinks I sees me." "Not I," said the churchwarden. Cover it up, cover it up. I don't want to go down. I would not do so for £1,000. A covert smile was upon the lips of Sir Richard Blunt as he heard this, and he added, "Very well, I have no objection, of course, to its being at once covered up, and I think the least that is said about it will be the better." "No doubt of that," said the churchwarden. "Convulsions? Yes," said the beadle. "If I was only quite sure as all my ribs was whole, I shouldn't mind, but somebody stood atop of me for a good quarter of an hour, I'm sure." Some of the workmen now began to arrive, and Sir Richard Blunt pointed to them, as he said to the churchwarden, "Then the stone can be replaced without any difficulty. Now, and sir, let me again caution you to say nothing about what has passed here today. Not a word, not a word. If you fancy somebody stood upon your ribs, Mr. Beadle, I am quite sure somebody did upon mine." The workmen were now directed to replace the stone in its former position, and when that was completely done, and some mortar pressed into the crevices, Sir Richard Blunt gave a signal to Crotchet to follow him, and they both left the church together. "Now, Crotchet, understand me." I'll try, said Cratchit. No one, for the future, is to be shaved in Sweeney Todd's shop alone. Alone? Yes, you will associate with King, Morgan, and Godfrey. I will stand all necessary expenses, and one or the other of you will always follow whoever goes into the shop, and there wait until he comes out again. Make what excuses you like. Manage it how you will, but only remember, Todd is never again to have a customer all to himself. Humph. Why do you say humph? Oh, nothing particular, only hadn't we better grab him at once? No, he has an accomplice or accomplices, and their discovery is most important. I don't like to do things by halves, Cratchit, and so long as I know that no mischief will result from a little delay, and it will not if you obey my instructions, I think it better to wait. Very good. Go at once, then, and get your brother officers, and remember that nothing is to withdraw your and their attention from this piece of business. All's right. You know, Sir Richard, you have only to say what's to be done, and it's as good as done. Todd may shave now as many people as he likes, but I don't think he'll polish 'em off in his old way quite so easy. That's right, good day. When shall we see you, Sir Richard? About sunset. By the time this little conversation was over, Sir Richard Blunt and Cratchit had got through Temple Bar, and then they parted, Cratchit taking his way back to Fleet Street, and Sir Richard Blunt walking hastily to Downing Street. When he got there, he entered the official residence of the Secretary of State for the Home Department, and being well known to the clerk, he was at once conducted into a little room carefully hung round with crimson cloth, so as to deaden the sound of any voices that might be raised in it. In the course of a few minutes a small door was opened, and a shabby-looking man entered, with a hesitating expression upon his face. "Ah, Sir Richard Blunt," he said, "is that you?" "Yes, your lordship, and if you are disengaged for a few minutes, I have something to communicate." "Ah, some new plot. Confound those Jacobin rascals." "No, my lord, the affair is quite domestic and social. It has no shade of politics about it." The look of interest which the face of the secretary had assumed was gone in a moment, but still, he could not very well refuse now to hear what Sir Richard Blunt had to say, and the conference lasted a quarter of an hour. At its termination, as Sir Richard was leaving the room, the secretary said, "Oh, yes, of course, take full discretionary powers, and the Home Office will pay all expenses. I never heard of such a thing in all my life." "Nor I, my lord." "It's really horrible. It is even so far as we know already, and yet I think there is much to learn. I shall, of course, communicate to your lordship anything that transpires." "Certainly, certainly. Good day." Sir Richard Blunt left the Secretary of State, and proceeded to his own residence, and while he is there, making some alteration in his dress, we may as well take a glance at Cratchit, and see what that energetic but somewhat eccentric individual is about. After parting with Sir Richard Blunt at Temple Bar, he walked up Fleet Street, upon Sweeney Todd's side of the way, until he overtook a man with a pair of spectacles on, and a stoop in his gait, as though age had crept upon him. "King," said Cratchit. "All right," said the spectacled old gentleman in a firm voice. "What's the news?" "A long job, I think. Where's Morgan?" "On the other side of the way." "Well, just listen to me as we walk along, and if you see him, beckon him over to us." As they walked along, Cratchit told King what were the orders of Sir Richard Blunt, and they were soon joined by Morgan. The other officer, Godfrey, who had been mentioned by the magistrate, was sent for. "Now," said Cratchit, "here we are, 4 of us, and so you see we can take it 2 and 2 for 4 hours at a stretch, as long as this confounded barber's shop keeps open." "But," said Morgan, "he will suspect something." "Well, we can't help that. It's quite clear he smugs the people, and all we have got to do is to prevent him smugging any more of 'em, you see." "Well, well, we must do the best we can." "Exactly, so now keep a bright lookout, and hang it all, we have been in enough rum adventures to be able to get the better of a rascally barber, I should think. Look out, there's somebody going in now." Chapter 51. Hannah rushes to her destiny. Johanna had enough confidence now. Her father, Colonel Geoffrey Big Ben, and Arabella Wilmot all knew the sad story of her love. It will be a hard case if, among so many counselors, she hits upon the worst, most truly hazardous course of proceeding. But then it is a fault of the young to mistake daring for ability, and to fancy that that course of proceeding which involves the most personal risk is necessarily the most likely to be successful. Colonel Jeffrey was, of all Johanna Oakley's advisers, the one who was most likely to advise her well, but unfortunately he had told her that he loved her. And from that time, with an instinctive delicacy of feeling which no one could have to greater perfection than Johanna, she had shunned him. And yet the reader, who knows the colonel well, knows that, quite irrespective of the attachment that had sprung up in his bosom for the beautiful and heart-stricken girl, he would have played the part of a sincere friend to her and stood manfully between her and all danger. But it was not to be. From the moment that he had breathed to her the secret of his attachment, a barrier was, in her imagination, raised between them. Her father evidently was not one who could or who would advise anything at all energetic. And as for Big Ben, the conversation she had had with him upon the subject had quite been sufficient to convince her that to take him out of the ordinary routine of his thoughts and habits was thoroughly to bewilder him, and that he was as little calculated to plot and to plan in any emergency as a child. She would indeed have trembled at the result of the confidential communication to Big Ben, if she had been aware of the frightfully imprudent manner in which he had thrown himself into communication and collision with Todd, the consequences of which glaring act of indiscretion he was only saved from by Sir Richard Blunt entering the shop, and remaining there until he, Ben, was shaved. Under all these circumstances, then, Johanna found herself thrown back upon her old friend Arabella Wilmot. Now, Arabella was the worst adviser of all, for the romantic notions she had received from her novel reading imparted so strong a tone to her character that she might be said in imagination to live in a world of the mind. It was, as the reader will recollect, to Arabella Wilmot that Johanna owed the idea of going to Todd in boys' apparel a measure fraught with frightful danger, and yet, to the fancy of the young girl, fascinating upon that very account, because it had the appearance as though she were doing something really serious for Mark and Jestry. To Arabella, then, Johanna went, after Ben had left her, and finding her young friend within, she told her all that had occurred since they last met. "What shall I do?" she said. "I tell my tale of woe, and people look kind upon me, but no one helps me. Oh, Johanna, can you say that of me?" "No, no, not of you, Arabella, for you see I have come to you again, but of all others I can and may say it. Comfort yourself, my dear Johanna. Comfort yourself, my dear friend. Come, now you will make me weep too if I see those tears. What shall I do? What shall I do? There now, I am putting on my things, and as you are dressed, we will go out for a walk, and as we go along we can talk of the affair, and you will find your spirits improve by exercise. Come, my dear Johanna, don't you give way so. I cannot help it, let us go. We will walk round St. Paul's churchyard. No number to Fleet Street to Fleet Street. Why would you wish to add to your sorrows by again looking upon that shop? I do not know, I cannot tell you, but a horrible species of fascination draws me there, and if I come from home, I seem as though I were drawn from all other places towards that one by an irresistible attraction. It seems as though the blood of Mark and Jestry called aloud to me to revenge his murder, by bringing the perpetrators of it to justice. Oh, my friend, my Arabella, I think I shall go mad." Johanna sunk upon her knees by a chair and hid her fair face in her hands, as she trembled with excess of emotion. Arabella Wilmot began to be really alarmed at the consequences of her friend's excited and overwrought feelings. "Oh, Johanna, Johanna," she cried, "cheer up. You shall go when you please, so that you will not give way to this sorrow. You do not know how much you terrify me. Rise, rise, I implore you. We will go to Fleet Street, since such is your wish." After a time, Johanna recovered from the burst of emotion that had taken such certain possession of her, and she was able to speak more calmly and composedly to her friend than she had yet done during that visit. The tears she had shed, and the show of feeling that had crept over her, had been a great relief in reality. "Can you pardon me for thus tormenting you with my grief?" said Johanna. "Do not talk so. Rather wonder how I should pardon you if you tell your griefs elsewhere. To whom should you bring them but to the bosom of one who, however she may err in judgment regarding you, cannot err in feeling?" Johanna could only press her friend's hand in her own, and look the gratitude which she had not the language to give utterance to. It being then settled that they were to go to Fleet Street, it next became a matter of rather grave debate between them whether they were to go as they were, or Johanna was to again equip herself in the disguise of a boy. "This is merely a visit of observation, Johanna. I will go as I am." "Very well, dear." They accordingly set out, and as the distance from the house of Arabella Wilmot's father was but short to the shop of Sweeney Todd, they soon caught sight of the projecting pole that was his sign. "Now be satisfied," said Arabella, "by passing twice, once up Fleet Street and once down it." "I will," said Johanna. Todd's shop was closed as usual. There was never an open door to that establishment, so that it was, after all, but a barren satisfaction for poor Johanna to pass the place where her imagination, strengthened by many circumstantial pieces of evidence, told her Mark in Jestry had met with his death. Still, as she had said to Arabella before starting, a horrible sort of fascination drew her to the spot, and she could not resist the fearful attraction that the outside of Todd's shop had for her. They passed rather rapidly, for Arabella Wilmot did not wish Johanna to pause, for fear she should be unable to combat her feelings and make some sort of exhibition of them in the open street. "Are you content, Johanna?" she said. "Must we pass again?" "Oh, yes, yes. Again and again. I can almost fancy that by continued looking at that place, I could see what has been the fate of Mark. But this is imagination and folly." "It may be so, but when the realities of life have become so hideously full of horrors, one may be excused for seeking some consolation from the fairy cave. Arabella, let us turn again." They had got as far as Temple Bar when they again turned, and this time Johanna would not pass the shop so abruptly as she had done before. And anyone, to see the marked interest with which she paused at the window, would have imagined that she must have some lover there whom she could see, notwithstanding the interior of the shop was so completely impervious to all ordinary gazers. "There is nothing to see," said Arabella. "No, but yet look." Johanna pointed to one particular spot of the window, and there was the eye of Sweeney Todd glaring upon them. "We are observed," whispered Arabella. "It will be much better to leave the window at once. Come away, oh, come away, Johanna." "Not yet, not yet. Oh, if I could look well at that man's face, I think I ought to be able to judge if he were likely to be the murderer of Mark in Jestry." Todd came to his door. "Good God, he is here," said Arabella. "Come away, come." "Never, no, perhaps this is providential. I must look at this man, happen what may." Todd glared at the two young girls like some ogre intent upon their destruction, and as Johanna looked at him, a painter who loved contrast might have indeed found a study from the wonderful difference between those two human countenances. They neither spoke for some few moments, and it was reserved for Todd to break the silence. "What do you want here?" he cried in a hoarse, rough voice. "Be off with you. What do you mean by knocking at the window of an honest tradesman? I don't want to have anything to say to such as you." He did it," gasped Johanna. "Did what?" said Todd, advancing in a menacing attitude, while his face assumed a most diabolical expression of concealed hatred. "Did what?" Stop him," cried a voice from the other side of the street. "Stop pissin', he's given me the slip, and I'm blessed if he won't pitch into that air barber. Stop him. Pissin'. Come here, boy, come here, oh, lor, he's nabbed him. I knewed he would, as sure as a horse's hind leg ain't a gammon o' bacon. My eyes, won't there be a row he's nabbed the barber, like ninepence." Before the ostler at the Bullfinch, for it was from his lips this speech came, could get one half of it uttered, the dog who is known to the readers by the name of Hector, as well as his new name of Pissin dashed over the road, apparently infuriated at the sight of Todd, and rushing upon him, seized him with his teeth. Todd gave a howl of rage and pain and fell to the ground. The whole street was in an uproar in a moment, but the ostler rushing over the way, seized the dog by the throat and made him release Todd, who crawled upon all fours into his own shop. In another moment he rushed out with a razor in his hand. "Where's the dog?" he cried. "Where's the fiend in the shape of a dog?" "Hold hard," said the ostler, who held Hector between his knees. "Hold hard, I have got him, old chapter." "Get out of the way, I'll have his life." "No, you won't." "Humph," cried a butcher's boy who was passing. "Why, that's the same dog as said the barber had done for his master, and collected never such a lot of halfpence in his hat to pay the expenses of burying of him." "You villain," cried Todd. "Go to blazes," said the boy. "Who killed the dog's master? Ah, who did it? Ah." The people began to laugh. "I insist upon killing that dog," cried Todd. "Do you?" said the ostler. "Now, this here dog is a particular friend of mine, so you see I can't have it done. What do you say to that now, old stick in the mud? If you walk into him, you must walk through me first. Only just put down that razor, and I'll give you such a walloping, big as you are, that you'll recollect for some time." "Down with the razor, down with the razor," cried the mob, who was now every moment increasing. Johanna stood like one transfixed for a few moments in the middle of all this tumult, and then she said with a shudder, "What ought I to do?" "Come away at once, I implore you," said Arabella Wilmot. "Come away, I implore you, Johanna, for my sake as well as for your own. You have already done all that can be done. Oh, Johanna, are you distracted?" "No, no, I will come, I will come." They hastily left the spot and hurried away in the direction of Ludgate Hill, but the confusion at the shop door of the barber did not terminate for some time. The people took the part of the dog and his new master, and it was in vain that Sweeney Todd exhibited his rent garments to show where he had been attacked by the animal. Shouts of laughter and various satirical allusions to his beauty were the only response. Suddenly, without a word, Todd then gave up the contest and retired into his shop, upon which the ostler conveyed Pisson over the way and shut him up in one of the stables of the Bullfinch. Todd, it is true, retired to his shop with an appearance of equanimity, but it was like most appearances in this world rather deceitful. The moment the door was closed between him and observation, he ground his teeth together and positively howled with rage. "The time will come," he said, "when I shall have the joy of seeing Fleet Street in a blaze, and of hearing the shrieks of those who are frying in the flames. Oh, that I could with one torch ignite London, and sweep it and all its inhabitants from the face of the earth. Oh, that all those who are now without my shop had but one throat. Ha, ha, how I would cut it." He caught up a razor as he spoke, and threw himself into a ferocious attitude at the moment that the door opened, and a gentleman neatly dressed looked in, saying, "Do you dress artificial hair?" Chapter 52, Todd's Announcement. "Yes," said Todd, as he commenced stropping the razor upon his hand, as though nothing at all was the matter. "I do anything in an honest and religious sort of way for a living in these bad times." "Oh, very well. A gentleman is ill in bed and wants his peruke properly dressed, as he has an important visit to make. Can you come to his house?" "Yes, of course, but can't the peruke be brought here, sir?" "Yes, but he wants a shave as well, and although he can go in a sedan chair to pay his visit, he is too ill to come to your shop." Todd looked a little suspicious, but only a little, and then he said, "It's an awkward thing that I have no boy at present, but I must get one, and in the meantime, when I am called out, I have no resource but to shut up my shop." At this moment a stout man came in, saying, "Shave Doe, you are busy. I can wait, Mr. Todd, I can wait," and down he sat. Todd looked at the newcomer with a strange sort of scowl, as he said, "My friend, have not I seen you here before or somewhere else?" "Very likely," said the man. "Humph, I am busy and cannot shave you just now, as I have to go out with this gentleman." "Very well, I can wait here and amuse myself until you come back." Todd fairly staggered for a moment, and then he said, "Wait here in my shop and amuse yourself until I come back? No, sir, I don't suffer anyone, but it don't matter. Ha, ha, come in, I am ready to attend you. But stop, are you in a very great hurry for 2 minutes, sir?" "Oh dear no, not for 2 minutes." "Then it will only just take me that time to polish off this gentleman, and if you will give the address I am to come to, I will be with you almost as soon, sir, as you can get home, I assure you." "Oh dear no," cried the stranger, who had come in to be shaved, suddenly starting up. "I really could not think of such a thing. I will call again." "It's only in Norfolk Street," said the applicant for the dressing of the artificial hair, "and 2 minutes can't make any difference to my friend, at all." "Do you think," said the other, "that I would really interrupt business in this way? No, may I perish if I would do anything so unhandsome, not I. I will look in again, Mr. Todd, you may depend, when you are not going out. I shall be passing again, I know, in the course of the day. Pray attend to this gentleman's orders, I beg of you." So saying, the shaving customer bounced out of the shop without another word. And as he crossed the threshold, he gave a wink to Cratchit, who was close at hand, and when that gentleman followed him, he said, Crotchet, Todd very nearly got me into a line. He was going out with the person we saw go to the shop, but I got away, or else, as he said, he would have polished me off. Not a doubt of it, in this here world, Foster, said Crotchet. Ah, he's a rum un, he is. We haven't come across sich a one as he for one while, and it will be a jolly lot o' Sundays afore we meets with sich another. It will indeed. Is Fletcher keeping an eye on the shop? Oh yes, right as a trivet. He's there and so is Godfrey. While this brief conversation was going on between the officers who had been left to watch Sweeney Todd's shop, that individual himself accompanied the customer, whom he had been conversing with, to Norfolk Street, Strand. The well-dressed personage stopped at a good-looking house and said, "Mr. Mundell only lodges here for the present. His state of mind, in consequence of a heavy loss he has sustained, would not permit him to stay in his own house at Kensington." "Mr. Mundell," said Todd. "Yes, that is the gentleman you are to shave and dress." "May I presume to ask, sir, what he is?" "Oh, he is a kind of merchant, you understand, and makes what use of his money he thinks proper." "The same," gasped Todd. The door of the house was opened, and there was no retreat, although, at the moment, Todd felt as though he would much rather not shave and dress the man of whom he had procured the £8,000 upon the string of pearls. But to show any hesitation now might beget inquiry, and inquiry might be awkward. So summoning all his natural audacity to his aid, Todd followed his guide into the house. He was a little puzzled to know who this person could be, until a woman made her appearance from one of the rooms upon the ground floor, and cried, "There now, go out, do. We don't want you any more. You have got your pocket money, so be off with you, and don't let me see your face again till night." "No, my dear," said the well-dressed personage. "Certainly not, this is the barber." "Good God, Blissett, do you think I am blind, that I can't see the barber? Will you go? The captain is waiting for me to pour out his coffee and attend to his other concerns, which nobody knows better than you, and yet you will be perpetually in the way." "No, my dear, I only." "Hoity-toity, are we going to have a disturbance, Mr. B? Recollect, sir, that I dress you well and give you money, and expect you to make yourself agreeable while I attend to the gentlemen lodgers, so be off with you. I'm sure, of all the troublesome husbands for a woman to have, you are about the worst, for you have neither the spirit to act like a man, nor the sense to keep out of the way." "Huh," said Todd. Both the lodging-house keeper and his wife started at the odd sound. "What was that?" said the woman. "Only me, madam," said Todd. "I laughed slightly at that bluebottle walking on the ceiling, that's all." "What a laugh," said Blissett, as he left the house, and then the lady of the mansion turning to Todd said, "You are to attend to Mr. Mundell, poor man. You will find him in the front room on the second floor, poor man." "Is he ill, madam?" "Oh, I don't know. I rather think he's grizzling about some of his money, that's all, but it don't matter one way or the other. They say he is as rich as a Jew, and I'll take good care he pays enough here." Mrs. B, cried a voice from the parlor. "Yes, Captain, I'm coming, Captain." The lady bounced into the breakfast parlor and closed the door, leaving Todd to find his way upstairs as he best could. After a hideous chuckle at the thought of Mr. Blissett's singular position in society, he commenced ascending the stairs. He accomplished the first flight without meeting with anyone, but upon the second he encountered a servant girl with a pail, and Todd gave her such a hideous glance, accompanied by such a frightful contortion of his visage, that down went the pail, and the girl flew upstairs again and locked herself in one of the attics. Without waiting to ascertain what effect the descent of the pail might have upon the nerves of the captain and the landlady, Todd pursued his course to the room whither he had been directed, and tapped at the door. "Come in," said a meek, tremulous voice. "Come in." Todd opened the door and stood in the presence of the man over whose long-tried skill and habitual cunning he had obtained such a triumph in the affair of the pearls at Mundell Villa. John Mundell now, though, was far from looking like the John Mundell of the villa. He sat by the fire, wrapped up in a flannel dressing-gown with a beard of portentous length. His cheeks had fallen in. His brow was corrugated by premature wrinkles, and the corners of his mouth were drawn down, as though a look of mental distress had become quite a thing of habit with him now. "Who are you?" he growled out, as Todd came into the room and with a show of carefulness closed the door after him. "Who are you, eh?" come to shave you, sir, and dress your hair." "Ah," cried Mundell as he gave a start. "Where have I heard that voice before? Why does it put me in mind of my loss? My £8,000, my money, my money. Am I to lose another £8,000? That will make £16,000. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, who are you? Speak, friend, who are you?" "Only a barber, sir," said Todd, "come to shave you and dress your hair. Ain't you well, sir? Shall I call again?" "No, no, no, my losses distracts me. Only the barber? Ah, yes, to be sure, only the barber. I must go to court and ask for the Duke of something. Good God, yes, I will see all the dukes until I find out my Duke. He who had my £8,000 and has left me so poor and so wretched. Oh dear, my money, my hard-earned money. Oh gracious, if I were to lose another £8,000, I should go mad, mad, mad." "Shall I begin, sir?" said Todd. "Begin what?" "Oh yes, my hair, and I must be shaved too, or they won't let me in at all. I will have the pearls or my money. I will see all the dukes and pounce upon my Duke. Oh yes, I will have the pearls or the money." "Pearls, sir?" said Todd, as he began to arrange the shaving apparatus he had brought with him. "Did you say pearls?" "Bah, what do you know about pearls? Who, I dare say, never saw one? Bah, you poor beggarly barber. But I will have them back or my money. I will raise London, but I will find them. I will see the Queen herself and know what Duke she gave the pearls to, and then I will find him and have my money. Now, sir, a little this way. Oh dear, what do you charge?" "Anything you please, sir. When I come to a gentleman, I always leave it to his generosity to pay me what he pleases." "Ah, more expense, more expense. That means that I am to pay for the service done me, and something else besides for the sake of a compliment upon my liberality. But I ain't liberal. I won't be generous. Where's my money, my pearls, and now to go to all sorts of expense to go to court and see dukes? Oh, the devil. Sir." "Stop, what an odd thing. Why, you are very, very." "Very what, sir?" said Todd, making a hideous face. "Like the Duke, or my fancy leads me astray. Wait a bit, don't move." Mundell placed his hands over his eyes for a moment, and then suddenly withdrawing them, he looked at Todd again. "Yes, you are like the Duke. How came you to be like a duke, the villain? Oh, if I could but see my pearls." "What Duke, sir?" "I would give £500, no, I mean £100, that is £50, to know what Duke," screamed Mundell with vehemence. Then suddenly lapsing into quietness, he added, "Shave me. Shave me, I will go to court, and St. James's shall ring again with the story of my pearls. Lost, lost, lost. Did he abscond from his wife with them, or was he murdered? I wonder, pound 8,000 gone all at once. I might have borne such a loss by degrees, but d-n it. Really, sir, if you will go on talking about pearls and dukes, the shaving brush will go into your mouth, and there's no such thing as avoiding it. Confound you, go on, shave me and have done with it. Oh dear, oh dear." John Mundell now contented himself by uttering drawn sighs, with now and then the accompaniment of a hideous groan, while Todd lathered his face with great affected care. The sighs and the groans both, however, ceased soon, and Todd became aware that the eyes of John Mundell were fixed upon him with a steady stare. No doubt, the usurer was recalling bit by bit to his memory the features of the sham Duke, and comparing them with Todd's. To be sure, upon the occasion of his visit to Mundell Villa, Todd had taken every precaution to disguise his features. But then it must be admitted that the features of the barber were rather peculiar, and that John Mundell was professionally a more than ordinary keen observer. And thus it was that, as Todd lathered away, he became more and more impressed by the fact that there was a startling resemblance between Todd and the nobleman who had borrowed £8,000 upon the string of pearls. "What's your name?" he said. "Todd." "Humph, a well-to-do man." "Poor as Job." "How very like you are to a great man. Do you ever go to court? I am sure I have seen you somewhere." "Very likely," said Todd, "for I often go there." "What, to court?" "Nay, sir, not to court, but somewhere. Will you have the whiskers left just as they are, or taken off entirely, sir?" Tap, tap, came at the chamber door, and a boy peeped in, saying, "Please, sir, the tailor has brought the things." Chapter 53, The Murder of the Usurer. Come in, more expense, more losses. As if an honest man, who only does what he can with his own, could not come to the court with a hope of meeting with a civil reception unless he were decked out like a buffoon. Come in. Well, who are you? Augustus Snipes, sir, at your service. Brought home the clothes, sir. The full dress suit you were so good as to order to be ready today, sir. Oh, you are a tailor. Oh dear no, sir, we are not tailors nowadays, we are artists. Curse you, whatever you are, I don't care. Some artist, I'm afraid, has done me out of £8,000. Oh dear, put down the things, what do they come to? £18 10 shillings and threepence, sir. John Mundell gave a deep groan, and the tailor brushed past Todd to place the clothes upon a side table. As he returned, he caught sight of Todd's face, and in an instant his face lighting up, he cried, "Ah, how do, how do?" "Eh," said Todd. "How did the pompadour-colored coat and the velvet smalls do, fit well? Lord, what a rum start for a barber to have a suit of clothes fit for a duke." "Duke," cried Mundell. Todd lifted one of his huge feet and gave the artist a kick that sent him sprawling to the door of the room. "That," he said, "will teach you to make game of a poor man with a large family, you scoundrel. What, you won't go, won't you? The artist shot out at the door like lightning and flew down the stairs as though the devil himself was at his heels. Todd carefully closed the door again and fastened it by a little bolt that was upon it. A strange expression was upon the countenance of John Mundell. His face looked perfectly convulsed, and he slowly rose from his chair. Todd placed one of his huge hands upon his breast and pushed him back again. "What's the matter?" said Todd. He knows you." "Well, the pompadour-colored coat. Ah, I recollect the pompadour-colored coat, too. I thought I knew your face. There was a something, too, about your voice that haunted me like the remembrance of a dream. You are." "What?" "Help, help, tell me if I be mad, or if you are a duke in the disguise of a barber, or a barber in the likeness of a duke." "Ah, that pompadour-colored coat, it sticks in my throat." "I wish it did," growled Todd. "What do you mean, Mr. Mundell? Pray express yourself. What do you mean by those incoherent expressions? Are you human?" "Dear me, I hope so. Really, sir, you look quite wild." Stop, let me think. The face, the voice, the pompadour coat, the costume fit for a duke. It must be so, man or devil. I will grapple with you, for you have got my pearls and my money. My £8,000, my gold, that I have lived, that I have toiled for, that I have schemed, and cheated to keep up, that I have shut my eyes to all sights, for in my heart to all tender emotions. You have my money, and I will denounce you." "Stop," said Todd. The usurer paused in what he was saying, but he still glared at Todd fiercely, and his eyes protruded from their orbits, while the muscles of his mouth worked as though he were still trying to utter audible sounds, but by some power was denied the capacity to utter them. "You say you have lost pearls?" Yes, Orient pearls." Todd dived his hand into the breast of his apparel and produced the string of pearls. He held them before the ravished and dazzled eyes of John Mundell, as he said, "Were they like these?" With a cry of joy, Mundell grasped at the pearls. Tears of gratified avarice gushed from his eyes. My own pearls, my beautiful pearls. Oh, blessed chance, my pearls back again. Ha, ha, ha." "Ha," echoed Todd, as he stepped behind the chair on which John Mundell was sitting. With his left hand, he took one vigorous grasp of the remaining hair upon the head of the usurer and forced his back against the chair. In another instant, there was a sickening gushing sound. Todd, with the razor he held in his right hand, had nearly cut John Mundell's head off. Then he held him still by the hair. Gasp, 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 bubble, ah, goggle, goggle. A slight convulsive movement of the lashes, and the eyes set and became opaquely dim. The warm blood still bubbled, but John Mundell was dead. Todd picked up the pearls and carefully replaced them in his bosom again. "How many strange events," he said, "hang upon these baubles. Ah, it's only one more, a dirty job rather, but business is business." He stood in the room as silent as a statue and listened intently. Not the slightest sound indicative of the proximity of anyone came upon his ears. He felt quite convinced that the deed of blood had been done in perfect secrecy. But then there he was, who but he could be accused? There he stood, the self-convicted murderer. Had he not done the deed with the weapon of his handicraft that he had brought to the house? How was Todd to escape the seeming inevitable cold-blooded murder? We shall see. Huddled up in the chair was the dead body. Mundell had not fallen out of the capacious, easy seat in which he sat when he breathed his last. The blood rolled to the floor, where it lay in a steaming mass. Todd was careful, very careful, not to tread in it, and he looked down his garments to see if there were any telltale spots of gore. But standing behind the chair to do the deed, as he had done, he had been saved from anything of the sort. There he stood, externally spotless, like many a seeming and smirking sinner in this world, but oh, how black and stained within. "Humph," said Todd. John Mundell was half distracted by a heavy loss. He was ill, and his mind was evidently affected. He could not even shave himself. Oh, it is quite evident that John Mundell, unable to bear his miseries, real or ideal, any longer in a fit of partial insanity, cut his throat. Yes, that will do. Todd still kept the razor in his grasp. What is he going to do? Murder again the murdered? Is he afraid that a man, with 20 murders on his head, will jostle him from his perilous pinnacle of guilty safety? No. He takes one of the clammy dead hands in his own. He clasps the half-rigid fingers over the handle of the razor, and then he holds them until, in the course of a minute or so, they have assumed the grasp he wishes, and the razor, with which he, Todd, did the deed of blood, is held listlessly, but most significantly, in the hand of the dead. "That will do," said Todd. The door is reached and unfastened, and the barber slips out of the room. He closes the door again upon the fetid, hot aroma of the blood that is there, fresh from the veins of a human being like himself. No, not like himself, no, one can be like Sweeney Todd. He is a being of his own species, distinct, alone, an incarnation of evil. Todd was in no particular hurry to descend the stairs. He gained the passage with tolerable deliberation, and then he heard voices in the parlor. "What a man you are," said Mrs. Blissett. "Ah, my dear, I am indeed. Who would not be a man for your sake? As for Mr. Blissett, I don't think him worth attention." "Nor I," said the lady, snapping her fingers. "I don't value him that. The poor mean-spirited wretch, he's not to be compared to you, Captain." "I should think not, my love. Have you got any change in your pocket?" "Yes, I think I have about 7 shillings or so." "That will do. Much obliged to you, madam, I mean, my dear Mrs. B. Ah, if you would but smother Blissett, so that I might have the joy of making you Mrs. Captain Coggan, what a happy man I should be." Todd tapped at the door. "What was that?" cried the captain in evident alarm. "Is it Blissett?" "No, Captain, oh no, I should like to see him interrupt me indeed. A pretty thing that I cannot do what I like in the house I keep. Come in." Todd just opened the door far enough to introduce his hideous head, and having done so, stared at the pair with such a selection of frightful physiognomical changes that they both sat transfixed with horror. At length, Todd broke the silence by saying, "He's frightfully nervous." What, who?" gasped the captain. "What?" repeated Mrs. Blissett. "What's his name upstairs, that I was sent for to shave just now?" "What, Mr. Mundell? Ah, poor man, he has been in a very nervous state ever since he has been here. He continually talks of a heavy loss he has had." "Yes," said Todd, "I suppose he means you to pay me." "Me?" "Yes, ma'am. He says he is too nervous and excited for me to shave him just now, but he has borrowed a razor from me and says he will shave himself in the course of an hour or so and send it back to me." "Oh, very well. Your money will be sent with the razor, no doubt. For although Mr. Mundell is so continually talking of his losses, they tell me he is as rich as a Jew." "Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, sir." The captain cast a supercilious glance upon Todd, but did not deign to make the remotest reply to the mock civility with which he was bidden good morning. No one stands so much upon his dignity as he whose title to any at all is exceedingly doubtful. The female heart, however, is mollified by devotion, and Mrs. Blissett returned the adieu of Todd. When he got into the passage, he uttered one of his extraordinary laughs, and then opening the street door, he let himself out. Todd by no means hurried back to Fleet Street, but as he walked along he now and then shrugged his shoulders and shook his huge hands, which, to those acquainted with his peculiarities, would have been sufficient indications of the fact that he was enjoying himself greatly. At length he spoke. So what a providence we have, after all, watching over us. The moment I am in any real danger as regards the string of pearls, up starts some circumstance that enables me to ward it off. Well, some day I almost think I shall turn religious and build a church and endow it. Ha!" Todd was so tickled at the idea of his building a church and endowing it that he stopped at the corner of Milford Lane to enjoy an unusual amount of laughter. As he did so, he saw no other than Mrs. Ragg, slowly coming towards him. "Ah," he said, "Tobias's mother, the mother of the Tobias that was, I will avoid her." He darted on, and was through Temple Bar before Mrs. Ragg could make up her mind which way to run. For run she fully intended to do, when she saw Todd standing at the corner of Milford Lane. But she had no occasion for hurrying from him, as he walked in the direction of his shop as speedily as possible. Although he was perfectly satisfied with the clever manner, he had ridded himself of the usurer, who probably might have been a source of annoyance to him, and who might eventually have been the means of bringing him to justice. He thought that he might be losing opportunities of making more victims for the accumulation of his ill-gotten wealth. Chapter 54, Sir Richard Blunt's Progress. We will now return and see with what zeal Sir Richard Blunt and his active co-operators are at work, and how that persevering gentleman has taken the cause of humanity in hand, with a determined will to bring the atrocious criminals to a just tribunal. Sir Richard and his men continued to pass and repass Todd's window, and one or other had an eye upon the door, so that it was almost impossible for anyone to go in without the officers seeing them. And as some one of the officers followed each customer into the shop, under some pretense, and did not return till the strangers had been shaved, it was impossible that he could continue his murderous trade. The baronet, however, could not continue to remain long in the vicinity of Todd's shop without exciting the suspicions of that crafty demon in human form. Todd seemed very ill at ease, and his eye was more frequently at the hole which commanded a view of everything within range of his window, and in spite of the various guises the officers assumed, he seemed to take a more close survey of their features than he had done when they had first visited his shop. It was rarely that his customers came in pairs, otherwise it would have continually prevented his schemes. But now none came alone, each one had his companion or attendant. One morning, almost as soon as the barber had opened his shutters, a seafaring man entered his shop in haste, and throwing himself on a chair, requested to be shaved immediately. He appeared to have but lately returned from India, or some other hot climate, for his features were well bronzed, and from his general aspect and conversation, he appeared to be a man of superior station in life. However, in this manner, the barber reasoned and came to the conclusion that he should have a good morning's work if none of his tormentors came to avert his intentions. "A fine morning, sir," said Todd. "Very," said the stranger, "but make haste and accomplish your task. I have a payment to make to a merchant in the city this morning by 9 o'clock, and it is now more than 8:30. "I will polish you off in no time," said the barber, with a grin. "Then you can proceed and transact your business in good time. Sit a little nearer this way, sir. The chair will only stand firmly in one position, and it is exceedingly uncomfortable for gentlemen to remain, even for a few moments, on an unsteady chair." Todd adjusted the chair, by dint of what appeared to the stranger to be a deal of unnecessary trouble, and he said, "You seem remarkably anxious to put the chair in what you call a comfortable position, but we sailors are rather rough. Therefore you need not make so much fuss about my comfort for so short a time, but proceed with the business." Todd seemed rather disconcerted at the stranger's remarks, and could not understand whether his words were uttered by chance or imported more than Todd liked. "It is a maxim of mine, sir," said Todd, "to make everybody that comes to my shop as comfortable as possible during the short time they remain with me. 1/2 inch further this way, sir, and you will be in a better position." As he spoke, he drew the chair to the spot he wished it, which circumstance seemed to please him, for he looked around him, and indulged in one of those hideous grins he executed just when he was on the point of committing some diabolical act. The gurgling noise he made in his throat caused the seaman to give a sudden start, which Todd, perceiving, said, "Did you hear the noise my poor old cat made, sir? She often does so when strangers come in, sir." It did not sound much like a cat, but if I had an animal that made such a demoniacal noise, I should soon send her to rest. Every one to their taste, though. I suppose you term the noise that almost startled me agreeable. "Yes, sir," said the barber. "I like to hear her because I think she is enjoying herself, and you know men and beasts require a something to stimulate the system." By this time, the lather was over the seaman's face. He could not speak, except at the imminent risk of swallowing a considerable quantity of the soap that Todd had covered his face with. The barber seemed dexterously to ply a razor on the seaman's face, which caused him to make wry faces, indicating that the operation was painful. The grimaces grew more fantastic to the beholder, but evidently less able to be withstood by the person operated upon. "Good God, barber," he at length ejaculated, "why the devil don't you keep better materials? I cannot stand this. The razor you are attempting to shave me with has not been ground, I should think, for a 12-a-month. Get another and finish me off, as you term it, in no time." "Exactly, sir, I will get one more suited to your beard, and will return in 1 minute, when you will be polished off to my satisfaction." He entered the little parlor at the back of the shop, but previously he took the precaution of putting his eye to the hole that gave a sight into the street. Turning round, apparently satisfied with his scrutiny, he went in search of the superior razor he spoke of. A low grating sound, like that of a ragged cord commencing the moving of pulleys, was to be heard, when Sir Richard Blunt threw the door open, and took a seat in the shop near where the stranger was sitting. He was so disguised that Todd could not recognize him as the same person that had been in his shop so many times before. The barber's face was purple with rage and disappointment, but he restrained it by an immense effort and spoke to Sir Richard in a tolerably calm tone. "Hair cut, sir, or shaved, sir? I shall not be long before I have finished this gentleman off. Perhaps you would like to call in again in a few minutes." "Thank you, I am not in a particular hurry, and being rather tired I will rest myself in your shop, if you have no objection." "My shop is but just open, and our ventilation being bad, it is much more pleasant to inhale the street air for a few minutes than the vitiated air of houses in this neighborhood. I am not much afraid of my health for a few minutes, therefore would rather take rest." Todd turned his face away and ground his teeth, when he found that all his arguments were unavailing in moving the will of his new customer. Therefore he soon finished shaving the first customer. "At your service, sir," said Todd to Sir Richard, who seemed absorbed in reading a newspaper he took from his pocket. He looked up and saw that the stranger was nearly ready to leave, therefore he continued reading till the stranger was in the act of passing out of the shop, when he said, "What time do the royal family pass through Temple Bar to the city this morning?" "9:30, said Todd. "Then I have not time to be shaved, now I will call in again. Good morning," saying which he also left the shop. In a few minutes after leaving the shop of Todd, Sir Richard and the men employed by him were in consultation, and he urged strongly that the men should remain nearer to the shop than they had hitherto done, for if Sir Richard had been 2 minutes later, most likely he who had escaped the angry billows would have been launched into eternity by the villainous barber. For the remainder of the day Todd was more closely besieged than ever, and when night came on, Sir Richard Blunt, with 2 of his men, set watch upon the house of Mrs. Lovett. Sir Richard had provided himself with skeleton keys, candles, and other housebreaking implements, for the purpose of entering Mrs. Lovett's house after that lady had retired, as he had the full sanction of the law to use every means he could think of in bringing the culprits to justice. About 11 o'clock, Mrs. Lovett was seen in her bedroom, with a candle in her hand, and making every preparation for retiring. In a few minutes the light was put out, and everything seemed still as death. Nothing was to be heard in the adjoining streets but the monotonous tread of the watchman, with an occasional drawling forth of the hour of the night. This was the time Sir Richard had waited for. It was the time for him to act. He approached the street door and applied his implements with success, for the door yielded to the baronet's tools, and he soon was in the shop of the peamaker. As complete a silence reigned within as was maintained without. He waited for some time yet, though, before he moved, finding at length that all was profoundly still, and feeling quite convinced that Mrs. Lovett had really retired for the night, the magistrate set about procuring a light. By the aid of some chemical matches that he had with him, this was soon accomplished, and a faint blue light shone upon the various articles in the pie shop of Mrs. Lovett. He then took a small piece of wax taper from his pocket and lit it. This gave him sufficient light to enable him to distinguish with accuracy any object in the place. Once again he listened, in order to be quite sure that Mrs. Lovett was not stirring, and then, finding himself perfectly satisfied upon that head, he fearlessly commenced an examination of the shop. There was nothing to excite any very particular attention, except the apparatus for lowering the platform upon which the pies were sent up from the ovens below. and in a few moments the whole attention of Sir Richard Blunt was concentrated upon that contrivance. He did not meddle with it further than looking at it sufficiently to fully comprehend it, for he had other views just then. After then, making himself quite master of the details of that piece of machinery, he turned his whole attention to the parlor. By the aid of a skeleton key which he took from his pocket, he opened the door with ease, and at once entered that room, where lay the remains of the supper which Mrs. Lovett had so liberally provided for Sweeney Todd. This parlor was rather a large rambling room, with a number of snug, handy-looking cupboards in various corners. It was towards those cupboards that Sir Richard Blunt directed his attention. They were all locked, but with the means he had with him, ordinary locks presented no impediment to the prosecution of his research. Chapter 55, Mrs. Lovett's Walk. Suddenly he heard, or fancied he heard a noise above in the house, like the sudden shutting of a door. "Oh," thought Sir Richard, "all is safe. She is shutting herself in for the night, I suppose. Well, Mrs. Lovett, we will see what we can find in your cupboards." The little bit of waxlight, which Sir Richard had lighted, gave but a weak kind of twilight while he moved about with it in his hand, but when he stuck it on a corner of the mantel-shelf, it burnt much clearer, and was sufficient to enable him just to see what he was about. So thoroughly impressed was he with the idea that Mrs. Lovett had retired to rest, that he paid no sort of attention to the house, and may be said, in a manner of speaking, to have negligently shut his ears to all sounds that did not violently attack them. He opened a cupboard in which were some books, and on the top shelf, lying in a confused kind of heap, were some watches and several sets of very rich buckles for shoes. There were, likewise, several snuff-boxes in the lot. Were these little trifles presented to Mrs. Lovett, by Todd, as proofs of the thriving business he was carrying on? Sir Richard put 2 of the watches in his pocket. "These may be identified," he said, "and now, if I can but find the door by which she descends to the oven below, I—" At this moment he was startled by a sudden accession of light in the room. His first idea, and a natural enough one too, was that the little wax light was playing some vagaries incidental to all lights, and he turned rapidly from the cupboard to look at it. What was his astonishment to see the door that led to the upper part of the house open, and Mrs. Lovett, partially undressed, standing upon the threshold with a chamber candlestick in her hand in which was a rushlight, the dim and dubious rays from which had produced the extra illumination that had first startled Sir Richard Blunt. No wonder that, with amazement upon his countenance, he now glanced upon this vision, for such it looked like at the moment. And yet he saw that Mrs. Lovett it was to all intents and purposes, and that he was discovered in his exploring expedition in her parlor, appeared to be one of those facts it would have required no small share of moral hardihood to dispute. Seeing, however, should not always be believing, despite the venerable saying which asserts as much. "I must apprehend her now," thought Sir Richard Blunt. "I have no resource but to apprehend her at once." With this object he was about to dart forward, when something strange about the appearance of Mrs. Lovett arrested his attention and stayed his progress. He paused and remained leaning partly upon the back of a chair, while she slowly advanced into the room, and then as she came nearer to him, he became convinced of what he had begun to suspect, namely that she was walking in her sleep. There is something awful in this wandering of the mortal frame when its senses seem to be locked up in death. It looks like a resurrection from the grave as though a corpse was again revisiting. The glimpses of the pale moon. And even Sir Richard Blunt, with all his constitutional and acquired indifference to what would be expected to startle anyone else, could not help shrinking back a little, and feeling an unusual sort of terror. This transient nervousness of his, though, soon passed away, and then he set himself to watch the actions of Mrs. Lovett with all the keenness of intense interest and vividly awakened curiosity. She did not disappoint him. Moving forward into the room with a slow and stately action, so that the little flame of the rushlight was by no means disturbed, she reached the middle of the parlor and then she paused. She assumed such a natural attitude of listening that Sir Richard Blunt voluntarily shrunk down behind the chair, for it seemed to him at the moment that she must have heard him. Then, in a low and slightly indistinct tone, she spoke. "Hush, hush, so still. The poison, where is the poison? Will he take it? Ah, that is the question, and yet how clear it is. But he is fiend-like in his suspicions. When will he come?" She moved on towards the cupboard, in which the decanter of poison wine had been placed, and opening it, she felt in vain upon the shelf for it. It was still upon the table, and if anything more than another could have been a convincing proof of the mere mechanical actions of the somnambulist, this fact, that she passed the wine where it was, and only recollected where it had been, would have been amply sufficient. After finding that her search was ineffectual, she turned from the cupboard and stood for a few moments in silence. Then a horror shook her frame, and she said, "They must all die. Bandage your eyes and you will shut out the death shrieks. Yes, that will be something to get rid of those frightful echoes. Bandage after bandage will and shall do it." Sir Richard stood silently watching, but such was the horror of the tones in which she spoke that even his heart felt cold, as though the blood flowed but sluggishly through its accustomed channels. Who, he thought to himself, for the world's wealth would have this woman's memory of the past? She still held the light, and it appeared to him as though she were about to go into the shop, but she paused before she reached the half-glass door of communication between it and the parlor, and shook like one in an ague. Another, she said. "How strange it is that I always know. The air seems full of floating particles of blood, and they all fall upon me. Off, oh horror, I choke. Off, I say, how the hot blood steams up in a sickly vapor. There now, why does Todd let them shriek in such a fashion?" She now shook so that Sir Richard Blunt made sure she would either drop the light she carried, or, at all events, shake it out, but neither of these contingencies took place, and, after a few moments, she got more calm. The violent agitation of her nerves gradually subsided. She spoke horrors, but it was in a different tone, and abandoning, apparently, the intention of going into the shop, she approached a portion of the parlor which had not yet been subjected to the scrutiny of Sir Richard Blunt, although it would not ultimately have escaped him. The appearance of this part of the room was simply that there was a cupboard, but the back of this seeming cupboard formed, in reality, the door that led down the flight of stairs to the other strong iron door that effectually shut in the captive cook to his duties among the ovens. This was just the place that Sir Richard Blunt wanted to find out, and here we may as well state that Sir Richard had an erroneous but very natural idea, under the circumstances, that the cook or cooks were accomplices of Mrs. Lovett in her nefarious transactions. Had he been at all aware of the real state of affairs below, our friend, who had become so thoroughly disgusted with the pies, would not have been left for so long in so precarious a situation. Mrs. Lovett paused, after opening the lock of the cupboard, and in a strange, sepulchral sort of voice, she said, "Has he done it?" "Done what?" Sir Richard would fain have asked. But although he had heard that people, when walking in their sleep, will answer questions put to them under such circumstances, he was doubtful of the fact, and by no means wished to break the trance of Mrs. Lovett. "Has he done it?" she again repeated. "Is he no more? How many does it make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, 7, it must be the 7th, and I have heard all. Hush, Todd, I say, are you dead? No, he would not drink the wine. The devil, his master, whispered to him that it had in it the potent drug that would send his spirits howling to its maker, and he would not drink. God, he would not drink. No. She pronounced these words in such a tone of agony that her awakening from the strange sleep she was in seemed to be a natural event from such a strong emotion, but it did not take place. No doubt Mrs. Lovett had been long habituated to these nocturnal rambles. She now began slowly and carefully the descent of the stairs leading to the oven, but she had not got many paces when a current of air from below, and which, no doubt, came through the small grating in the iron door, extinguished her light. This circumstance, however, appeared to be perfectly unnoticed by her, and she proceeded in the profound darkness with the same ease as though she had had a light. Sir Richard would have followed her as he was, but in the dark he did not feel sufficient confidence in her as a guide to do so, and with as noiseless a tread as possible, he went back and fetched from the chimney-piece shelf his own little wax-light, which was still burning, and carefully guarding its flame from a similar catastrophe to what had happened to Mrs. Lovett's light, he descended the staircase, slowly and cautiously, after her. She went with great deliberation, and it was not until being rather surprised at the total absence of sound from her tread, that upon looking down to her feet, he found that they were bare. After this, he could have no doubt but that, almost immediately upon her lying down in bed, this somnambulistic trance had come over her, and she had risen to creep below and go through the singular scene we are describing. Step by step they both descended, until Mrs. Lovett came to the iron door. She did not attempt to open it. If she had, heaven only knows what might have resulted from the desperate risk the captive cook might have made to escape. But even in the madness of Mrs. Lovett, for a sort of madness, the scene she was enacting might be called there, was a kind of method, and she had no idea of opening the iron door that shut the cook from the upper world. Pausing, then, at the door leading to the ovens, she, with as much facility as though she had broad daylight to do it in, unfastened the small square wicket in the top part of the window. A dull, reddish glare of light came through it from the furnaces, which night nor day were extinguished. "Hist, hist," said Mrs. Lovett. "Who speaks?" said a dull, hollow voice, which sounded as if coming from the tomb. "Who speaks to me?" Mrs. Lovett shut the small wicket in a moment. "He has not done it yet," she said. "He has not done it yet. No, 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 but blood will flow. Yes, it must be so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The seventh, and not the last, horrible, horrible, most horrible, if now I could forget." She began rapidly to ascend the stairs, so that Sir Richard Blunt had to take 2 at a step, and once 3 in order to be up before her, and even then she reached the parlor so close upon him that it was a wonder she did not touch him. But he succeeded in evading her by a hair's breadth, and then she stood profoundly still for a few moments with her hands clasped. This quiescent state, however, did not last long, for suddenly, with eagerness, she leaned forward and spoke again. "No suspicion," she said. "All is well, dear me, heap up thousands more. Oh, Todd, have we not enough? There, clean up that blood. Here is a cloth, stop it up, don't you see where it is running to like a live thing? He is not dead, yet how clumsy another blow with the hammer, there on the forehead. What a crash did the bone go that time? Why, the eyes have started out. Horror, horror. Oh God, no, 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 I cannot come here again, oh God, oh God." She sunk down upon the floor in a huddled-up mass, and Sir Richard Blunt, who could not forbear shuddering at the last words that had come from her lips now, he thought that her trance was over, rapidly approaching her, said, "Wretched woman, your career is over." She suddenly rose, and with the same stately movement as before, she made her way from the parlor by the door leading to the staircase. During all the strange scenes she had gone through, she had not abandoned the light, and although the air in the narrow passage of the staircase had extinguished it, she still continued to carry it with the same care as though it lit her on her way. Seeing that she still walked in that strange and hideous sleep, the magistrate let her pass him, nor did he make any attempt to follow her. "Be it so," he said. "Let her awaken once again in the fancied security of her guilt. The doom of the murderess is hanging over her, and she shall not escape. But there is time yet." He watched her until, by the turn of the stairs, she disappeared from his sight, and then he sat down to think. And there, for a brief space, we leave Sir Richard while we take a peep at Tobias. Chapter 56, Tobias unbosoms himself. Mrs. Ragg, when she met Sweeney Todd, after he had so comfortably put out of this world of care, John Mundell, the usurer, was really upon a mission to Minna Gray, to tell her that Tobias was, to use her own expressive phraseology, never so much better. Together with this news, Mrs. Ragg, at the Colonel's suggestion, sought the company of Minna to tea upon that afternoon, and the consent of all parties whom it might concern being duly obtained to that arrangement, we will suppose Minna upon her way to Colonel Jeffreys. Timidly, and with a bashful boldness, if we may use the expression, did the fair young girl ring the area bell at the Colonel's. But he and his friend, Captain Rathbone, were both in the parlor, and saw her advance, so that she was at once welcomed into that portion of the house. The Colonel, like most gentlemen, had the happy knack of making those with whom he spoke at their ease, so that Minna in a very short time recovered her first agitation for, if she had gone 1,000 times to that house. Agitated, she would have been at first and was able to discourse with all that gentle fervor and candid simplicity which belongs to such minds as hers. "A most favorable change," said the Colonel, "has taken place in Tobias, a change which I attribute to the strong influence which your visit had upon him. Such an opinion is not a mere fancy of mine, for the medical gentleman who is in attendance upon him fully concurs in that view of the case." Minna had no need to say that she was pleased, for she looked all the delight that such a communication was calculated to give her. "Under these circumstances, then," continued the Colonel, "that which was only a faint hope of his recovery has become a certainty." Minna's eyes filled with tears. "Yes," added Captain Rathbone, And we expect that to you he will make such revelations as shall bring proper punishment upon all those who have in any way been the cause of this calamity." "Oh, forgive them all now," said Minna. "Since he recovers, we can forgive them all, now." "That cannot be, for the persecution that Tobias has endured is but part of a system which he will be the means of exposing. Will you come upstairs at once now, Miss Gray, and see him?" "Oh, yes, yes." How her heart beat as she ascended the staircase, and how quickly she inspired and respired when she actually got to the door of Tobias's room. But then she heard the kind, although not very musical voice of Mrs. Ragg from within say, "But my dear, you will give her time to come." "A long time, mother," said Tobias. Ah, how well Minna knew that voice. It was the voice of Tobias as of old. The same voice, in tone perhaps only a little weakened, and rendered more soft by sickness than it had been. But to her, it was like the soft memory of some well-remembered tone that she had heard and wept with joy to hear in happier days. "I am here, Tobias, I am here." "Minna, Minna." She entered the room radiant and beautiful as some fairy come to breathe joy by the magic of some spell. Tobias stretched out his arms towards her. She paused a moment, and then with a soft and gentle movement, embraced him. It was but for an instant she held him in her arms, and then she stepped back a pace or two and looked at him. "Quite well," said Tobias, understanding the look. "Quite." "Oh yes, Minna, and as happy as us 50 kings." "Are kings happy?" "Well, I don't know that they are, Minna, but at all events if they are, they can't possibly be happier than I am." "Bless the boy," said Mrs. Ragg, "how he does talk, to be sure." "Why, Tobias," said Colonel Geoffrey, "you are wonderfully improved within this last hour." "Yes, sir, and still more wonderfully, since the best physician in the world has come to see me." The direction of his eyes towards Minna Gray let them know, if they had not guessed it before, who Tobias considered the best physician in the world to him. Minna shook her head and said, "But Tobias, it is to this gentleman that you owe your life." "Yes," replied Tobias, "and if ever I forget to be grateful to him for all that he has done for me, I shall consider myself the worst person in the world. I as bad, quite as Sweeney Todd." Tobias shuddered perceptibly as he pronounced Todd's name, and it was quite evident that even in safety, as he could not but feel himself, and profoundly protected from the deadly malice of his late master, he could not divest himself of the absolute horror which even a mere remembrance of him engendered. "Well, Tobias," said the colonel, as he drew a chair close to him, "since you have named Todd, pray tell us all about him." "All?" "Yes, all, Tobias." "I will tell all I know. Come closer to me, Minna. I feel, when you are near me, as though God had sent one of his angels to keep Todd from me. Oh, yes, I will tell all I know. How can he harm me now?" "How indeed, Tobias?" said Minna. Tobias still trembled. What a shock that bold, bad, unscrupulous man had given to the nerves of that boy. His bodily health might be restored, and his mind once more be brought back to sanity, but if Tobias Ragg were to live to the age of a patriarch, the name of Todd would be to him something yet to shrink from, and the tone of his nervous system could never be what it once was. Minna looked up in his face, and the colonel, too, gazed fully upon him, so that Tobias found he was absolutely called upon to say something. "Yes," he began, "I remember that people came to the shop, and in that they never went out of it again." "Can you particularize any instance?" "Yes, the gentleman with the dog." Colonel Geoffrey showed by his countenance how much he was interested. "Go on," he said. "What about the gentleman with the dog?" "I don't know how it was," added Tobias, "but that circumstance seemed to tell more upon my fancy than any other. I suppose it was the conduct of the dog." "What sort of a dog was it?" "A large, handsome dog, and Todd would not let it remain in the shop, so his master made him wait outside." "Did he name the dog?" Tobias passed his hand across his brow several times, and then his countenance suddenly brightening up, he said, "Hector, yes, Hector." Colonel Geoffrey nodded. "What then happened, Tobias?" said Minna. "Why, I think Todd sent me out upon some message, and when I came back the gentleman was gone, but not the dog." "Now, Tobias, can you tell us what sort of a man the man with the dog was?" "Yes, fresh-colored and good-looking rather, with hair that curled. I should know him again." "Ah, Tobias," said the colonel, "I am afraid we shall none of us ever see him again in this world." "Never," said Tobias. "Todd killed him. How he did it or what he did with the body, I know not, but he did kill him, and many more, I am certain as that I am now here. Many people came into the shop that never left it again." "No doubt. And now, Tobias, how came you in the street by London Bridge, so utterly overcome and destitute?" "The madhouse." "Madhouse? Yes, I shall recollect it all. Where are you, mother?" "Bless us and save us, here to be sure," said Mrs. Ragg. "Did I not come to you at your room and find you ironing? And did I not tell you that I had something to say about Todd, and ask you to fetch somebody?" "To be sure." "Well, when you left, Todd came, and after once looking in his face, I almost forgot what happened, except that there was a madhouse and a man named Watson." "Watson," said Colonel Jeffrey, as he made a note of the name. "Yes," added Tobias, "and Fogg." "Good Fogg, I have it. Now, Tobias, where did you encounter this Fogg and Watson?" "That I cannot tell. I recollect trees, and a large house, and rooms, and a kind of garden, and some dark and dismal cells. And then my mind seems, when I think of all those things, like some large room full of horrors, and anything comes before me just like some dreadful dream. I recollect falling, I think, from some wall, and then running at my utmost speed until I fell. And then the next thing that I remember was hearing the voice of Minna in this house." "One thing," said Captain Rathbone, "is pretty certain, and that is, that this madhouse, if it were one in reality, must be in the immediate vicinity of London. Or else the strength of Tobias would not have enabled him to run so far as to London from it." "Mrs. Ragg, I believe Todd told you that he had placed Tobias in a madhouse, did he not?" said the colonel. "Yes, sir, he did, the Wagabone." "Well, I am inclined to think that it was a madhouse, one of those private dens of iniquity which are, and have been for many years, a disgrace to the jurisprudence of this country." "If so, then," said the captain, "there will be no great difficulty in finding it with the clue that Tobias has given us respecting the names." "I will not be satisfied until I have rooted out that den," said the colonel, "but at present all our exertions must be directed to ascertain the fate of poor Ingestry. Every circumstance appears really to combine in favor of the opinion of Johanna Oakley, to the effect that this Thornhill and Mark Ingestry were the same." "It does look marvelously probable," said the captain. "Do you recollect any more, Tobias?" said Minna. "Not clearly, Minna, and I am afraid that what I have recollected is not very clear, but it was the dog that made an impression upon my memory. Many things are, however, now each moment crowding to my mind, and I think that I shall soon be able to recollect much more." "Not a doubt, Tobias. Do not attempt to strain your memory too far now. Things will come back to you gently and by degrees." "I have no doubt of that, sir, but what, Tobias?" "Oh, sir, you are quite sure." "Sure of what?" "That when I least expect it, round the curtains of my bed, or from behind some chair, or from some cupboard about twilight, I shall not see the hideous face of Sweeney Todd and feel his eyes glancing upon me." Poor Tobias covered his eyes with both his hands, as he gave almost frenzied utterance to these words, and both Colonel Jeffrey and his friend, the captain, looked on with aspects of deep commiseration. The former, after the pause of a few moments, to allow the renewed excitement of Tobias fully to subside, spoke to him in a kind but firm voice. "Tobias, listen to me. Do you hear me?" "Yes, sir, oh yes." "Then I have to tell you that it is impossible Sweeney Todd can now come upon you in the way you mention, or in any other way." "Impossible, sir." "Yes, quite. He is now watched by the officers of justice, day and night. His house door is never lost sight of for a moment while he is within it, and when he is abroad, he is closely followed and carefully watched by men, any one of whom is more than a match for him. So be at peace upon that head, for Sweeney Todd is more securely kept now than any wild beast in his den." Chapter 57, Big Ben Makes a Discovery. At 7 o'clock on the morning following these strange events, there were early prayers at St. Dunstan's, and the bells called together the devout at 6:30. Todd was there. Is the reader surprised? Has he never yet in his mundane experience met with a case of sanctimonious villainy? Does he think that going to prayer is incompatible with such a life as Todd's? Fuffo! Live and learn. Todd met the beadle upon the steps of the church. "Ah, Mr. T," said that functionary. It does one good to see you, that it does a deal of good. I say that, of all the tradesmen in Fleet Street, you is the piousest. We owe a duty to our Creator, said Todd, which all the pomps and vanities of this world ought to make us neglect. Have you heard the suicide in Norfolk Street? Todd shook his head. Why, the beadle of St. Clement's was asking of me only last night what sort of man you was. Yes, to be sure. It's a gentleman as you went to shave, and as you lent a razor to, as has cut his blessed throat in Norfolk Street. God bless me, said Todd. You don't mean that? Dear, dear, we are indeed here today and gone tomorrow. How true it is that flesh is grass, and so the gentleman cut his throat with my razor, did he? Above a bit. Well, well, it is to be hoped that the Lord will be merciful to the little frailties of his creatures. Convulsions, do you call that a little frailty? Todd had passed on into the body of the church, and any minute observer might have noticed that when he got there was a manifest and peculiar twitching of his nose, strongly resembling the evolutions of a certain ex-chancellor. Then, in a low tone to himself, Todd muttered, They make a great fuss about the smell in St. Dunstan's, but I don't think it is so very bad after all. Perhaps one of Todd's notions in going to early morning prayers was to satisfy himself upon the point of the stench in the church. The morning service was very short, so that Todd got back to his shop in ample time to open it for the business of the day. He gave a glance at the window, to be quite sure that the placard announcing the want of a pious lad was there, and then with all the calmness in the world he set about sharpening his razors. Not many minutes elapsed ere a man came in, leading by the hand a boy of about 13 years of age. Mr. Todd, he said, you want a lad? Yes. You don't know me, but I am Cork, the greengrocer in the market. Oh, said Todd. You see, this is Fred by the first Mrs. C, and the second Mrs. C. Thinks he'd better go out to something now. If you will take him, prentice we will provide him, and he can run into our place for his meals and tell us all the gossip of the shop, which will amuse Mrs. C, as she's in a delicate condition, and I have no doubt you will find him just the lad for you. Dear, dear, said Todd. What's the matter, Mr. T? I'm so aggravated. Is he pious? Decidedly. Does he know his catechism and his belief? Oh yes, only ask him, Mr. Todd, only ask him. Come here, my dear boy. Who was Shindrad, the great uncle of Joshua, and why did Nebuchadnezzar call him Zichaphabatezer, the cousin of Neozabel Coxacride? Said the boy, lore. What learning, said the greengrocer. Ah, Mr. Todd, you are one too many for Fred, but he knows his catechism. Well, said Todd, if the boy that I have promised to think about don't suit me, I'll give you a call, Mr. Cork. But you see, I am such a slave to my word, that if I promise to think about anything, I go on thinking until it would astonish you how I get through it. Well, I'm sure we are very much obliged to you, Mr. Todd. Come along, Fred. Indeed, said Todd, when he was once more alone. That would suit me certainly. A lying, gossiping boy, to be running home 3 or 4 times a day with all the news of the shop. Good, very good indeed. Todd stropped away at the razors with great vehemence, until he suddenly became aware that someone must be blocking up nearly the whole of the window, for a sudden darkness, like an eclipse, had stolen over the shop. We have before had occasion to remark that Todd had a kind of peephole amid the multifarious articles which blocked up his windows, so that he was enabled to look out upon the passing world when he pleased. Upon this occasion, he availed himself of this mode of ascertaining who it was that had stopped the light from making its way into the shop. It was no other than our old acquaintance, Big Ben from the Tower, who was on his way to Mr. Oakley's. The heart of Ben had been sensibly touched by the distress of Johanna, and he was going to give her a word or two of comfort and encouragement, which would wholly consist of advising her to never mind. But still Ben's intention was good, however weak might be the means by which he carried it out. As for passing Todd's window without looking in, he could no more help having a good stare than he could help doing justice to a flagon of old ale if it were placed before him. And upon this occasion, the little placard, announcing the want of a pious youth, fixed the whole of Ben's wonder and attraction. A pious lad, said Ben. Oh, the villain, never mind. Easy does it, teasy does it. Curses on that fellow, muttered Todd. What is he staring at? A pious lad, ejaculated Ben. Pious oh pious. Shaved this morning, sir, said Todd, appearing at his door with a razor in his hand. Shaved or dressed, polish you off surprisingly in no time, sir. Eh? Walk in, sir, walk in. A nice comfortable shave makes a man feel quite another thing. Pray walk in, sir. I think I have had the pleasure of seeing you before. Ben cast an indignant look at Sweeney Todd. And then, as upon the spur of the moment for, Ben was rather a shrewd thinker, he could not find anything strong enough to say, he wisely held his peace and walked on. Todd looked after him with a savage scowl. Not much plunder, he muttered, but suitable enough in another point of view. Well, we shall see, we shall see. Ben continued his course towards the city, ever and anon repeating as he went, "A pious lad, a pious lad. Oh, the rascal." When he reached within a few doors of the spectacle makers, he saw a boy with a letter in his hand looking about him, and probably seeing that Ben had a good-humored countenance, he said to him, "If you please, sir, can you tell me which is Mr. Oakley's?" "Yes, to be sure. Is that letter for him?" "No, sir, it's for Miss Oakley." Ben laid his finger upon the side of his nose and tried to think. "Miss Oakley," he said, "a letter for Miss Oakley." And then, as nothing very alarming consequent upon that proposition presented itself to him, he said, "Easy does it." "Do you know the house, sir?" asked the boy. "Yes, to be sure. Come along, boy." "Yes, sir." "Who's the letter from?" "A gentleman, sir, as is waiting at the Unicorn in Addle Street." "A gentleman as is waiting at the Addle in Unicorn Street," said Ben. And then, not being able still to hit upon anything very outrageous in all that, he contented himself once more with an "easy does it." The boy accompanied him to the door of Mr. Oakley's, and then Ben said to him, "I'll give the letter to Miss Oakley if you like, and if you don't like, you can wait till I send her to you. Easy does it." "Thank you, sir," said the boy. "I'd rather give it to the young lady myself." "Very good," said Ben. "Rise betimes and hear early chimes." With this effort of proverbial lore, Ben marched into the shop, where old Oakley was, with a magnifying glass fitted to his eyes, performing some extraordinary operation upon a microscope. Ben merely said, "How is you?" and then passed on to the back room, having received from the old optician a slight nod by way of a return of the friendly salutation. Ben always esteemed it a stroke of good fortune when he found Johanna alone, which, in the present instance, he did. She rose to receive him, and placed one of her small hands in his, where for a moment or two it was completely hidden. "All right," said Ben. "Yes, as usual, no news. I saw a boy at the door with a letter from a unicorn." "From a what?" "No, an addle, no, let me see. A unicorn waiting with a gentleman in addle something. Easy does it. That ain't it neither. Where is she?" Guessing that it was someone with a communication from some friend to her, Johanna had glided to the door and got the letter from the boy. She came with it to the parlor at once and opened it. It was from Colonel Jeffrey and ran as follows. "Dear Miss Oakley, if you will oblige me with another meeting in the Temple Gardens this evening, at or about 6, I have something to tell you. Although I am afraid nothing cheering, believe me to be your sincere friend, John Jeffrey." She read it aloud to Ben, and then said, "It is from the gentleman who, I told you, Ben, had interested himself so much in the fate of poor Mark." "Oh, ah," said Ben. "Easy does it. Tell him, if he'd like to see the beasts at the tower any time, only to ask for me." "Yes, Ben." "Well, my dear, I came by the barber's, and what do you think?" Johanna shook her head. "Guess again." "Spare me, Ben. If you have any news for me, pray tell me. Do not keep me in suspense." Ben considered a little whether what he had to say was news or not, and then taking rather an enlarged view of the word, he added, "Yes, I have. Todd wants a pious boy." "A what?" "A pious boy. He's got a bill in his window to say that he wants a pious boy. What do you think of that now? Did you ever hear of such a villain? Easy does it. And he came out too and wanted to polish me off." "Oh, Ben." "Oh, Johanna, take things easy. I mean that you should be very careful indeed not to go into that man's shop. Promise me that you will never do so." "All's right. Never be afeard, or you'd never tame the beastesses. If I was only to go into that fellow's shop and fix a eye on him, so you'd see." Ben fixed one of his eyes upon Johanna in such a manner that she was glad to escape from its glare, which was quite gratifying to him, Ben, inasmuch as it was a kind of tacit acknowledgment of the extraordinary powers of his vision. "Easy does it," he said. "All's right. Do you mean to meet this colonel?" "Yes, Ben." "All's right. Only take care of yourself down Fleet Street, that's all." "I will indeed. What do you say to taking me with you?" "Where, Ben?" "Why, where you go to meet the colonel, my dear." "Personally, I should not entertain the smallest objection, but there is no danger in the transaction. I know that Colonel Geoffrey is a man of honor, and that in meeting him upon such an occasion, I am perfectly safe." "Good again," said Ben. "Easy does it. Hilloa, what's that in the shop?" "Only my mother come home." "Only? The deuce! Excuse me, my dear, I must be off. Somehow or another your mother and I don't agree, you see, and ever since I had that dreadful stomach ache one night here, it gives me a twinge to see her, so I'll be off. But remember, easy does it." Chapter 58, The Grand Consultation in the Temple. With this sage aphorism, Ben effected a hasty retreat from the optician's house by the private door, so that he should not run the risk of encountering Mrs. Oakley, who had made her appearance by the shop way. When Johanna was alone, she once again read the little missive from the colonel, and then, burying her face in her hands, she tried still to think that it was possible he might have some good news to tell her. And yet, if such had been the case, would he not have written it? Would he, feeling for her as she knew he did, have kept her in a state of suspense upon such a subject? Ah, no. He would rather have, in spite of all obstacles, made his way into the shop and called to her Johanna, Mark in Jestry Lives, if he had really been in a position to say so much. As these thoughts chased each other through the mind of the young girl, she shed abundance of tears, and so absorbed was she in her grief that she was not aware that anyone was present until she felt a light touch upon her shoulder, and upon starting round suddenly, she saw her friend Arabella Wilmot standing close to her. "Johanna." "Yes, yes, Arabella, I am here." "Yes, dear Johanna, but you are weeping." I am. To you these tears shall be no secret, Arabella. Alas, alas, you who know my heart know how much I have to weep for. You can bear with me. You are the only one in all the world whom I would willingly let see these bitter, bitter tears." At those words, Johanna wept afresh, and the heart of her young friend was melted. But recovering sooner than Johanna, Arabella was able to speak somewhat composedly to her, saying, "Have you heard anything?" Johanna knew. No, except that Mr. Geoffrey wishes to see me again to tell me something, and as he has not said in his letter what it is, I can guess it is no good news." "Nay, is not that assuming too much?" No, I know he would, if he had had any joyous intelligence for me, have written it. He would feel of what a suspense even a few hours would be upon such a subject. No, Arabella, I feel that what he has to say is some terrible confirmation of my worst fears." Arabella found it no easy task to combat this course of reasoning upon the part of Johanna. She felt its force, and yet she felt at the same time that it was somewhat incumbent upon her to resist it, and to make at least the endeavor to ward off the deep depression that had seized upon Johanna. "Now listen to me," she said. "Perhaps what Colonel Geoffrey has to say to you is, after all, a something hopeful. But at the same time, being only hopeful and nothing positive, he may have felt how difficult it was to write it, without exciting undue effects in your mind, and so prefers saying it, when he can accompany it by all the little collateral circumstances which alone can give it its proper value." There was something like a gleam of sunshine in this idea. "Do you understand me, dear Johanna?" "Yes, yes." Johanna spoke more firmly than before. The last argument of her friend had had all its weight with her, and had chased away many of the gloomy thoughts that had but a few moments before possessed her. What a strange compound is the human mind, and how singularly does it take its texture, chameleon-like, from surrounding circumstances. But a few moments since, and to Johanna the brief epistle of the colonel was suggestive of nothing but despair. How different now was its aspect. Arabella Wilmot had, by a few simple words, placed it in a new light, so that it started to the imagination of Johanna symbols of life. "Ah, you are hoping now," said Arabella. I am. Perhaps it is as you say, Arabella. I will think it is." Miss Wilmot was now almost afraid that she had gone too far, and conjured up too much hope. But she could not bear the idea of dashing down again the fairy fabric of expectation she had moved in the bosom of Johanna, and merely added, "Well, Johanna, since you find that the letter will, at all events, bear two interpretations, I am sure that, until you may be convinced it owns to the worst, you will be as composed as possible." "I will. And now, Arabella, will you, and can you accompany me this evening to the Temple Gardens to meet Colonel Geoffrey?" "Yes, Johanna, I both can and will if such is your wish." "It is, Arabella, much my wish, for I feel that if what our friend, the Colonel, has to say should not be of a hopeful character, I should never be able to repeat it to you, so as to have your opinion of it. Then we will go together, but we will not pass that dreadful man's shop."
"Todd's?"
"Yes." "Why not, Arabella?" "I feel, the moment that I leave this house, as though some irresistible fascination dragged me there, and I think I could no more pass down Fleet Street without directing my eyes to that building, which perchance has proved fatal to poor Mark, than I could fly. But, I shrink from that man recognizing us again. We will pass upon the other side of the way, Arabella, but do not say nay to me, for pass I must." There was such a frantic sort of earnestness in the manner in which Johanna urged this point, that Arabella no longer made any sort of opposition to it, and the two young girls soon arranged a time of meeting, when they would proceed together to the Temple Gardens, to give Colonel Geoffrey the meeting he so much desired. As nothing of a very particular character occurred that day, we will at once follow Arabella and Johanna upon the mission, premising that the hours have slipped away which intervened between the time of Johanna receiving the note from Colonel Geoffrey, and the time when, if she kept the appointment with him, it would be necessary for her to start from home to do so. Both the young girls made as great alterations in their attire as they could upon this occasion, so that they should not be strikingly recognizable again by Todd. And then Arabella, reminding Johanna that the bargain between them was to pass upon the other side of the way, they both set off from the old spectacle maker's. As they neared Fleet Street, the agitation of Johanna became more and more apparent, and Arabella was compelled to counsel her to calmness, lest the passers-by should notice how much she felt, from some cause to them unknown. "My dear Johanna," she said, "your arm trembles in mine. Oh, pray be calm." I will. Are we near?"
"Yes, let us cross."
They reached the other side of the way from that on which Todd's shop was situated, to the great relief of Arabella, who as yet knew not of the placard that Todd had exhibited in his window, announcing the want of a pious youth. The sight of the shop, however, seemed to bring that circumstance to the mind of Johanna, and she told her young friend of it at once. "Oh, Johanna," said Arabella, "does it not seem as though—" She paused, and Johanna looked inquiringly at her, saying, "What would you say, Arabella? What would you say?" "Nothing now, Johanna, nothing now. A thought struck me, and when we return from this meeting with your friend, the Colonel, I will communicate it to you. Oh, do not look opposite, do not." All such injunctions were thrown away upon Johanna. Look opposite she did, and as she herself had truly said, it would have been quite impossible for her to avoid the doing so, even if the greatest personal risk had been risked in the action. But Todd's shop, to look at from the other side of the way, presented no terrors. It simply presented the idea of a little barber's shop, of no very great pretensions, but of sufficient respectability, as barbers' shops were in those days, not to make any decent person shrink from going into it. No doubt, in the crowd of Fleet Street, for Fleet Street was then crowded, although not to the extent it is now. Johanna and her friend passed quite unnoticed by Todd, even if he had been looking out. At all events, they reached Temple Bar without any obstruction or adventure. Finding, then, that they had passed the main entrance to the temple, they went down the nearest adjacent street, and pursuing a circuitous route through some curious-looking courts, they reached their destination yet a little before the appointed hour. Colonel Geoffrey, however, was not likely to keep Johanna Oakley waiting. "There," said Arabella, "is that the Colonel?" Johanna looked up just as the Colonel approached, and lifted his hat.
"Yes, yes."
In another moment he was with them. There was a look upon the countenance of Colonel Geoffrey of deep concern, and that look, at one glance that was bestowed upon it by Johanna Oakley, was quite sufficient to banish all hidden hopes that she might yet have cherished regarding the character of the news that he had to impart to her. Arabella Wilmot, too, was of the same opinion regarding the physiognomical expression of the colonel, who bowed to her profoundly. Illustration: Johanna and Arabella meet and consult Colonel Geoffrey in Temple Gardens. "I have brought my dearest friend with me," said Johanna, "from whom I have no secrets." "Nor I," said the colonel, "now that I hear she stands in such an enviable relation to you, Miss Oakley." Arabella slightly bowed, and Johanna, fixing her eyes, in which tears were glistening, upon him, said, "You have come to tell me that I may abandon all hope." "No, no, heaven forbid." A bright flush came over the face of the young girl, and clasping her hands, she said, "Oh, sir, do not play with feelings that perhaps you scarcely guess at. Do not tamper with a heart so near breaking as mine. It is cruel, cruel." "Do I deserve such a charge?" said the colonel, "even by implication?" "No, no," said Arabella. "Recollect yourself, Johanna. You are unjust to one who has shown himself to be your friend, and a friend to him whom you hope to see again." Johanna held out her little childlike hand to the colonel, and looking appealingly in his face, she said, "Can you forgive me? It was not I who spoke, but it was the agony of my heart that fashioned itself at the moment into words my better judgment and my better feelings will not own. Can you forgive me?" "Can I, Miss Oakley? Oh, do not ask me. God grant that I could make you happy." "I thank you, sir, deeply and truly thank you. And now. Now you would say, tell me my news." "Yes, oh yes." "Then let us walk upon this broad path, by the river, while in the first instance I tell you that it was only from a deep sense of duty, and a feeling that I ought not, upon any consideration, to keep anything from you, that I came here today to give you some more information, and yet fresh information." "You are very, very good to me, sir." "No, no, do not say that, Miss Oakley. I am a friend. I am only very selfish, but, in brief, the lad who was in the barber's service at the time we think Mark Ingestry called at the shop with the string of pearls in his possession, has told us all he knows upon the subject freely." "Yes, yes, and. He knows very little. But that little just amounts to this, that such a person did come to the shop, and that he is quite clear that he never left it." "Quite clear that he never left it," repeated Johanna, "that he never left it, quite clear that. She burst into tears and clung to Arabella Wilmot for support. The colonel looked inexpressibly distressed, but he did not speak. He felt that any commonplace topics of consolation would have been an insult, and he had seen enough of human feelings to know that such bursts of passionate grief cannot be stemmed, but must have their course, and that such tears will flow like irresistible torrents into the ocean of eternity. Arabella was greatly distressed. She had not expected that Johanna would have given way in such a manner, and she looked at Colonel Geoffrey as though she would have said, "Is it possible that you can say nothing to calm this grief?" He shook his head, but made no reply in words. In a few moments, however, Johanna was wonderfully recovered. She was able to speak more composedly than she had done since the commencement of the interview. "Tell me all now," she said. "I can bear to hear it all." "You know all, Miss Oakley. The poor boy, in whose fate I have felt sufficiently interested to take him into my care, says that such a man as Thornhill did come to his master's shop. That he, the boy, was sent out upon some trivial errand, merely to get him out of the way, and that, pending his return, the visitor disappeared. He deposes to the fact of the dog watching the door." "The dog?" "Yes, Thornhill, it seems, had a faithful dog with him." "Ah, Arabella, we must have seen that dog. Has not the creature, then, fallen a victim to Todd's malevolence?" "We think not, sir," said Arabella. Go on," said Johanna. "What more?" "The boy states that he is certain he saw the hat of the visitor with the dog in Todd's house, after Todd had declared he had left, and proceeded to the city." "The hat, the dog, alas, alas." "Nay, Miss Oakley, do not forget one thing, and that is, that neither you nor anyone else have as yet identified this Mr. Thornhill as Mr. Ingestry." "No, not positively, but my heart tells me." "Ah, Miss Oakley, the heart is the slave of the feelings and of the imagination. You must not always trust to its testimony or emotions upon cold fact." "There is yet hope, then, Johanna," said Arabella. "A bright hope for you to cling to, for, as this gentleman says, there is nothing positive to prove that Mr. Thornhill was Mark Ingestry. I would not, were I you, abandon that hope on any account, while I lived and could still clutch it. Would it not be a great thing, sir, if any papers or documents which this Thornhill might have had about him could be recovered? It would indeed. Arabella at first seemed upon the point of saying something contingent upon this remark of the Colonel's, or rather this acquiescence of his in her remark, but she thought better of it, and was silent, upon which Johanna spoke, saying, "And that is really all, sir." "It is, Miss Oakley. But will nothing be done? Will no steps be taken to bring this man Todd to justice?" "Yes, everything will be done, and indeed, anything that can be done consistently with sound policy is actually now. Sir Richard Blunt, one of the most acute, active, and personally daring of the magistrates of London, has the affair in hand, and you may be quite assured that he will pursue it with zeal." "And what is he doing?" "Collecting such evidence against Todd, that at a moment the law will be enabled to come upon him, with a certainty that by no ingenious quibble can he escape." Johanna shuddered. "I thank you, sir, from my heart," she said, "for all the kindness and I need not again trespass upon your time or your patience." "Ah, Miss Oakley, will you deny me your friendship?" "Oh, no, no." "Then why deny me the privilege of a friend to see you sometimes? If I cannot say to you anything positively of a consoling character regarding him whom you so much regret, I can at least share your sorrows and sympathize with your feelings." Johanna was silent, but after a few moments she began to feel that she was acting both with harshness and injustice towards one who had been all that the kindest and most generous friend could be to her. She held out her hand to the Colonel, saying, "Yes, sir, I shall be always happy to see you." The Colonel pressed her hand in his, and then turning to Arabella Wilmot, they parted at the garden. Chapter 59. The Proposal of Arabella. "Johanna," said Arabella Wilmot, as they passed out of the temple by the old gate at Whitefriars. "Johanna, if there had been no Mark in Jestry in the world, could you not have loved someone else truly?" "No, no, oh no." "Not such a one as Colonel Geoffrey?" "No, Arabella, I respect and admire Colonel Geoffrey. He comes fully up to all my notions of what a gentleman should be, but I cannot love him." Arabella sighed. The two young girls passed Todd's shop upon the other side of the way, and Johanna shuddered as she did so, and repeated in a low voice, "He went there, but he never left." "Nay, but you should remember that was Thornhill." "Yes, Thornhill alias in Jestry." "You will cling to that idea." "I cannot help it, Arabella. Oh, that I could solve the dreadful doubt. You speak to me of finding consolation and hope from the possibility that this Thornhill might not have been in Jestry. But I feel, Arabella, that the agony of that constant doubt, and the pangs of never-ending thought and speculation upon that subject will drive me mad. I cannot endure them. I must be resolved one way or the other. It is suspense that will kill me. I might in the course of time reconcile myself to the fact that poor Mark had gone before me to that world where we shall assuredly meet again. But the doubt as to his fate is indeed madness." There was a manner about Johanna, as she pronounced these words, that was quite alarming to Arabella. Perhaps it was this alarm which went a long way towards inducing her, Arabella, to say what she now said to Johanna. "Have you forgotten your idea of going disguised to Todd's, Johanna? And have you forgotten what Mr. Ben, your friend from the Tower, told you?" "What? Oh, what? Arabella, what did he tell me that I should remember?" "Why, that Todd had placed a placard in his window, stating that he wanted a boy in his shop." "Oh, Johanna, it would be so romantic, and to be sure, I have read of such things. Do you think you would have courage sufficient to dress yourself again in my cousin's clothes and go to Todd's shop?" Yes, I understand you and apply for the vacant situation." "Yes, Johanna. It might, afford you an opportunity of searching the place. And then, if you found nothing which could assure you of the presence at one time there of Mark in Jestry, you would come away with a heart more at ease." I should. He could but kill me." "Who's who?" "Sweeney Todd." "Oh, no, Johanna. Your stay would not exceed a few short hours." "Oh, what long hours they would be." "Well, Johanna, I almost dread the counsel I am giving to you. It is fraught probably with 1,000 mischiefs and dangers that neither you nor I have sufficient experience to see. And now that I have said what I have, I beg of you to think no further of it, and from my heart I wish it all unsaid." "No, Arabella, why should you wish it unsaid?" It is true that the course you suggest to me is out of the ordinary way and most romantic, but then, are not all the circumstances connected with this sad affair far out of the ordinary course? Yes, yes, and yet. Arabella, I will do it. Oh, Johanna, Johanna, if any harm should come to you, then absolve yourself, Arabella, from all reproach upon the subject. Remember always that I go upon my own responsibility, and against your wishes, feelings, and advice. All that I now ask of you is that you will once more lend me that disguise, and assist me in further making myself look like that I would represent myself, and I shall then, perhaps, ask no more of your friendship in this world. Arabella was horrified. The plan she had proposed had, from her course of romantic reading, such charms for her imagination that she could not have forborne mentioning it, but now that in earnest Johanna talked of carrying it out, she became terrified at what might be the consequences. In the open streets, she was afraid of making a scene by any further opposition to Johanna, whose feelings, she saw, were in a great state of excitement. But she hoped that she would be able yet to dissuade her from her purpose when she got her home. Say no more now of it, Johanna, and come home with me, when we will talk it over more at large. I am resolved, said Johanna. The very resolution to do something bold and definite has given me already a world of ease. I am different quite in feeling to what I was. I am sure that God is, even now, giving me strength and calmness to do this much for him who would have risked anything for me. To reason with anyone impressed with such notions would have been folly indeed, and Arabella forbore doing so at that juncture. She could not but be amazed, however, at the firmness of manner of Johanna now, in comparison with the frantic burst of grief which she had so recently been indulging in. Her step was firm, her lips were compressed, and her countenance, although more than usually pale, was expressive in every feature of highly wrought determination. She will do it or die, thought Arabella, and if anything happens to her, I shall wish myself dead likewise. In this state of feeling not, a very amiable one, the two young girls reached the abode of Arabella Wilmot. The strongly marked feeling of composure and determination by no means left Johanna, but, if anything, seemed to be rather upon the increase, while occasionally she would mutter to herself, "Yes, yes, I will know all, I will know the worst." When they were alone in the little chamber of Arabella, that little chamber, which had witnessed so many of the mutual confidences of those two young girls, Arabella, at once, began to say something that might provoke a discussion about the propriety of the hazardous expedition to Todd's. But Johanna stopped her by saying, as she laid her hands gently upon her arm, "Arabella, will you do me 2 favors? 100, but—" "Nay, hear me out, dear friend, before you say another word. The first of those favors is, that you will not, by word or look, try to dissuade me from my purpose of going in disguise to Todd's. The second is, that you will keep my secret when I do go. Oh, Johanna, Johanna. Promise me." "Yes, I do. I am satisfied. And now, my own dear Arabella, let me tell you that I do not think that there is any such danger as you suppose in the expedition. In the first place, I do not think Todd will easily discover me to be aught else than what I pretend to be, and if I should see that I am in any danger, Fleet Street, with all its living population, is close at hand, and such a cry for aid as I, being, as I am, forearmed by being forewarned, could raise, would soon bring me many defenders." Arabella sobbed. "And then, after all, I only want to stay until, by one absence of Todd's from the house, I shall be able to make a search for some memorial of the visit of Mark in Jestry there. If I find it not, I return to you at once better satisfied, and with better hopes than I went forth. If I do find it, I will call upon the tardy law for justice. Johanna, Johanna, you are not the same creature that you were. I know it, I am changed. I feel that I am." Arabella looked at the sweet, childish beauty of the face before her, and her eyes filled with tears again at the thought that something near akin to despair had implanted upon it that look of unnatural calmness and determination it wore. "You doubt me," said Johanna. "Oh, no. I feel now that you will do it, and feeling that, I likewise feel that I ought not to drive you to seek assistance from another in your enterprise. But something must be arranged between us." "In what respect?" "Such as, if I should not hear of you within a certain time, you would feel bound to find me some help. Be it so, Arabella. If I do not come to you or send to you before the midnight of tomorrow, do what you will, and I shall not think that you have committed any breach of faith. I am content, Johanna, to abide by those conditions. And now I will say nothing to you to bend you from your purpose, but I will pray to heaven that you may become successful, not in finding any record of mark injustice, but in procuring peace to your mind by the utter absence of such record. I will go now. No, no, Johanna. Bethink you what pain your unexplained absence would give to your father. Something must be said or done to make him feel at ease during the, perhaps, many hours that you will be absent. It is well thought of, Arabella. Oh, how selfish we become when overwhelmed by our own strange emotions. I had forgotten that I had a father. It was now agreed between the two young girls that Johanna should go home, and that Arabella Wilmot should call for her, and ask Mr. Oakley's permission for her, Johanna, to come to her upon a visit for 2 days. It was no very unusual thing for Johanna to pass a night with her friend, so that it was thought such a course now would have the effect of quieting all anxiety on account of the absence of the young girl from her parental home. Chapter 60. Todd finds a boy. Temporary insanity, and a dividend of 1 shilling upon the razor. Such was the enlightened verdict of 12 sapient shopkeepers in the Strand upon John Mundelpiece to his Mones. He is gone where there are no discounts, no usury laws, no unredeemed pledges, and no strings of pearls. Good day to you, John Mundell. Ha, 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 laughed Sweeney Todd. That affair is settled in an uncommonly satisfactory manner. What an odd thing it is, though, that nobody now comes into my shop, but somebody else, upon some shuffling excuse or another, comes in within 2 minutes afterwards. Now, if I were superstitious, which I am not. Here Todd looked first over his right shoulder, and then over his left, with 2 perceptible shudders. If, as I say, I were superstitious, which halloa, who's this? Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Todd, said a woman in widow's weeds as she entered the shop, but they do say that. What? Screamed Todd, what? That you are charitable to the poor. Oh, that's all, aye, that's all. Very good. I am charitable to the poor, very, very charitable to the poor. What may your business be, madam? You don't know me, Mr. Todd, I dare say, but my name is Slick. Slick, no, madam, I have not the pleasure of knowing you. And may I again ask why I am honored with the visit? Why, sir, I have got up a little humble petition. You see, sir, my husband, Solomon Slick, is a watchmaker, and one day, about a month ago, he went out to go to the city with 2 chronometers, to take to Brown, Smuggins, Bugsby, and Pod, who employ him, and he was never afterwards heard of, leaving me with 6 children and 1 at the breast. Now, Mr. Brown is a kind sort of man, and spoke to Pod about doing something, but Bugsby and Smuggins, they will have it that my husband ran away with the watches, and that we are only watching the best time to go to him. But my aunt, Mrs. Longfinch, in Bedfordshire, will do something for us if we go there. So I am trying to get up £1 or 2 to take me and the little ones. Todd made a chuckling noise, like a hen in a farmyard, and looked the picture of compassionate commiseration. Dear, what a shocking thing. It is indeed, sir. And have you no idea of what has become of him, madam? Not in the least, sir, not in the least. But I said to myself, I dare say Mr. Todd will be so good as to assist us in our necessities. Certainly, madam, certainly. Do you know what is the most nourishing thing you can give to your children? Alas, sir, the poor things, since their poor father went, have had little choice of one thing or another. It was he who supported them. But what is it, sir? Mrs. Lovett's pies. Ah, sir, they had 1 apiece, poor things, the very day after poor Solomon Slick disappeared. A compassionate neighbor brought them, and all the while they ate them, they thought of their father that was gone. Very natural, that, said Todd. Now, Mrs. Slick, I am but a poor man, but I will give you my advice and something more substantial. The advice is that if anybody is moved to compassion and bestows upon you a few pence for your children, you go and lay it out in pies at Mrs. Lovett's, and as for the more substantial something, take that and read it at your leisure. Todd, as he spoke, took from a drawer a religious tract, entitled The Spiritual Quartern Loaf for the Hungry Sinner, and handed it to Mrs. Slick. The poor woman received it with a look of disappointment and said, with a slight shudder, "And is this all you can do, Mr. Todd?" "All," cried Todd. All? Good gracious, what more do you want? Recollect, my good woman, that there is another world where the poor will have their reward, provided that in this they are not too annoying to the rich and the comfortable. Go away. Dear, dear, and this is gratitude. I must go and pray for the hardness of heart and the Egyptian darkness of the common and the lower orders in general, and you in particular, Mrs. Slick. The woman was terrified at the extraordinary faces that Todd made during the delivery of this harangue, and hastily left the shop, having dropped the spiritual quartern loaf for hungry sinners in the doorway.
Ha ha, said Todd when she was gone. They thought of their father, did they, while they ate Lovett's pies? Ha ha.
At this moment a man made his appearance in the shop, and looked with a sly twinkle at Sweeney Todd. The latter started, for in that man he imagined no other than an under-attendant at the establishment of Mr. Fogg at Peckham. That this man came with some message from Fogg, he did not for a moment doubt, but what could it possibly be, since he, Todd, fully believed that Tobias Ragg was no more? "Do you know me?" said the man. As a general proposition, Todd did not like to say yes to anything, so he looked dubious, and remarked that he thought it might rain soon, but if he, the man, wanted a clean shave, he, Todd, would soon do for him. "But really, Mr. Todd, don't you know me?" "I know nobody," said Todd. The man chuckled with a hideous grimace that seemed habitual to him, for he at times indulged in it when, to all appearance, no subject whatever of hilarity was on the topic, and then he said, "I come from Fogg."
"Fogg's not Fogg."
The man did not at first seem to understand this nice distinction that Todd drew between coming from Fogg's establishment and coming from Fogg himself, but after knitting his brows and considering a little, he said, "Oh, I see. No, I don't come from Fogg, confound him, he don't use me well, so I thought I'd come to tell you." The shop door opened, and a stout burly-looking man made his appearance. Todd turned upon him, with a face livid with passion, as he said, "Well, sir, what now?" "Eh," said the stout burly man, "ain't this a barber's shop?" "To be sure it is, and once for all, do you want to be shaved, or do you not?" "Why, what else could I come in for?" "I don't know, but you have been here more than once, more than twice, more than thrice, and yet you have never been shaved yet." "Well, that is a good one." "A good what?" "Mistake, for I have only just come to London today, but I'll wait while you shave this gentleman. I am in no hurry." "No, sir," said Todd. "This gentleman is a private friend of mine, and don't come to be shaved at all." The stout burly-looking man seemed rather confused for a moment, and then he turned to the stranger, and said, "Are you really a private friend of Mr. Todd's?" "Very," said the other. "Then I scorn to interrupt anyone in their confidential discourse, just because my beard happens to be a day old. No, I trust that time, and old English politeness, will ever prevent me from doing such a thing. So, Mr. Todd, I will look in upon some other occasion, if you please." "No, no," said Todd. "Sit down, business is business. Pray sit down. You don't know how disappointed I shall feel if I don't polish you off now that you are here, sir." "Could not think of it," said the other, in whom the reader has, no doubt, recognized one of Sir Richard Blunt's officers. "Could not for a moment think of it. Good day." Before Todd could utter another remonstrance, he was out of the shop, and when he got about 12 paces off, he met Cratchit, who said, "Well, what do you bring it in now?" "I must cut it. Todd is beginning to recollect me, and to think there is something odd going on." Mr. Cratchit gave a slight whistle, and then said, "Worry good, but did you leave a Hindivittle in the shaving crib, to be done for?" "Yes, but he said he was a private friend of Todd's." "Good again, that will do. He's safe enough, I dare say, and if he isn't, why he ought to be more particular in addressing of his acquaintances. Do you know where the governor is?" "No, I have not seen him, but will you tell him, Cratchit, why I think it's better for me to be scarce for a day or two?" "To be sure, old fellow, you can go on some other day." "Surely, surely." Chapter 61. Todd receives some startling intelligence. It took Todd, master as he was, or used to be in the art of dissimulation, some few minutes to recover his composure, after the officer had left the shop, and during that time, the gentleman from Fogg's looked at him with the quiet sniggering kind of laugh so peculiar to him. Todd was evidently, day by day, losing that amount of nerve which had at one time formed his principal characteristic. It was getting, in fact, clear to himself that he was not near so well fitted for the business he was carrying on as he had been. Turning to the man from Fogg's, he said, while he put on as bland a smile as he could. "Well, my friend, I suppose you have sought me with some motive. Pray speak out and tell me what it is." The man laughed. "I have had a row with Fogg," he said, "and we parted in anger. I told him I would split upon the den, but he is a deep one and he only coughed. Fogg, though, somehow don't laugh as he used. However, as well as he could laugh, he did, and says he, 'Peter, my lad,' says he, 'if you do split upon the old den, I'll get you transported, as safe as you think yourself.' Well, I didn't like that." "Then you are probably," said Todd in a bland manner, "you are probably aware that you may be obnoxious to the law." "A few," said the fellow. "And what followed?" "Why, Peter," added Fogg, "you may leave me if you like, and once a month there will be a couple of guineas here for you. There's the door so away, I insist. And it has struck me that if Fogg gives me a couple of shiners a month to hold my tongue, other gentlemen might do as much, and through one and another, I might pick up a crust and something to moisten it with." The man laughed again. Todd nodded his head as much as to say, "You could not have explained yourself clearer," and then he said, "Peter, in your way you have a certain sort of genius. I might just remark, however, that after paying Fogg handsomely for what he has done, it is rather hard that Fogg's cast-off officials should come upon Fogg's best customers and threaten them out of any more." "I know it's hard," said the man. "Then why do you do it?" "Because, to my thinking, it would be a deuced sight harder for me to want anything. And besides, I might get into trouble and be in the hands of the police, when who knows but that in some soft moment someone might get hold of me and get it all out of me. Wouldn't that be harder still for all?" "It would." "Ah, Mr. Todd, I always thought you were a man of judgment, that I did." "You do me infinite honor." "Not at all. I say what I think, you may take your oath of that. But when I saw you come about that last boy, I said to myself, Mr. Todd is carrying on some nice game, but what it is I don't know. Howsomedever, he is a man with something more than would go into a small teaspoon hereabouts." Mr. Peter tapped his forehead with his finger as he spoke, to intimate that he alluded to the intellectual capacity of Todd. "You are very obliging," said Todd. Not at all, not at all. How much will you stand now?" "I suppose, if I say the same as Mr. Fogg, you will be satisfied, Mr. Peter. Times are very bad, you know." Peter laughed again. "No, no, Mr. Todd, times are not very bad, but I do think what you say is very fair, and that if you stand the same as Fogg, I ought not to say one word against it." "How charming it is," said Todd, casting his eyes up to the ceiling, as though communing with himself or some higher intelligence supposed to be in that direction. "How charming it is to feel that you are at any time transacting business with one who is so very obliging and so very reasonable." Somehow Peter winced a little before the look of Todd. The barber had come into his proposal a little too readily. It almost looked as though he saw his way too clearly out of it again. If he had declaimed loudly and made a great fuss about the matter, Mr. Peter would have been better pleased, but as it was he felt, he scarcely knew why, wonderfully fidgety. "That boy," he said, to change the conversation, "that boy used to say some odd things of you, Mr. Todd." "Insanity," said Todd, "is a great calamity." "Oh, very. And so clouds the faculties, that the poor boy no doubt said things of me, his best friend, that, if he had been restored to reason, he would have heard spoken of with a smile of incredulity." "He by the by, ha. "Well, sir," said Todd, who did not in the smallest degree join in the odd laugh of Peter. "Well, sir, I was merely going to say, have you, by any chance, heard anything more of him?" Todd walked close to Peter, and placed his two brawny hands upon his shoulders, as he slowly repeated, "Have I by any chance heard anything more of him? What do you mean, speak out, or by all that's powerful, this is the last moment of your existence. Speak out, I say." "Murder." "Fool, be more explicit, and you are safe. Be open and candid with me, and not a hair of your head shall suffer injury. What do you mean by asking me if I have heard anything more of him? Don't throttle me. Speak." I can't while you hold me so tight. I can hardly breathe." Todd took his hands off him, and crossing his arms over his breast, he said in tones of most unnatural calmness, "Now speak." Well, Mr. Todd, I only. You only what? Asked you naturally enough if you had heard anything of the boy Tobias Ragg, since he ran away from Fogg's. That's all. Since he what? Ran away from Fogg's one night. Then he is not dead. The villain Fogg sent word to me that he was dead. Did he though? Well, I never. That was so like Fogg. Only to think now, Lord bless you, Mr. Todd, he made his escape and ran away, and we never heard anything more of him from that time to this. The idea now of Fogg telling you he was dead. Well, I did wonder at your taking the thing so easy and never coming down to inquire about it. Not dead, not dead. Not as I know on. Curses. Ah, that will do you good, Mr. Todd. Whenever I am put out, I set to swearing like a good one, and that's the way I come round again. Don't mind me, you swear as long as you like. It was a shame for Fogg not to tell you he had bolted, but I suppose he thought he'd take his chance. The villain. Worser, nor a willing, said Peter. Who knows now what mischief may be done all through that boy? Why, he may be now being gammoned by the police and a parson to tell all he knows. Oh dear, oh dear. Todd sunk upon a chair knot, the shaving one end resting his hand upon his head. He uttered a sepulchral groan. Peter shook himself. You don't seem well, Mr. Todd. I didn't think you was the sort of man to be down on your blessed luck in this sort of way. Cheer up. What's the use of grieving, as the old song says? Todd groaned again. And if so be as the kid, continued Peter, did run away, my opinion is as he'd seen enough and felt enough, while he was at Fogg's, to make him as mad as a March hare. There was hope in that suggestion, and Todd looked up. You really think, then, Mr. Peter, that his intellects? His what? His mind, I mean, has not withstood the shock of what he went through while he was in Fogg's establishment. How could it? Once or twice things very nigh infected me, and how should he stand up agin 'em? But arter all, Mr. Fogg, what was it all about? That's what used to bother me. Was there anything in what he said, or wasn't there? My good fellow, said Todd, I have only one question to ask you. Fire away. And that is, if you would prefer to have a sum of money down, and not trouble me any more. Down. Yes, down. On the nail? Well, it's temptatious, I own. Let me see. Thus Fogg's Wriggler annuity, as a fellow may call it, and a good round sum down from you. Mr. T, I think you said a good round sum down on the nail, didn't you? Yes, any sum in reason. Done then, I'll do it. Honor bright and shining. Mr. T, when I says a thing, it's said, and no mistake, and if I take something down, you won't hear no more of me. Whatever you may think, Mr. T, I ain't one of them fellows as will spend their tin, and then come asking for more, not I. Oh, dear no, only give me what's reasonable down, and the thing's settled. Very good, said Todd, in a voice which was calm and composed. Just step this way, into the back parlor, and I'll satisfy you. As for troubling me any more, I am, I assure you, as perfectly easy upon that point as it is at all possible to be. Chapter 62. Todd clears off circumstances. The arrangement come to between Todd and his visitor seemed to give equal satisfaction to both. And Mr. Peter, if he had what the phrenologists call an organ of caution at all developed, must have had acquisitiveness so large as completely to overpower its action at the present time. The idea of getting from Todd's fears a sum of money at once, and from Fogg's fears a regular small annuity, was to him a most felicitous combination of circumstances, and his reflections upon the pleasant consequences resulting therefrom had such full possession of him, that his scruples vanished, and as he followed Todd into the back parlor from the shop, he muttered to himself, I'll try and get enough out of him to open a public house. Todd heard the wish, and turning quickly with what he intended should be an engaging smile, he said, And why not, Peter, and why not? Nothing would give me more sincere gratification than seeing you in a public house, for although a man may be a publican, he need not be a sinner, you know. I say he need not be a sinner, and there would be nothing in the world, Peter, to prevent you from having prayers night and morning, and I am sure I should be most happy to come now and then, if it were only to say, Amen. Humph, said Peter, you are too good, you are, much too good, really. Not at all, Peter. Let us be as good as we may, we cannot be too good. Human nature is a strange compound, mixed up of several things opposite to each other, like a lather in a shaving dish. With this sentiment, Todd held open the door of the sanctum behind his shop, and by a cautious wave of his hand, invited Mr. Peter to enter. That gentleman did so. "Now," said Todd, in quite a confidential tone, "what is your peculiar affection in the—" Here Mr. Todd went through the pantomimic action of draining a glass. Peter laughed, and then shaking his head waggishly, he said, "What a rum un you are. Fogg had his funny ways, but I do think you beat him, that you do. Well, if I must say I have a partiality, it's to brandy. Do you know, I think, between you and me and the post, that a drop of good brandy is rather one of them things that makes human nature what it is." "What a just remark," said Todd. Peter looked as sage as possible. He was getting upon wonderfully good terms with his own sagacity, a certain sign that he was losing his ordinary discretion. Todd opened a small cupboard in the wall. What a number of small cupboards in the wall! Todd had produced a long-necked bottle and a couple of glasses. He held the bottle up to the dim light, saying, "That's the thing, rather." "It looks like it," said Peter. "And it is," said Todd, "what it looks. This bottle and the liquor within it have basked in the sun of a fairer clime than ours, Peter, and the laughing glades of the sweet south have capped it in beauty." Peter looked puzzled. "What a learned man you are, Mr. T," he said. "You seem to know something of everything, and I dare say the brandy is to the full as good as it looks." This was decidedly a quiet sort of hint to decant some of it without further loss of time, and Todd at once complied. He filled Peter's glass to the brim and his own more moderately. And as the golden liquor came out with a pleasant bubble from the bottle, Peter's eyes glistened, and he sniffed up the aroma of that pure champagne brandy with the utmost complacence. "Beautiful, beautiful," he exclaimed. "Pretty well," said Todd. "Pretty well, it's glorious." Mr. Peter raised the glass to his lips, and giving a nod to Todd over the rim of it, he said, "I looks towards you." Todd nodded, and then, in another moment, Peter put down his empty glass. "Out and out," he gasped. "Out and out, ah, that is the stuff." Todd tossed off the glass, with the toast of a long life and a merry one, which was duly acknowledged by Peter, who replied, "The same to you, Mr. T, and lots of 'em." "It's like milk," said Todd, as he filled Peter's glass again. "It's for all the world like milk, and never can do anyone any harm." "No, enough, there, stop." Todd did stop, when the glass was within a hair's breadth of running over, but not before. And then again he helped himself, and when he set the bottle upon the table, he said, "A biscuit." "Not for me, no." "Nay, you will find it pleasant with the brandy. I have one or two here, rather hard perhaps, but good." "Well, I will then. I was afraid you would have to go out for them, that was all, Mr. T, and I wouldn't give you any trouble for the world. I only hope we shall often meet in this quiet, comfortable way. Mr. T, I always did respect you. For, as I often said to Fogg, of all the customers that come here, Mr. Todd for me. He takes things in an easy way, and if he is a thundering rogue, he is at all events a clever one." "How kind." "No offense, I hope, Mr. Todd." "Offense, my dear fellow? Oh, dear me. How could you think of such a thing? Offense, indeed. You cannot possibly offend me." "I'm rejoiced to hear you say so, Mr. T. I am really. And this is the very best brandy that ever I Where are you going, Mr. T?" "Only to get the biscuits. They are in the cupboard behind you, but don't stir, I beg. You are not at all in the way." "Are you sure?" "Quite." Todd stepped easily between Peter's chair and the wall, and opening another of the mysterious small cupboards, he laid his hand upon a hammer, with a long handle, that was upon the shelf. "If this," said Peter, "was the last word I had to say in the world, I would swear to the goodness of the brandy." As he uttered the words, he turned his head sharply and faced Todd. The hammer was upraised, and would, if he had not so turned, have descended with fatal effect upon the top of his head. As it was, Peter had only time to utter one shriek, when down it came upon the lower part of his face. The crush was hideous. The lower jaw fell crushed and mangled, and with a frightful oath, Todd again raised the hammer, but the victim closed with him, and face to face they grappled. The hammer was useless, and Todd cast it from him, as he felt that he required all his strength to grapple with the man who, at that moment, fastened on him with the strength of madness. Over the table, to the destruction of all that was on it, they went, coiled up in each other's embrace, dashing here and there with a vehemence that threatened destruction to them both, and yet not a word spoken. The frightful injury that Peter had received effectually prevented him from articulating, and Todd had nothing to say. Down they both come, but Todd is uppermost. Yes, he has got his victim upon the floor, and his knee is upon his chest. He drags him a few inches further towards the fireplace. Inches were sufficient, and then grappling him by the throat, he lifts his head and dashes it against the sharp edge of an iron fender. Crash, 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 the man is dead. Crash again. That last crash was only an injury to a corpse. Once more Todd raised the now lax and smashed skull, but he let it go again. It fell with a heavy blow upon the floor. "That will do," said Todd. He slowly rose and left his cravat in the hands of the dead man. He shook himself, and again that awful oath which cannot be transcribed came from his lips. Rap, rap, rap. Todd listened. What's that? Somebody in the shop? Yes, it must be, or someone wanting to come in, rather, for he had taken the precaution to make the outer door fast. Rap, rap, rap. "I must go," said Todd. "Stop, let me see." He snatched a glass from the wall and looked at himself. There was blood upon his face. With his hand, he hastily wiped it off, and then, walking as composedly as he could into the shop, he opened the door. A man stood upon the threshold with quite a smile upon his face, as he said, "Busy, I suppose?" "Yes, sir," said Todd. "I was just finishing off a gentleman. Shaved or dressed, sir?" "Shaved, if you please, but don't let me hurry you by any means. I can wait a little." "Thank you, sir, if you will oblige me for a moment or two. You will find some amusement, sir, from the evening Courant, I dare say." As he spoke, he handed the then popular newspaper to his customer, and left him. Todd took good care to close the door leading into the parlor, and then proceeding up to the body of the murdered Peter, he, with his foot, turned it over and over, until it was under the table, where it was most completely hidden by a cover that hung down to within an inch of the floor. Before Todd had got this operation well completed, he heard his shop door open. That door creaked most villainously. By so doing, while he was otherwise engaged, he could always hear if it was opened or attempted to be opened. Todd was in the shop in a moment, and saw a respectable-looking personage, dressed in rather clerical costume, who said, "You keep powder?" "Certainly, sir." "Then I wish my hair powdered, but do not let me interrupt this gentleman. I can wait." "Perhaps, sir, if you could make it convenient to look in again," said Todd. "You will probably be more amused by looking at the shops than by waiting here while this gentleman is shaved." "Thank you, you are very kind, but I am rather tired and glad of the opportunity of having a rest." "Certainly, sir, as you please. The Courant, sir, at your service." "Thank you, thank you." The clerical-looking old gentleman sat down to read the Courant, while Todd commenced the operation of shaving his first customer. When that operation was half completed, he said, "They report, sir, that St. Dunstan's is giving way." "Giving way?" said the clerical-looking gentleman. "How do you mean about giving way?" "Why, sir," said Todd, with an air quite of reverential respect, "they say that the old church has a leaning towards Temple Bar, and that, if you stand at the opposite side of the way, you may just see it. I can't, but they do say so." "Bless me," said the clerical-looking gentleman. "That is a very sad thing indeed, and nobody can be more sorry than I am to hear such a tale of the old church." "Well, sir, it may not be true." "I hope not, indeed. Nothing would give me greater pain than to be assured it was true. The stench in the body of the church that so much has been said about in the parish is nothing to what you say, for who ought to put his nose into competition with his eternal welfare?" "Who, indeed, sir? What is your opinion of that alarming stench in old St. Dunstan's?" "I am quite at a loss to make it out." "And so am I, sir, so am I, but begging your pardon, sir, if I am not making too free, I thought as you were probably a clergyman, sir, you might have heard something more about it than we common folks." No, not a word, but what you say of the church having a leaning to Temple Bar is grievous." "Well, sir, if you were to go and look, you might find out that it was no such thing, and by the time you return I shall have completely finished off this gentleman." No, I make no sort of doubt in the world, but that you would by that time have finished off the gentleman. But as for my going to look at the old church with any idea that it had a leaning to anything but itself, I can only say that my feelings as a man and a member of the glorious establishment will not permit me. But, my dear sir, you might satisfy yourself that such was really not the case. No, no. Imagination would make me think that the church had a leaning in all sorts of directions, until at last fancy might cheat me into a belief that it actually tottered. The clerical-looking gentleman pronounced these words with so much feeling that the person who was being shaved nearly got cut by twisting his head round in order to see him. "True, sir," said Todd. Very true indeed, and very just. Imagination does indeed play strange freaks with us at times, I well know." The horrible face that Todd made as he spoke ought to have opened the eyes of anyone to the fact that he was saying anything but what he thought, but no one saw it. When he pleased, Todd generally took care to keep his faces to himself. "I don't wonder, Reverend Sir," he said, "that your feelings prompt you to say what you do. I'm afraid I have taken off a little too much whisker, sir." "Oh, never mind. It will grow again," said the person who was being shaved. Todd suddenly struck his own head with the flat of his hand, as a man will do to whose mind some sudden thought has made itself apparent, and in a voice of doubt and some alarm, he pronounced the one word. "Powder." "What's the matter? You are a long time shaving me." "Powder," said Todd again. "Gunpowder," said the three-quarter shaved man, while the clerical-looking personage entirely hid his face with the currant. "No," said Todd, "hair powder. I told this gentleman, whose feelings regarding the church do him so much honor, that I had hair powder in the house, and it has just come over me like a wet blanket that I have not a particle." The clerical-looking gentleman quickly laid down the currant and said wildly, "Are you sure you have none?" "Quite sure, sir." "Then I won't occupy your shop and read your currant for nothing, and as I am here I will have a shave." "That's very kind of you, sir," said Todd, "very kind." "Not at all," said the gentleman, taking up the paper again with all the coolness in the world. "Not at all. Don't mention it. I always like to carry out the moral maxim of do unto others as you would that others should do unto you." "How charming!" exclaimed Todd, lifting up his hands, in one of which was the razor. "How charming it is in this indifferent and selfish age to meet with anyone who is so charitable as to do more than merely speak of such a sentiment as a curiosity in morals." "You are above your condition as regards education," said the clerical-looking gentleman. "Why, to tell the truth, sir." "Pshaw," said he who was being or rather not being shaved, "pshaw, and all this while the very soap is drying upon my face." "1,000 pardons," said Todd. "Many apologies," said the clerical gentleman, hastily resuming the perusal of the currant. "Sir," added Todd, as he finished the shaving and whipped off the cloth from the patient, "Sir, I should have finished you 5 minutes ago, so that I am sure no one would have heard the slightest complaint from you, but for the truly engaging conversation of this gentleman here, whom I shall have great pleasure now in polishing off." "Oh, don't name it," said the shaved customer, laying down a penny. "Don't name it. I said I was in no hurry, so I can hardly blame you for taking your time." He went through the usual operation of a partial slouch of cold water from a pewter basin, and then dried himself upon a jack towel and left the shop. "Now, sir," said Todd. The clerical-looking gentleman waved his hand as though he would have said, "For goodness' sake, don't interrupt me until I have finished this paragraph." Todd fixed his eyes upon him and began slowly stropping the razor he had been recently using. "Now, sir, if you please." One moment. I shall get through the deaths in an instant." Todd continued stropping the razor, when suddenly the currant dropped from the hands of the clerical-looking gentleman, and he uttered a groan that made Todd start. "Hopkins, Gabriel Hopkins." "Sir." "Hopkins, my friend, my counselor, my fellow student, my companion, my mentor, my Hopkins." The clerical-looking gentleman shut up his face in his hands and rocked to and fro in an agony of grief. "Good God, sir," cried Todd, advancing, "what is the meaning of this?" "In that paper you will find the death of Hopkins inserted, sir." "Yes, in the obituary of that paper. Gabriel Hopkins, the true, the gentle, the affectionate, the Christian Hopkins." "How sorry I am, sir," said Todd. "But pray sit in this chair, sir. A shave will compose your feelings." "A shave, you barbarian. Do you think I could think of being shaved within 2 minutes of hearing of the death of the oldest and best friend I ever had in the world? No, no. Oh, Hopkins, Hopkins. The reverend gentleman in a paroxysm of grief rushed from the house, and Todd himself sunk upon the shaving chair. It must be so, cried Todd, as his face became livid with rage and apprehension. There is more in these coincidences than mere chance will suffice to account for. Why is it that, if I have a customer here, someone else will be sure to come in, and then after waiting until he is gone himself, leave upon some frivolous excuse? Do I stand upon a mine? Am I suspected? Am I watched? Or a more terrible, 10 times more terrible question still, am I at length, with all my care, discovered? Chapter 63. Hannah starts for Todd's. We will leave Todd to the indulgence of some of the most uncomfortable reflections that ever passed through his mind, while we once again seek the sweet companionship of the fair Johanna and her dear romantic friend, Arabella Wilmot. The project which these two young and inexperienced girls were bent upon was one that might well appall the stoutest heart that ever beat in human bosom. It was one which, with a more enlarged experience of the world, they would not for one moment have entertained. But by long thought and much grief upon the subject of her hopeless love, Johanna had much observed that clearness of perception that otherwise would have saved her from what to all appearance is a piece of extravagance. As for Arabella, she had originally conceived the idea from her love for the romantic, and it was only when it came near to the execution of it that she started at the possible and indeed highly probable danger of the loss to one whom she loved so sincerely as she loved Johanna. But all that has passed away. The remonstrances have been made, and made in vain. Arabella is silenced, and nothing remains but to detail to the reader the steps by which the courageous girl sought to carry out a plan so fraught with 1,000 dangers. Both Arabella and Johanna sought the abode of the latter's father, for the first step in the affair was to say something there which was to account seemingly satisfactorily for any lengthened stay of Johanna from home. This was by no manner of means a task of any difficulty, for in addition to the old spectacle maker being innocence itself as regarded the secreting anything in the shape of a plot, Arabella Wilmot was the very last person in all the world he would have thought capable of joining in one. As for Mrs. Oakley, she was by far too intent, as she said herself frequently, upon things which are eternal, to trouble herself much about terrestrial affairs, always except they came to her in the shape of something enticing to the appetites. What a state of things, that a mother should forget the trust that is placed in her when she is given a child, and fancy she is really propitiating the Almighty by neglecting a stewardship which he has imposed upon her. But so it is. There are, we fear, in different ways, a great many Mrs. Oakleys in the world. Ah, my dear Miss Wilmot, said the old spectacle maker to Arabella when he saw her, how glad I am to see you. How fresh you look. Arabella's face was flushed with excitement, and some shame that the errand she came upon was to deceive. She had not heard yet of the spurious philosophy that the end sanctifies the means. I have come to too. Yes, my dear, to stay a while and let us look at your pretty face. Come, my dear Johanna, your mother is out. What can you get for your friend, Miss Wilmot? Here, my dear, take this half-crown and get some sweetmeats, and I will open for you a bottle of the old Malaga wine. Illustration: Johanna's farewell of her father prior to her encounter with Todd. Johanna's eyes filled with tears, and she was compelled to turn aside to conceal those telltale traces of emotion from her father. Arabella saw that if anything was to be said or done in furtherance of the affair upon which Johanna had now set her heart, she must do it or say it. Summoning all her courage, she said, My dear sir. Sir, bless me, my child, when did you begin to call your old kind friend sir? My dear Mr. Oakley. Ah, that's nearer the old way. Well, my dear Arabella, what would you say to me? Will you trust Johanna with me tonight, and perhaps tomorrow night? I don't think Johanna can come to much harm with you, my dear, said Mr. Oakley. You are older than she a little, and at your age a little goes a long way, so take her, Arabella, and bring her back to me when you like. With what a shrill of agony did Arabella hear Johanna thus committed to her care. She was compelled to grasp the back of the old spectacle maker's chair for support. Yes, sir, she said. Oh, yes, Mr. Oakley. Well, my dears, go and God bless you both. To both Arabella and Johanna's perception, there was something ominous about this blessing at such a time, and yet it had really about it nothing at all unusual. For Mr. Oakley was very much in the habit of saying to them, "God bless you," when they left him. But feeling, as they did, the hazard that she, Johanna, might encounter before again she heard that voice say, "God bless you," if indeed she ever again heard it, no wonder the words sank deep into their hearts and called up the most painful emotions. Johanna certainly could not speak. Arabella tried to laugh, to hide an emotion that would not be hidden, and only succeeded in producing an hysterical sound that surprised Mr. Oakley. "What's the matter, my dear?" he said. "Oh, nothing, nothing, dear Mr. Oakley, nothing." "Well, I'm glad to hear it. Perhaps I only fancy it, but you both seem. "What do we seem, father?" said Johanna, looking very pale and speaking with a great effort. "Not quite as usual, my darling." That, gasped Johanna, "can only be fancy." "Of course not," said Oakley. "Fancy, I think I said it was, or if I did not, I meant to say so, my love." "Come," said Arabella. Yes, father, good day." She kissed his cheek, and then, before the old man could say another word, she rushed to the door. "Farewell," said Arabella. "Good day, Mr. Oakley. I thank you, sir. Good day, sir." Dear," said the old man, "what is the matter with the girls? How odd they both seem today. What can be the cause of it? I never before saw them so strange in their manner. Ah, I have it. My wife has met them, I dare say, and has said some unkind things to them about hats or ribbons or some harmless little piece of girlish pride. Well, all that will pass away. I'm glad I hit upon it for." At this moment old Oakley was astounded by the sudden entrance of Johanna, who, clasping him in her arms, cried in a voice, half choked with tears, "Goodbye, father, goodbye, God help me." Without, then, waiting for a word from the spectacle maker, she again rushed from the shop, and joining Arabella a few doors off, they both hurried to the house of the latter. Old Oakley tottered back until he came to a seat, upon which he sank, with an air of abstraction and confusion that threatened to last him for some time. And in that, for the present, we must leave him, while we look narrowly at the conduct of the two young creatures, who have, in the pride of their virtue and their nobleness of purpose, presumed to set up their innocence against the deep craft of such a man as Sweeney Todd. Well might Johanna say, "God help me." "It is done," said Johanna as she clutched her friend by the arm. "It is done now, the worst is over." "Oh, Johanna." "Well, Arabella, why do you pause? What would you say?" "I scarcely know, and yet I feel that it ought to be something that I have promised you. I would not say." "Let your lips be sealed, then, dear friend, and be assured that now nothing but the visible interposition of God shall turn me from my purpose. I am calm and resolved." These words, few as they were too significant, and spoken with too evident sincerity to permit a doubt of their deep intensity and truth. And from that moment, Arabella Wilmot looked upon the scheme of Johanna going in disguise to Todd's as quite settled so far as regarded the attempt. It was the result now only that had to be looked to. "I will say no more, Johanna, except as regards detail. In that I may offer you advice." "Oh, yes, Arabella. Thankfully received advice, as well you know. What is it you would say?" "That you ought to wait until the morning." "And so perhaps lose precious hours." "Oh, no. Do not ask me now to submit to any delays, Arabella." "But if there be reason, Johanna." "Well, the reason. I think that, if possible, it would be well to avoid the necessity of remaining a night at Todd's. And so, if you go in the morning, you see, Johanna, you may have an opportunity before nightfall of making all the discoveries you wish, or of satisfying yourself that they are not to be made at all. It might be so, and yet I almost think night will be the best time of all. But by waiting until tomorrow morning, Johanna, you will have both day and night." Yes. I wish I knew what would be the best, Arabella. My feelings are wound up to this enterprise, and I am altogether in such a frightful state of excitement concerning it, that I know not how I should be able to support myself under the delay of the remainder of today and the whole of the ensuing night. In the night you will have repose, and tomorrow morning, with much more calmness and effect, you will be able to start upon your errand. Believe me, Johanna, I don't counsel this delay with any hope, or wish, or expectation that it will turn you from your purpose, but simply because I think it will the better ensure its successful termination." "Successful? What will you call successful, Arabella?" "You're coming back to me uninjured, Johanna." Ah, that speaks your love for me. While I love him for whose sake I am about to undergo so much, sufficiently to feel that were I sure he was no more, my own death at the hands of Sweeney Todd would be success. Johanna, Johanna, don't speak in such a strain. Have you no thought for me? Have you no thought for your poor father to whom, as you well know, you are the dearest tie that he has in the world? Oh, Johanna, do not be so selfish. Selfish? Yes, it is selfish. When you know what others must suffer because they love you, to speak as though it were a thing to be desired that you should die by violence. Arabella, can you forgive me? Can you make sufficient allowances for this poor distracted heart to forgive its ravings? I do, Johanna, and in the words of your father, I am ever ready to say, God bless you. You will not go till tomorrow. After the pause of a few moments, Johanna said faintly, I will not. Oh, that is much. Then at least for another night we shall enjoy our old sweet companionship. They by this time had reached the home of Arabella, and as it was an understood thing that Johanna was not expected home, the two young girls retired to converse in unrestrained freedom upon all their hopes and fears. Chapter 64. Todd commences packing up. Yes, said Todd, as he suddenly with a spring rose from the shaving chair, upon which we left him enjoying reflections of no very pleasant character. Yes, the game is up. He stood for a few moments now in silence, confronting a small piece of looking glass that hung upon the wall exactly opposite to him, and it would appear that he was struck very much by the appearance of his own face, for he suddenly said, How old and worn I look! No one could have looked upon the countenance of Todd for one moment without fully concurring in this opinion. In truth, he did look old and worn. But a comparatively short time has elapsed since we first presented him to the readers of this most veracious narrative. Then he was a man whose hideous ugliness was combined with such a look of cool, triumphant villainy that one did not know which most to ponder upon. Now his face had lost its color. A yellowish whiteness was the predominating tint, and his cheeks had fallen. There was a wild and an earnest restlessness about his eyes that made him look very much like some famished wolf, with a touch of hydrophobia to set him off. And certainly, take him for all in all, one would not be over-anxious to see his like again. Old and worn, he repeated, and the game is up, I am decided. Off and away, is my game off and away? I have enough to be a prince anywhere where money is worshipped, and that of course must be the case in all civilized and religious communities. I must keep in some such. In the more savage wilds of nature man is prized for what he is, but, thank God, in highly cultivated and educated states he is only prized for what he has been. Ha, ha. If mankind had worshipped virtue, I would have been virtuous, for I love power. A thought seemed suddenly to strike Todd, and he went into the parlor muttering to himself, My friend Peter must be effectually disposed of. He raised the cover which was upon the table, and with a grunt of satisfaction, added, Gone, that will do. There was no trace of the body that he had kicked under the table. By some strange, mysterious agency, it had entirely disappeared, and then Todd went somehow to the back of the house and got a wet mop, by the aid of which he got rid of some stains of blood upon the floor and the fender. All's right, he said. I have done some service to Fogg, and I will, when I am far enough off for any sting not to recoil upon myself, take good care that the law pays him a visit. The villain as well as the fool to deceive me regarding the boy Tobias. What can have become of him? This was a question that gave Todd some uneasiness, but at length he came to the conclusion that the dreadful treatment he, Tobias, had received at the asylum had really driven him mad, and that in all human probability he had fallen or cast himself into the river, or gone into some field to die. Were it otherwise, he said, I should and must have heard something of him before now. Todd then fairly began packing up. From beneath several tables in the room he dragged out large trunks, and opening then some of the drawers and cupboards that abounded in his parlor, he began placing their valuable contents in the boxes. My course is simple enough, he said, very simple. I must and will, by violence, for she is by far too wily and artful to allow me to do so, by any other means get rid of Mrs. Lovett. Then I must and will possess myself of all that she calls her share of the proceeds of business. Then, at night the dead hour of the night after, having previously sent all my boxes full of such valuables, as from their likelihood to be identified, I dare not attempt to dispose of in England. To Hamburg, I will set the whole house in a flame. The idea of burning down his house, and if possible involving a great portion of Fleet Street in the conflagration, always seemed to be delightful enough to Todd to raise his spirits a little. Yes, he added, with a demoniac grin. There is no knowing what amount of mischief I may do to society at large upon that one night, besides destroying amid the roar of the flames a mass of accumulated evidence against myself that would brand my memory with horrors, and, for aught I know, cause a European search after me. As he spoke, watches, rings, shoe buckles, brooches, silver heads of walking cane snuff boxes, and various articles of bijouterie were placed row upon row in the box he was packing. Yes, he added, I know I feel that there is danger. I know now that I have spies upon me, that I am watched, but it is from that very circumstance that I ground my belief that as yet I am safe. They fancy there is something to find out, and they are trying to find it out. If they really knew anything, of course it would be Todd, you are wanted. Having placed in one of the boxes as many articles of gold and silver as made up a considerable weight, Todd lifted it at one end, and feeling satisfied that if he were to place any more metal in the box it would be too heavy for carriage, he opened a cupboard which was full of hats, and filled up the box with them. By this means he filled up the box, so that the really valuable articles within it would not shake about, and then he securely locked it. One, he said, some half-dozen of such will be sufficient to carry all that I shall think worth the taking. As for my money, that will be safest about me. Ah, I will outwit them yet, I will be off and away only just in time. Suspicion will take a long time to ripen into certainty, and before it does, the flaming embers of this house will be making the night sky as fair and magnificent as the most golden sunset of summer. Another box was now opened, and in that, as it was of considerable length, he began to pack swords of a valuable character. He went to the rooms above stairs, which, as the reader is already aware, contained much valuable property, and brought down troops of things, which with complacent looks he carefully placed in the chest. Ever and anon, as he went through this process, he kept muttering to himself his hopes and fears. What is to hinder me, in some principality of Germany, from purchasing a title which shall smother all remembrance of what I now am, and as the Baron something, I shall commence a new life, for I am not old. No, I am not old, far from old, although late anxieties have made me look so. I am not so nervous and fearful of slight things as I was, although my imagination has played me some tricks of late. Some slight noise, that sounded as if in the house, although it was in all probability in the next one, came upon his ears, and with a howl of terror he shrunk down by the side of the box he had been packing. Illustration: Todd alarmed at strange sounds whilst packing his plunder. Help, mercy, what is that? The noise was not repeated, but for the space of about 10 minutes or so, Todd was perfectly incapable of moving except a violent attack of trembling, which kept every limb in motion, and terribly distorted his countenance, if it might be called so. What was it? He at length gasped. I thought I heard something, nay, I am sure I heard something, a slight noise, but yet slight noises are to me awfully suggestive of something that may follow. Am I really getting superstitious now? He slowly rose and looked fearfully round him. All was still. True, he had heard a voice, but that was all. No consequences had resulted from it, and the fit of trembling that had seized him was passing away. He went to the cupboard where he kept that strong stimulant that had so much excited the admiration of Peter. He did not go through the ceremony of procuring a glass, but placing the neck of the bottle to his throat, he took a draught of the contents, which would have been amply sufficient to confound the faculties of any ordinary person. Upon Todd, however, it had only a sort of sedative effect, and he gradually recovered his former diabolical coolness. It was nothing, he said. It was nothing. My fears and my imaginations are beginning now to play the fool with me. If there were none others, such would be sufficient warnings to me to be off and away. He continued the packing of the box, which had been temporarily suspended, but ever and anon he would pause, and lifting up one of his huge hands, placed it at his ear to listen more acutely, and when nothing in the shape of alarm reached him, he would say with a tone of greater calmness and contentment, all is still, all is still. I shall be off and away soon, off and away. The dusky twilight had crept on while Todd was thus engaged, and he was thinking of going out when he heard the creaking noise of his shop door opening. As he was but in the parlor, he made his way to the shop at once, and saw a young man who spoke with an affected lisp as he said, "Mr. Todd, can you give my locks a little twirl? I'm going to a party tonight and want to look fascinating." "Allow me," said Todd, as he rapidly passed him and bolted the door. "I am annoyed by a drunken man, so, while I am dressing your hair, I wish to shut him out, or else I might scorch you with the tongs." "Oh, certainly. If there's anything, do you know, Mr. Todd, that I really dislike more than another, it's a drunken man." "There's only one thing in society," said Todd, "can come near it, sit here, sir." "What's that?" "Why, a drunken woman, sir." "Werry good, werry good." Someone made an effort to enter the shop, but the bolt which Todd had shot into its place effectually resisted anything short of violence sufficient to break the door completely down. "Mr. Todd, Mr. Todd," cried a voice. "In a moment, sir," said Todd, "in a moment." He darted into the parlor. There was a loud bang in the shop as though something had fallen, and then a half-stifled shriek. Todd reappeared. The shaving chair in which the young man had been sitting was empty. Todd took up his hat and threw it into the parlor. He then unbolted the door and admitted a man who glanced around him, and then, without a word, backed out again, looking rather pale. Todd did not hear him mutter to himself as he reached the street, "Sir Richard will be frantic at this. I must post off to him at once and let him know that it was none of our faults. What an awkward affair, to be sure."